Cloud computing is reshaping how businesses work, from small startups to huge corporations. In a world where digital solutions drive almost everything, knowing how the cloud works is a big advantage. It's not just for tech giants. Understanding cloud computing is a skill opening doors in many fields, from development to data analysis. This video dives into the essentials of cloud computing, giving you a well-rounded look at how it works and why it's so impactful. Here is what we will explore. We will start with the basics, what cloud computing is and why it's become so crucial. Then we will look at the cloud architecture, deployment types, and even some limitations to keep in mind. You will get a comparison of major providers, AWS, Azure, and GCP, and hands-on demos for key services like Amazon EC2, S3, and Azure's machine learning tools, with practical walkthroughs on setting up websites using storage services and deploying chatbots. This video is packed with real examples. By the end of this video, you will feel more comfortable navigating the cloud and ready to start exploring these tools yourself.
We're going to start out by taking a look at what cloud computing is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about the world of cloud computing, it becomes very important that you understand that cloud computing went from being a term which only researchers knew all the way to you yourself using cloud computing at this very second you're watching this video, right? So what is it? Well, to talk about the textbook definition of what cloud computing is, I think it's very important for us to understand that it is a very simple delivery of services through using the platform of internet. Now, to reiterate on what I just said, it becomes important that you understand that, whatever is that is a thing that you can do offline. These days, there's a very common saying that says you can do it online as well. So whenever someone says stuff like, you can do things online, right? Think about a favorite example. Maybe you want to back up all of your pictures to Google Photos, right? So maybe something might happen to your phone. You just want the photos to be there, very important memories and all of that. So you back it up somewhere. Now, where is this data going when you're backing it up, right? So Google is giving you a service which says, hey, you can use Google Photos to just push all your photos there. It's going to be safe. No matter what happens to your phone, mobile or laptop or something, your data is going to be on the Google Cloud platform or on the Google Cloud server, right? See, cloud server, Google Cloud platform. We're already talking in terms about cloud computing, right? Perfect. That's one example. Now, the second simple example that you might have heard the IT team in your office talk about is, hey, let's back all of this data up into a server or something like that. So when they say, let's back up this data into a server, or let's say, when they go on to clear things and they say, hey, okay, so we need space in our actual server. So let's move all the data that we have to a backup server. So when they say they're backing up something, it means whatever that they're trying to back up is important, of course. The second thing is that, are they backing up this data to a storage entity that's present in the office, or what we call as an on-premise network, or what it's also called as cloud computing, where, your data is not physically present on a hard drive in the office, but it can be present in one of the data centers, which could be like right next door, or it can be halfway around the world as well, right? So when they're backing it up to an online server, things like this happen. And that's a wonderful thing, right? When you think about it. Now, to talk about the third thing talks about the fantastic approach that is a new trend in the world of cloud computing today. I'll give you a very simple example. When you have to think about executing, let's say, Python code, right? Python is a programming language. When you have to execute its code, you're going to have to install Python. You're going to download it, install it, configure it. Maybe on top of Python, you're going to have to require a user interface. So you're going to download something like PyCharm or anything, right? So to make sure that your coding experience is easy and all that. All of this process that I just mentioned takes time. But now what, the world of cloud computing brings us, for example, with Google Colab, that is COLAB Colab, what they're trying to do is they're trying to give you a Python Jupyter notebook ready for you to just type in your code, hit the play button, and you're done. You don't have to download anything. You don't have to configure anything locally. You can use it on your phone, on your tablet, on your laptop, on wherever you can open a web browser, you can go on to write Python code. So you might have a question now that says, hey, okay, so where is the processing power coming from for all this Python code to execute? All the processing power, all the storage, all the data elements, everything that is required to run Python in this particular instance is coming from the Google Cloud platform, right? Google Colab. It's a fantastic Python Jupyter notebook that I see myself using a lot, right? So guys, these are some of the really nice examples of cloud computing. Now, when we discuss popular applications, again, we're going to look at a lot more of these things, and I'm sure we can pick up, 3 or 4 things that is literally around us, that we can talk and bring towards the domain of cloud computing as well, right? Perfect. Now, to talk about the second important thing about, cloud computing is, why do we even require cloud computing, guys? The first reason that I can think of is probably, the ability where you can move an entire organization and, just say, hey, you're an organization. Let's say you're 100 people, you're a 100 people organization. You want to move all the data that you have into a server or a cloud computing platform. Well, it is easy as probably 3 or 4 mouse clicks. How simple is that, right? All the data that you have, drag and drop, and it's going to be on a cloud computing platform. I mean, it's not as easy as that to move an entire organization, but it is simplified. People sort of realize for so many reasons that having a server in your office, or what is also called as an on-premise network, will make it very difficult in multiple regards. Let me talk to you about one very important thing. For all of you all who are watching this on a laptop or watching this on a computer, you might know that your electronics heat up a lot, and heat kills electronics, right? So in this particular case, if you have a very, very powerful server that can cater to thousands of people, it demands cooling. It is not like cooling is an option there. It demands it. If you don't cool it, it's gonna shut off because, it'll literally fry. That's how hot things can get. Now, when that is the case, you have to make sure that at no point in time does your cooling equipment fail, because if they do, your servers fail. If your servers fail, your data fails, your application fails, your website fails, whatever that you're trying to do, right? You get the point. Now, that's an important thing. The second thing is, when you have an on-premise network, you have to make sure that you have people to maintain it, right? Now, buying a server is a simple thing. Just put your credit card out, buy a server, bring it to your office, keep it there. Who's going to configure it? Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to take a look at how it works? Who's going to integrate it into the already existing data? Who's going to create backups of that? Now, you're going to need a guy. You're going to need when I say a guy, of course, a person here who has the capability to do all of this, right? So that's a very important thing that you have to think about. All of the things that we're talking about adds an immense amount of cost to the company. But with cloud computing, you will not require any hardware. You can run your entire company if you have a good enough internet connection and probably a laptop or a computer. So everyone connects to a common platform and everyone uses the storage of that platform, the compute power of that platform. And I think this is the primary reason, why cloud computing is popular. So we've covered the first point. Now to talk about the second point is, yes, whenever you take a look at data storage and powerful processing, the amount of flexibility that you get is fantastic, right? Let's be very honest here. Your laptop or your computer probably has 500 gigabytes, 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, 3 terabytes of hardware space, and how expensive it can get to replace, buy another hard disk, right? So as of what I was checking, an external hard disk, a 2 terabyte hard disk retails for somewhere around 5 or 6,000 Indian rupees. That is pretty expensive, considering if you're an organization, you can probably fill up 2 TB like this, right? That's a fantastic thing that you have to think about, knowing that you'll have to spend so much money for it as well. Now, you and me, we're going to take probably a couple of months or years to fill 4 or 5 terabytes. But then, hey, you never know, right? It gets, especially in a working environment, terabytes just goes. You will not know. So that's an important thing. Paying for all of that, maintaining all of that. Again, hard disks are prone to fail, right? They keep going. Now I have a hard disk which is sitting, which doesn't work anymore. It has fantastic data, very important data that I want 2 terabytes worth of it, and I'm trying to recover it, right? So if this happens to your official data, well, guys, you already know it, right? So having less headache, where a company itself is maintaining all of this for you, is the best way to go. Companies realized this. companies who are worth millions, billions, and trillions of dollars realize that this is, when it comes to even these tiny things, cloud computing platform is winning people's hearts, right? Perfect. The third thing is the wide variety of services that are offered. Now, when you're talking about the big guys, Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, all of these big guys are providing so many services on their platforms, right? These are the top 3 cloud computing platforms out there right now. When you're talking about what you can do with the cloud computing platform, a right question is to ask, saying, what can you not do with your cloud computing platform? Because each and every one of these platforms are unique in their own ways. They do things similarly, they do things differently, but at the end of the day, for an end user, the amount of services that they provide is absolutely huge. So using all of those effectively will depend on how well versed a person is in cloud computing as well. So this is where we'll be tying up at the end to talk about how you guys should be learning cloud computing as well. It's a very important thing that people skip, but to give you guys a complete clarity, I think we have to discuss that, right? Let's discuss the fourth point of why cloud computing is required. Guys, the fourth point is the most important one. It's the pay as you go plan. Now I'll give you a scenario. Think about you guys having to require maybe 2 terabytes worth of space and an i5 processor powered computer for 15 minutes of some task, right? Now, would you go on to spend maybe somewhere around 50,000-60,000 Indian rupees to just use a computer for 15 minutes? Or would you probably pay 10% of that amount to hire it as in not physically hire it, as to use a cloud computing platform who's giving you that compute power and just pay for the 15 minutes that you use? What would you pick? 15 minutes, right? That's the reason why, again, cloud computing platforms are popular. Whatever you use, you exactly pay for that. Do you want to use a platform just for 45 seconds? You will only be billed for 45 seconds. Do you want to use it for only 38.5 minutes? You can only use it for 38.5 minutes. If you want to use it for 2 years, you can use it for 2 years as well. Again, all of these are chargeable as and when you want it and how you want it as well. That's a huge advantage for a company, regardless of the size, be it a small company, be it a medium-sized company or a huge company as well, right? You guys get the point here. Perfect. Now we know what cloud computing is. Now we know why cloud computing is required. The third most important thing that we have to discuss is, what was the world doing before cloud computing came into the picture? Now, if you're wondering if cloud computing is a brand new concept that came up in like 2010, 2015, all of these new periods, it is sort of not the case. We're going to come to that. Firstly, let us go back a couple of years. Let us go back 80 years when the world was completely depending on mainframes. 1960s was a fantastic period for computing. And if you guys don't realize, 1969, at the end of this particular era, is when humans first stepped foot on the moon. The processing power of the entire aircraft, the spaceship that took humans to the moon, had the RAM space, random access memory, somewhere around 0.00014 MB. That sounds funny to you, I'm sure. 0.0014 MB, while the phone I have in my hand right now is powered with probably 6 or 8 gigabytes. So it's 6 million times probably faster than, not 6 million, hey, it could be in the billions as well, right? So it's exponentially faster than the entire spaceship that put humans on a very different, soil, very different environment, right? Think about that. This was the era in the 1960s. Computers were slowly developing. Then came the 1970s. 1970s was a very fantastic period because this is when internet started coming up. It wasn't called internet back then. It was called ARPANET. It was mostly used for military purposes, but it started then. People realized that you can connect with someone else. You can connect 2 machines together to probably use them together. You can connect 2 machines to, probably move data around, move services around, all of these things. So it started developing over the next few years. 1980s, virtual machines came into the picture. Virtual machines was using the power of an actual computer to do multiple things at once. That was the era of the 1980s. And 1990s, the internet blew up like anything, right? The World Wide Web came into the picture. So by early 2000s or maybe late 90s, people realized that, hey, you can not just connect two computers sitting next to each other, you can connect the entire globe if required. And that sort of gave way to the world of modern clouds that we have right now. Look around you. Everyone or majority of the people are using smartphones, smart devices, or anything that would make them want to connect to the internet for anything, be it social media, be it to listen to music, be it to listen to watch videos, be it to watch TV shows, whatever it is, right? People are on the internet for a variety of things, and whenever they're doing any of these things that I just mentioned, they are using cloud computing platforms, right? So way back from 2004, 2006, 2008, this is when people like Amazon came up with Amazon Web Services, Microsoft came up with Azure, Google came out with Google Cloud Platform and all of these. So they started very slow. They started putting one or two or three services. First, it usually starts with storage. Storage is very easy to implement on a cloud computing platform, but having compute power, bringing DevOps together, working with machine learning on the cloud, and giving you probably 100 other services is not an easy task, and that is when cloud computing really flourished. But before that, to get to this point of all of us being interconnected with a cloud computing platform, well, you know what's happening for the last 80 years now, right from the 60s to the 2000s. We're already in 2021, so the discussion goes way back. Now we talked about where we were and where we are now. One important thing that we have to talk about is the requirement for cloud computing. What is the need for cloud computing? Why is it considered to be so important today? We can discuss about this all day long. In fact, in the previous set of slides, I've already given you 5-6 very good reasons of why we require cloud computing and why it's becoming popular as well. But, at the end of it, when you think about the actual requirement for it, it is very vital in all the fields of our lives. Now, whenever you're trying to think about the requirement of cloud computing, think about three things: strategy, operational efficiency, and flexibility. In terms of strategy, cloud computing is changing the way we look at data. It's changing the way we work with data. It's changing the way we store data and eventually, do anything we want with it. All of this on someone else's server, all of this on someone else's platform, all of this on another part, the other side of the globe itself, right? So it opens up your domain. Now, maybe you're an Indian company who's catering to US customers, right? When the US customers want to connect to your database, to make sure that they have very quick access, you can set up servers in the USA itself to make sure they connect to it easily, right? Strategically, that's helping you a lot. In terms of operational efficiency, we've already discussed hardware costs, we've already discussed software costs, we already discussed about having an actual employee to maintain all of these servers, right? So when you're removing all of that, eventually, a good thing is that your process becomes way more efficient because you don't have to spend man hours doing all of these things. Third thing, flexibility. Now, when we're talking about flexibility, pay as you go is the first highlight that we have to talk about. The second most important thing that we have to talk about in terms of flexibility is that you have a choice of picking up whatever service you require for your product, or pick up whatever it is that you might need, you might need in the future. So you can steer your company into these cloud computing platforms, realizing and understanding what it is that they provide. Now, there might be a service that Microsoft Azure is giving you, which AWS might not. Or there is something that GCP, Google Cloud Platform, is giving you that both of these guys are not doing, right? It's usually between these top three guys that, as soon as one comes up with a new service, it is usually seen in the next few days in the other as well. So they're constantly neck to neck fighting to be the best platform out there. And as of now, AWS has the majority market share. But then trends seem to be changing. We'll see how Azure and AWS, we'll see Azure and how GCP catch up on that, right? That's a discussion for another particular, another module. But for now, to highlight a little bit about the 3 points that we spoke about, let's talk about strategy. Strategy is a fantastic thing, even in all the points which I didn't mention right now, because see, there was a time when people had to be face to face to converse, right? Before phones came, you had to be in front of someone to talk, to literally talk. You could of course send email, mails, telegrams and all of that. But at the end of the day, you had people, face to face. But today it's in a situation where people are saying, hey, we have 5 times more collaboration and we don't even have to meet the person. So someone sitting on the other side, they have their camera on, they have a microphone on, they have internet connection. We are being 5 times more productive with that. How fantastic is that, right? The second point is that whenever you have your own servers, whenever you're trying to host a server on your own, you have to look towards software aspect of it. One thing with software is software upgrades, right? There's usually bugs and people keep fixing those bugs, improvising things, improving efficiency and all of that. So again, it's your headache to go on to fix all of these things. But if you have a cloud computing platform, latest softwares are always in use, right? Third point. Whenever I told you about efficiency is that you can spend less man hours on the things which you can automate and put man hours where it's required. What are you trying to do? You're helping your business focus on the important requirements at hand. You're giving your business the opportunity to make sure that they can put in their required manpower, to go on to do important operations, which will eventually probably bring them revenue or something, right? An important point to consider. The fourth thing you have to talk about is how, maybe today your company is working in one way, maybe tomorrow they're trying to do something else. So you can pick up and set up a new service if you require it. If you don't require a service that you're currently using, drop it. You will not be charged for it if you're not using it, right? So whatever you're using, you're paying only for that. If you want to try a new thing, well, use the service, see if you can do something there. So you have that kind of a flexibility in terms of strategy as well, right? That's an important point. Perfect. That was point number 1. Now we have to talk about point number 2, which is operational efficiency. In terms of operational efficiency, pay as you go should be the number 1 point, right? No matter what extra costs you have, it will be cut to a very good degree if you have the pay as you go policy. We've already discussed this. The second point is that whenever you're trying to look at efficiency as well, whenever you have data, you have to secure it, right? Data that is present on the internet is usually never safe. That's a common saying, but the trend is changing these days, right? All these cloud computing platforms, they have huge amounts of security physically for the data centers where you have armed guards, many of the cases where there are ex-military people having loaded weapons. So if you try to get into a data centers, bad. Do not try to do it. It'll end up really bad, right? So it's illegal to go on to break into a data center. And first of all, they are so well protected, right? So check out these videos on YouTube or Google, which says Amazon's data centers, Facebook data centers. You will see how well they're guarded. 10, 12 layers of security before you can even see the server, right? Probably once you have physical access to the server, you can do something to the hard drives, you can plug in a virus, whatever it is. Because if you're outside the data center, their firewalls are so fantastic that there is a good chance, there's a 99% chance that you cannot hack into their servers, right? So data security is fantastic. So you don't have to break your head about keeping your data secure. The third thing is, one thing you have to talk about, maybe you have an office on the coastal side of things, or maybe you're in a country where there's lots of earthquakes and all of that. So what happens when, the ground beneath you shakes, or when there's water rushing in from the ocean, right? Electronics cannot survive all of these. They tend to go bad. So, of course, you will lose data if you happen to be, if you happen to be active during a calamity. God forbid that doesn't happen. But if it does happen, you lose the data. To make sure this isn't the case, what these data centers do is they take all these required precautions. They take all of these disaster recovery methodologies in a way where if you store your data with a cloud computing platform, even if something happens to the data, they will have backups, or they'll offer you options of how you should back up your data in case something happens bad on their servers itself, right? They're giving you a lot of flexibility here. The fourth thing that we have to discuss is that whenever you have cloud-based applications, the most important part is you can access it from any corner of the globe. You can be outside the globe. You can be sitting on the International Space Station. You can be in the moon. You can be on Mars, and you can still access the data if there are satellites, giving you internet connection there, right? That's a fantastic thing. Now, this recently happened to me where, I had to go to the airport because I had a flight to catch. And at the end of the day, I probably forgot to switch off the light for my aquarium, right? It's a very simple use case. But at the end of the day, if you keep the lights on constantly, there's a good chance that the light might heat up the water. It'll evaporate quicker. It's not very comfortable for the fishes as well, right? So all I had to do was I had to pick up my phone. I had to say, hey, Google, check if the aquarium light is on or not. So, Google was speaking to a cloud computing platform, which eventually had an IoT device sitting at my home. It's a smart device which connects with the platform. It checked, it said, hey, your light is on. Do you want me to turn it off? I said, yes, please turn it off. And I spoke to my phone, and my phone spoke to the cloud computing server. The server checked with the actual device sitting in my home, and the light was turned off. How fantastic is this, right? I gave you a very simple application. You can have critical applications like this. Maybe you forgot to turn off the stove. Maybe you left a light on. Maybe you turned off your smoke alarm. Whatever it is, you have to be really careful with all of these things, right? And with cloud computing platform, you're just a voice message away with your phone. You can say, hey Alexa, what's going on with the house. So you can say, hey Alexa, open up the security feed of my house. Whatever you want to do, it is possible wherever you are sitting across the globe, right? Perfect. Point number 2. Point number 3, flexibility. Flexibility talks about how you can go on to customize your requirement in a way where the cloud computing platform is giving you so much that you'll feel like, hey, these are way too many features that I'm going to use, right? It's rather good to have extra features than not have features at all, right? So you're better off to not use certain features that they're providing rather than being in a platform where they don't provide the feature that you critically require. That's flexibility. The second option is that whenever you have workloads which might be fluctuating, right? So let's say you're a website, you're an e-commerce website like Amazon or something. Today, you might have had 1,000 people who would have purchased something. So your website has handled 1,000 clients. Tomorrow, it so happens that you have a sale and now 1 million people want to buy a new phone or something. So when there is this constant up and down of fluctuation that's happening, you always should not and cannot host a server which would occupy for 10 million people. If you have 1,000 people coming and purchasing on your site, it costs a lot of money. So what these cloud computing platforms do is they have the complete capability to, customize themselves, so they can scale up as and when required and scale down automatically. If they're seeing 1,000 people, if your cloud computing platform is seeing only 1,000 people of traffic, it'll only allocate that many servers to cater to it. But then suddenly if it sees a surge of people, it can automatically scale up, copy all the operating systems, copy all the data, copy all the details, and make sure that right now you have a server ready for 1 million people. How fantastic is this, right? Now, the third thing that we have to discuss is about a hybrid model. Now, when you're talking about a hybrid model, maybe you want to keep all your organization's data in your office, but you want to use services which are present in the cloud computing platform. Can you do that? The answer is absolute yes. You can have this kind of a flexibility where you can have the data stored on the cloud computing platform. You're going to use the computing power that you have, vice versa, both. Whatever is the permutation combination here, you can go on to do it. And this kind of a hybrid approach which gives users what? Flexibility, right? Perfect. Now, the fourth thing that we have to speak about, as I just told you, is rapid scaling, right? Today, you have 1,000 people coming in. Your server is only working for 1,000 people. Tomorrow, you need a bigger server. It's automatically given to you. If it happens in the middle of the night, you're sleeping, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Your cloud computing platform can automatically scale it up. And the next morning you woke up, you'll be like, oh, okay, so these many people came in, my cloud computing platform took care of it, right? That's the kind of flexibility that's required in today's world. Now, after understanding all of this, it becomes very, very important that we go on to check why cloud computing is the future. We spoke about cloud computing's past. We spoke about cloud computing's present. But how important is it that we have to talk about cloud computing's future? There's a million reasons why. First of all, let us talk money. Let us talk the big numbers that govern this particular domain, right? The cloud computing market is set to touch somewhere around $300 to $400 billion this particular year in 2021. This has shown steady growth over the last year. In 2020, it was worth $40 billion less. In 2019, it was worth $90 billion lesser. So 90 plus 40 is 130. So right in the last 2 years, this industry has almost doubled, right? It's a trend which is not seen by a lot of other industries, even big guys like data science and all these other domains as well. So this kind of a steady approach, when you think about it, which shows this growth, and even during the pandemic, right? Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were a lot of domains which came crashing down because of the pandemic. But then everyone realized that, they're working from home, they're studying from home, learning from home. Home became the office. Home became the school. When that was the case, their guardian was an internet connection and they had to use the internet to probably continue working, right? I mean, that's what I am doing right now. I'm working from my home. So you are watching this on a YouTube platform, where YouTube platform itself is a cloud computing offering, that service that's provided to you where you can watch videos for free, right? So considering a very simple example, this is a domain that is just showing an uptrend, a graph which it's just going up and up. The salaries that are being paid to cloud computing experts are fantastic. We're going to discuss this to a greater depth in another module, but understand that the salaries are fantastic as well. If it's a domain that's worth $310 billion, you can do the math yourself, right? Now, everyone across the world, as I told you, teachers, students, IT professionals, tech guys, non-tech guys, digital marketers, everyone realized the power of cloud computing in 2020. And it saw a huge surge, especially at the end of 2019, right? $90 billion in 1 year is a fantastic thing. Fine. Fun with the numbers. Now, we have to go on to talk about how innovative everything is in the cloud computing platform, right? One important thing that you guys have to realize is whatever it is that you guys can do offline, you can do it on the cloud, right? It is literally possible to do everything. You can see on your screen right now, the word everything is highlighted in bold. I have done it for a reason, because you literally can do everything you want. You want to make a phone call, you can actually use a cloud computing platform to do it. Do you have to check something about your house whenever you're away from it? You can do it. Do you want your car to be connected to the internet? So probably when you're away from your car, you want details about your car. It's possible. A lot of these companies are now providing you cars which has internet built inside. It has the capability to connect to a satellite and all of that, but it is still possible, right? I give you 3 applications probably out of 3 million. So you guys know what, you can do a lot of these things with this platform, right? Innovation is probably the middle name of cloud computing, if you ask my opinion. Perfect. The next important thing is predictable pricing, right? So whenever you have this policy which says, hey, you only have to pay for what you use, this is hugely advantageous, especially for small companies, especially for individuals who are learning, especially for mid-tier companies, and even the big guys to a certain extent as well. You will know that this is the exact amount that you will be billed going ahead. It gives you a chance, it gives you a thought, it gives you the freedom to go on to invest probably another chunk of money elsewhere, knowing that your cloud computing platform, your entire organization running on the cloud computing platform is going to require XYZ dollars, right? That's a fantastic thing to know. Having predictable pricing and pay-as-you-go policies is the centerpiece, is the reason of why cloud computing is considered to be the future, right? And when you're thinking about it, at the end of the day, it is not only that. When you're talking about cloud computing, you might have a question which states, hey, so I'm using a cloud computing platform. How much of a delay can I expect? How much of a lag can I expect? How much of a performance drop can I expect? Because you working on your own very powerful computer is very different from you being connected to a cloud computing platform, correct? Wrong. There is actually, the cloud computing platform has grown so much these days in these particular years, that it provides the exact same flexibility, the exact same speed, the exact same high performance application. Of course, if you have a high, good enough internet connection, you have access to all of these things. These are actual servers. It is just that it is sitting away from your office. It is still working at its full potential. It is still working the same. It doesn't mean that you don't have a communication gap. That is the power that cloud computing holds over the domain today, right? That's a very, very important thing that you have to know. Now, considering all of these things, knowing that it is the future, one thing that keeps changing is whenever we go on to discuss anything about and we call it, this is the future of cloud computing, in 3 or 4 days, it is sort of implemented, it is in research, someone's already doing something about it, right? That is how fantastic this domain is. Now, let us discuss some of the popular applications that are there for cloud computing, which I think a lot of us use. First thing, social media. Come on, let's be honest. Whatever logos that you see on your screen right now, I'm sure you might have used either of these, all of these, or some of these, right? Twitter, Google+, Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, LinkedIn, Behance, Pinterest, Snapchat, WhatsApp, Skype, Tumblr, Vimeo, YouTube, Dropbox, and I really don't know the last one. So you can think about it, right? So whenever you put your images on Instagram, it is forever there. Even if you lose your phone, if your phone is broken, it doesn't mean your data is gone from Instagram. Unless the data is taken out from their server, it is there. Correct? Makes sense. Same thing for Snapchat, same thing for WhatsApp images, same thing for Skype. whatever you're looking at your screen and all the other social media apps which aren't included on your screen right now, it still works in a similar fashion. The second fantastic thing is activity management, right? Even something as simple as a video call, a video meeting, right? Now, for all the people who are working professionals, you might be having meetings online, right? So it can be Zoom, it can be Google Meet, it can be GoToMeeting, whatever it is. All of these things, how do you think is connecting you guys together? Cloud computing platforms, it's a very popular thing. And right now, I don't think I have to talk about how popular video calls are, right? Because the most commonly heard word today probably is, can you hear me? Or are you on mute? All of these things, it's just so funny, but then understand that there is so much power to this particular domain to get us to this point of convenience, right? It's an important thing. The next popular application I absolutely love, is something which has to do with online gaming. Now, for all the ladies and gentlemen here who are looking towards becoming gamers, or you guys already are gamers, I'm sure you might have heard of one or two of these as well. Google Stadia is a very fantastic project which has the capability to run some of the most resource intensive, the most powerful games with the highest graphics possible just by using your web browser. So it doesn't mean that it's using your computing power to go on to execute it. It's using something from the Google Cloud platform, and you are just given a user interface to play the game. The delay isn't there. You can play fantastic games, and all you need is a good high-speed internet connection. Now, when you think about it, this is such a paradigm shift. The entire world at one point said, hey, you have to spend, 1.5 lakh rupees on a gaming computer if you have to play good games, the latest games. Now it's not the case. You have to spend on a good internet connection to play good games. Well, look at the jump, right? It doesn't cost you 1.5 lakhs to get a good internet connection. And then think about PlayStation Now. PlayStation Now works the same way. Whatever games you can play on PlayStation, you can play it on your PC by, again, connecting to a web browser, downloading an app or whatever it is, right? Now, I have had the opportunity to check out Stadia, and I've had the opportunity to check out PSN. PSN isn't available in India as of the creation of this video, but yes, at the end of the day, it's a fantastic thing. I'm absolutely a huge fan of this. I think it's very popular. There's millions and millions of people who are looking forward to getting into the gaming industry, but there's a good chance that, they might not be able to afford a really, really, really high-end computer to play those favorite games. The world right now is bridging that huge gap, right? Now, the gaming market itself is worth billions and billions of dollars. I don't have to talk about that. I'm sure you guys might know the popularity of games, right? Some of the latest ones, PUBG, Among Us, all of these things. Again, when it goes from just 100 people playing it to 100 million people playing it, how do you think the people in the back end are doing? They have to allot new servers to make sure that these people are accommodated, right? Whenever you connect to a game and you're playing it, you are connected to their server as well. So you have a chunk that you go and you take into those servers. So they cannot sit and cram everyone out there. So, right? That's a very important point. Alright guys, coming to the next popular application of cloud computing. This is something that goes unsaid a lot, but when you take a look at data storage, right? Think about the first thing is emails. Whenever you send an email, whenever you attach something to an email, a photo, a screenshot, whatever it is, it isn't like as soon as you delete the mail from your inbox that it deletes for the person whom you have sent it also, right? No. So whenever you send an email, receive an email, a copy of that is stored in their particular servers. It so happens that, no matter what device that you use, you're using a tablet, you're using a phone, you're using a laptop, your data is still there. You're sitting in the USA, you sent a mail. You're sitting in India, you can access that mail. You know emails, right? It's a fantastic application which goes unsaid, but it is a very popular one. It has just been incorporated so easily into our lives or so nicely into our lives. We don't even know it's there anymore. That's the convenience that Google Cloud Computing, or when you take a look at not just Google, right? There are other guys who do emails as well. There's probably Rediff, there's Yahoo. Microsoft has a fantastic with their Outlook service and all of that. So this is another important thing. Next, when you're taking a look at data storage, think about Box, think about Dropbox, think about the Google Cloud, think about Google Photos, think about Google Drive, probably think about any other company. Right now, this was something that I figured out very recently. Is when you buy a DSLR camera, usually they do provide you free cloud service, free cloud storage maybe for a year or something to actually store all your data online. How fantastic is that? You click pictures and you don't want to lose them, so you push them to a cloud. It's there for 1 year for free and it's safe. So you can delete it from your memory card and you don't have to spend more on your storage, right? I gave you just one or two simple applications, but these are the ones that are actually driving a lot of revenue for these cloud computing platforms as well. These are the these are the applications. These are the reasons that's making them money. We're talking about how we can save money, but we're never addressing the fact that even cloud computing platforms are there to make a profit, right? Perfect. And talking about the next important application has to be Google Colab. I've already spoken to you about Google Colab at the start of this module. So to just quickly give you a brief, it's a Python Jupyter notebook hosted on the Google Cloud platform. You are one or two mouse clicks away from just executing simple Python code. You don't have to download anything. You don't have to configure anything. You don't have to break your head about local dependencies. All of these is absolutely not there. You can use the power of CPUs. You can use the power of graphical processing units, or GPUs as it's called, which to a certain extent, Google Colab gives it to you for free as well. And for most of us, I think it's more than enough. Now, guys, coming to a section where we are going to discuss about the things that you have to learn before you get started with cloud computing. The first thing that I suggest you guys look towards before starting cloud computing is explore a little bit about programming. Now, for all the people who might ask a question here saying, is programming important? Do we require programming for cloud computing? Can we do cloud computing without programming? I think it becomes important that you will require knowledge of programming in one way or another, right? Now, you're working with a lot of data. To talk with data, you're going to require database languages such as SQL, structured query language. You're going to work with multiple databases, right? Now, they might be databases, which is relational databases, RelDBs as we call it, RDBMS, non-relational databases like MongoDB and all of that. So all of these terms, if you haven't heard, it's no issue, but you definitely are going to require knowledge about this thing. So how you store data, how you retrieve data, how you bring in, update, remove, all of these things when you have to perform these operations on data that's sitting on a server, probably on the other side, on the other face of the earth. Well, you're going to have to require knowledge on all of these, right? That's important. The second thing is that you're going to require a programming language such as Python. Now, Python is very popular in cloud computing because in today's world, you can deploy a lot of machine learning algorithms on cloud computing platforms, and Python became popular for cloud computing just for the fact that people realize you can deploy machine learning algorithms using their platforms. How cool is that, right? The third thing, you're going to require some experience with the Microsoft .NET architecture. Now, the .NET architecture is again a huge world all of its own. It has .NET compatible languages, it has frameworks, it has tools, it has techniques. So it's something that you guys definitely should have at least basic functional knowledge of. Right? The last thing is, whenever you're working with programming, be it SQL, be it Python, be it .NET architecture, make sure you guys are taking a hands-on approach. Make sure you guys are taking a look at all of these concepts practically, because theoretically it'll all sound simple until you go on to write your first piece of code, until you go on to write your first query to talk to a database, until you go on to implement or integrate something into an existing architecture. It's until you come to that point, you'll feel like your theory is at its strongest, but without practical knowledge, it becomes very, very difficult, in the domain of cloud computing, guys. So that's a very important thing that you have to know. The second most important thing that you guys definitely have to know about is to pick one popular cloud service provider out there. There's Amazon's Web Services, or AWS. There's Microsoft, who's providing Azure. There's Google, who's providing Google Cloud Platform. And there's IBM also, who's providing IBM Cloud. The top three guys are usually Azure, AWS, and GCP. But maybe you're working for a company or something who might be using another different cloud service. Well, at the end of the day, just pick one that aligns to your requirement. Now, there's a lot of things Azure can do that AWS cannot. There's a lot of things AWS can do that GCP cannot. There's a lot of things all three of the above can do that IBM Cloud cannot. Right? Now, I'm not nitpicking anything. I'm not telling you which one's the best, which one's good, which one's bad, or nothing like that. It is just for the fact that it depends on what you want to do with their platform is what governs how you should pick one, right? Usually it so happens that people always start out with AWS, and that's a fantastic thing. AWS is a really good cloud computing platform to get started with. And cloud computing is such a fantastic domain that even if you get started with AWS and you're a professional in AWS, maybe later down the line, if you have to move to Azure, things are similar to a point where you just have to do a little bit of learning, maybe clear one or two certifications, and you can go on to migrate everything that you have on AWS, completely move it to Azure. You can do that. That's a fantastic aspect of it. But to get to that point where you have the freedom in between multiple providers, you have to be thorough in at least one of them. So my suggestion is pick one of these providers, start learning on it, start implementing stuff, start solving problems, do these little challenges to push yourself, get certified in all of them, and then you can go on to work with your favorite services there, right? That's exactly my next point here. Whenever you say, you're a person who says, okay, so hey, I want to learn AWS. Perfect that you made up your mind for AWS. I'm sure you have your reasons. Now with AWS, it so happens that AWS provides a ton of services. How do you know which one to pick? How would you know to learn all the services in AWS thoroughly? Is a very daunting task. It's not really that easy. It's not possible, at least in my opinion. So find the service that you like. Maybe if you're a person who likes machine learning algorithms, right? So machine learning algorithms in AWS, there's a fantastic service called SageMaker. You can use SageMaker to work with your machine learning models. If you're working with data storage, there's Amazon S3. If you're trying to look at another set of databases, you have the Amazon DynamoDB. You have so many different services. Pick one that aligns with your interest, aligns with your requirement, aligns with your project recommendations, and go on to concentrate that, learn that, use it fully before moving on to another service. I'm not saying that just pick one service, learn that and be there forever. Start with one, become a master of it, and then move to the other. That's my important suggestion for all of you all here, right? Perfect. The next thing is you are going to have to work on your business management skills. Now it's an unorthodox thing to say, hey, a cloud computing guy has to be a good businessman as well. I'm not asking you to be a good businessman. I'm asking you to work on your things such as how you can be a better team player, how you can have very good communication skills and negotiation skills. Sometimes after you get the job, it so happens that sometimes you have to go to a client, you have to pitch your product, you have to ask for pricing and all of that. So you need that bargaining skill, you need the negotiation skill, you need that communication in a way where you will not be the only sole person who's probably working for the company, right? One or two cases, maybe, yeah. But at the end of the day, if you are one guy who's handling entire AWS, it is not possible. So you'll be working in a team. Have the complete capability to be a team player. You'll have to be working with multiple vendors. You'll be working with multiple service providers, right? So one client is going to require a product which the other client might not use. So customization of offerings, whatever you are providing to the client, it will be so customized and personalized to their likes and interests that they will not feel that it's a generic solution that you provided for their problem, right? That's a fantastic thing in terms of client experience, in terms of how you delivered the project on your end. That's a very, very, very important thing that you guys should work upon, and I highly suggest you start with it right now, right? Perfect. The next thing that we're going to talk about is DevOps technology, right? Well, let's be honest. If you're a developer who's watching this video, you will know that the one set of developers will start writing code continuously. There's another set of people, operations, who has to make sure that these lines of code go into the product and they work as expected, right? So in this particular case, to bring together the world of development and to bring together the world of operations, DevOps came into the picture. So you have to have working knowledge about DevOps, because DevOps on a cloud computing platform is really huge. In terms of cloud computing jobs, DevOps professionals usually get a very, very, very high salary compared to others. I'm not saying it's the highest, but in majority of the cases, DevOps cloud experts do get a fantastic salary, right? So here, when we're talking about DevOps, you're going to require knowledge about tools such as Chef, Puppet, Ansible, you have Docker, you have Kubernetes. It's a fantastic orchestration tool. You have containerization technology like Docker that I just mentioned. You're going to have to work with virtual cloud environments. I'm not saying that you have to become a master of this, but before you get started completely to provide solutions with cloud computing, I highly suggest you guys devote some time to learn all of these in the order that we are trying to cover them through, right? So I hope that aspect of it is very clear for all of you all. Fantastic. The next thing that we're going to check out is the top companies that make use of cloud computing. So what you have in your screen is probably 7 or 8 guys, but at the end of the day, when you think about it, there's probably thousands, if not millions, of companies across the globe who use cloud computing, right? In one way or another, a small way or a big way, they are using. If that company is connected to the internet, they are using cloud computing. Now, in that particular case, think about the millions and millions. I think it would be in the billions right? That people are connected to the internet. Well, there's a good chance they're using cloud computing. How fantastic is that? But the top companies definitely who work completely based upon the cloud is Netflix, Instagram, Apple, General Electric, you have eBay, Fitbit. Fitbit was acquired by Google recently, and then you have SAP, or SAP as it's called. And at the end of the day, when you think about all of these on your screen right now, what 4 or 5 companies or whatever you see, these guys are worth trillions and trillions of dollars. If they can think that a cloud computing platform will just give them everything that they require to run their businesses upon, I think even as a small company, an individual contributor, a medium-sized company, all of us should definitely be fine, right? I'm not saying that if Apple says it works for them, it has to work for me. No, in some cases it might not so. It might not happen that way. But in majority of the cases, if it's working for them, you can scale it down and use it at your own level of requirement is my important suggestion here. But yes, these are the top companies that use cloud computing. They're worth trillions of dollars and it's working fantastically for all of them, right? Perfect. Guys, now to discuss about having a career in cloud computing, right? As I told you, the industry grows in hundreds of billions of dollars right now. So whatever numbers we saw at the start of this presentation, we already realized that once you're an industry that's worth like $230, $300 billion and you're seeing $120 billion that's adding every now and then, you have to realize that there's huge growth. There is huge potential here. 35% growth for something that's already valued in billions, right? 35% of 300 billion is a lot of money, right? Perfect. Now, the third thing that you definitely have to think about is right now during COVID-19, as we already discussed, people realize the power of cloud computing. So everyone is jumping to use cloud computing. This means that there is aggressive requirements, thousands and thousands of job openings that get created everywhere, and right time for you guys to jump in and make the best use of it. Maybe you can get your dream job at your dream companies. You can get a really high package, knowing that the world requires more cloud computing experts, but not enough of experts are being put out there right now. The demand and supply gap, right? If you fill that gap, it's going to be highly advantageous for you guys monetarily, to solve problems, and of course 100 other advantages as well, right? Perfect. Now to talk about a very important thing of what happens to cloud computing after COVID-19, I think we have to talk about what happened to cloud computing during COVID-19, right? Usually during March of 2020 or somewhere around that, people thought that there's going to be a huge recession, of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, of the lockdown and all of that. It did happen. Thousands of people lost their jobs. But when you take a look at cloud computing jobs, it was extremely stable. People continuously required more and more experts, right? Why would they fire the ones they have if they want 10 more people, 15 more people? It doesn't make sense. So it just showed the actual requirement. It showed the presence in the scene. It showed how important. It showed that cloud computing is a recession-proof career, or I would say an almost recession-proof, right? Because you never know when the world hits full recession. That goes bonkers, right? But until then, you realize that, hey, you have a safe career. Your career is pretty secure. Because today, if you choose to be a cloud computing expert, there's a good chance you might see through it for the rest of your life, right? So you have to think about this point, and I thought this was very important to be put here as well. And right now, everyone is concerned about their health. Everyone is looking towards healthcare, for what's ahead and all of that. But cloud computing here again is making sure that even in the world of cloud computing, there's thousands, if not millions of solutions that are being put out, and hundreds of healthcare companies across the globe are making use of cloud computing in one way or another, right guys? Perfect. Now to talk about how you guys can work upon building more on knowledge of you guys are using other resources, or if you guys are looking towards doing a parallel learning kind of a thing, my advice is to make sure you stick to one course, you stick to one syllabus, finish it, and then move on to the other. Because as a learner, right, you will be very much interested and fascinated by all the things that are present on the internet with the domain. There is so much information out there, of course, good or bad, that's your call, but there's so much of information that it's like you being dropped in the middle of an ocean, right? So even if you know swimming, practically you cannot swim through an ocean, right? So you'll drown. Our goal here at Great Learning is to make sure that you guys, if you've picked up a domain, if you've picked up a concept, we want you to see it through. We want to make sure you come out of this particular cloud computing full course as a successful person who knows a lot about cloud computing, right? That's an important thing. We are going to take a very, very, very structured, very well thought of, way of creating our syllabus to make sure you get the best out of your time and your efforts of learning as well, right? So guys, make sure you guys, any comments that you might have whenever you're watching this video, head to the comment section, put it down there, because we'll see it as soon as you put it. We'll be more than happy to address your questions. There's a good chance that you guys might have doubts as well, right? So talk to us. You can connect with us, you can talk to us, join in on our live sessions. Make sure that you are just keeping your learning rate up, and to go on to do that, it becomes very vital that you have the right channels to do it. And here at Great Learning, we provide multiple channels for you guys to go on to learn more, to connect with us and whatnot, right? So Great Learning Academy is a fantastic place for you guys to check out. We have 200 plus courses accessible for you guys, absolutely free of cost. You can enroll into it for free. You can learn for free. You can get a certificate of completion absolutely free of cost as well. So I highly suggest you guys check out Great Learning Academy. And then you have the Great Learning YouTube channel through which you're watching this video, and you have Great Learning blogs, which again, all of these things that you see, even the free content is so well thought of here that we want to have the most impact as an e-learning company on you guys, right? Providing the highest quality of education is everything that we stand for here at Great Learning, and you have all of these sources that you guys can definitely use to improvise on your learning. So guys, all of these things will definitely get you started with the domain, but I highly suggest if you're looking to become a thorough expert, take a look at all these specialization offerings, take a look at all of these courses we have here at Great Learning to make sure that you guys are working towards becoming complete professionals in the domain, right? So guys, with that, we have come to the end of module number 1. I'll see you in the next one. So alright guys, welcome to module number 2, which is talking about understanding the cloud computing domain. Now guys, it becomes very important that all of you all who are watching this full course are very curious to understand about what exactly is your requirement as a cloud engineer, as a cloud developer, or a professional as well, right? So to align yourself and to align your learning with respect to what the industry is asking for, we are going to have a very important module here where we're going to be understanding the domain itself, right? Guys, we can go on to begin by checking out the trends of cloud computing. See, you need to understand the current trends to make sure that you align your learning with respect to that, okay? After that, a very, very important thing that all of you all should definitely need to know about is the roles and responsibilities of a cloud engineer. Now, if you just keep learning constantly without having to know what's happening in the industry, then there's a good chance that you might have overlearned something or you've underlearned something, and at the end of the day, when you try to use it for your industry level experience and to actually look for a job and do all of that, you might be missing on some of the most important things which govern the domain itself, right? So to understand this kind of a thing, I believe module number 2 is going to add a lot of value for your learning and your interests, in a career in cloud computing, right? So after checking out the roles and responsibilities of a cloud engineer, next we're going to take a look at some sample job descriptions. Now, with respect to trends, we're going to analyze that in detail. With respect to roles and responsibilities, we're going to check that out in detail as well. Now, understanding both of these, we have to make sure whatever we have learned is exactly what's going on in the industry, right? So we're going to take a look at sample job descriptions of multiple levels, entry-level jobs, mid-level jobs, and even senior-level jobs to see, whatever we're learning is aligning with respect to that. That is going to help you a lot, guys. After which, of course, we're going to take into account a very, very important thing and a very fun aspect of cloud computing. It's very interesting to know that a cloud expert gets paid a very handsome salary, guys. So make sure you stick till the end of this particular module. The salary trends are absolutely amazing, and I'm sure you guys are curious for the same as well, right? Perfect, guys. I hope the agenda for this particular module is clear for everyone. We can go on to begin. Now, even before we dive into the trends, I just wanted a quick did you know section, in the case of cloud computing for all of you all. Here are some really interesting, facts which you may or may not know, right? Now, whenever you think about cloud computing, I think the names which come into your head are very common: AWS, GCP, Azure, and all of that. But did you know that in the world that we live in, as a consumer, most of the cloud computing activities that ever happen usually happen in the banking sector? Now, you would already know the world of finance. You would have already known the world of banking, right? So there's a lot of transactions going on. Banks have to have a good uptime, as in they cannot shut down their online services and all of that. They'll take a loss in millions of dollars if that happens, right? But then the fun part is this: people usually think the IT sector has the biggest share in the cloud computing industry, but it's actually not. It's the banking and the finance sector there. Okay. The second important point here is actually that one half of the entirety of the American government, the US government, actually works based upon the cloud, right? So if they're using a cloud computing platform to run the governance, or let's say half of the entire government that takes to run the country itself on the cloud, I think it's safe to say that this is a solution that will work for a variety of domains, right? Perfect. Now, the third thing that we have to talk about is how strong this particular domain fundamentally is. We already spoke about this in the previous module, but to reiterate, right? We already saw what the market was worth: 200 billion, 300 billion, and all of that. We saw the growth from 2018 to 19, 19 to 20, and expected growth up to 21, 22, and all of that. But in the next 3 years, what happens 3 years from now? 2022, 2023, 2024. What happens here, right? Well, the cloud market is going to explode. It's going to touch $650 billion, guys. Now, as a person, you watching this video, you might be like, okay, so 650 billion doesn't seem like a lot. But at the end of the day, the growth that we're going from 300 billion all the way to 600 billion, right? So you will know the amount of zeros that goes into a billion. So the fundamental trend, the fundamental strength that this particular domain shows in terms of its growth is absolutely astonishing. And, I think I would say that it is unmatched by any other industry looking at the trends right now. Right? And of course, considering all three of these points and a lot of other points, I think it shouldn't surprise you that cloud computing is considered to be one of the fastest growing IT domains ever. Now, when you think about fastest growing, you usually look at revenue. We just spoke about 300 billion to 600 billion and all of that. But the other side of thing that you really should be concerned about is, first of all, the thousands, if not millions of jobs that are being created. The second thing is that companies who do not use cloud computing or only use some of it now wants to use the entirety of the domain itself, right? So they want to completely jump ship from on-premise to use the cloud computing network. They want to push with everything that they have to move an entire architecture to the cloud. This is not just one company. We have thousands of companies who are planning to do this in the next couple of years, right? So this again shows, right? The third thing that you have to think about in this particular point is not just that people are moving to the cloud. Sometimes it so happens that people are moving and switching between cloud providers. Maybe today they're using AWS and they require a service which AWS is not providing. So they might have to jump ship and take their entire project over to Microsoft Azure. Now, in that particular case, migrating from AWS to Azure is a very, very tedious task. And of course, it's the same vice versa as well. But the important train of thought here that you guys have to understand is that even to move from one domain to the other, one provider to the other, it takes hundreds of people. It takes a lot of man hours. It creates a lot of jobs in itself, right? So people will want more architects to make sure that they can, move from AWS to Azure, Azure to AWS to GCP, whatever is the current requirement at hand. So these three reasons that I just mentioned are why, that cloud computing can be considered as the fastest growing domains, at least in my opinion, right? Perfect, guys. Now, to align your learning with what's going on in the industry, I think it adds a lot of value that we go on to check out the latest trends in the cloud computing industry. It is, first of all, very important to understand trends. Let me tell you this. It adds a lot of value to your learning and it aligns yourself to the industry. Now, what's happening in the world today is there's a concept called hybrid cloud environment. We're going to cover this, in detail in the next module. But for now, we have to know that hybrid cloud is like a company having their own cloud and also using a public cloud like AWS, Azure, or GCP. So once there's a combination of a hybrid approach, right? Now, usually you would have heard the term hybrid usually in the automobile industry, right? So if you have a hybrid car, it means that it can run both on fossil fuels and electricity as well, right? So it will have batteries, it'll have a motor, and of course, it runs on petrol, diesel, whatever it is, right? So hybrid is using two of these things. Here as well, you'll have an on-premise server and there's a good chance you'll have a public cloud as well. Now, aligning this to the trends part of things, this kind of an environment today for the companies who have not used cloud computing before is growing to a very good extent. So everyone who's looking to, get started with the cloud computing industry might not have the complete capability to switch entirely to a public cloud platform or a private cloud or whatever it is. So having a hybrid model like this is like a bridge for them. It's like a halfway point to get into complete domain itself, right? So people are doing this now and there's an uptrend here. Now, what does it mean for you as a learner? So for you as a learner, it adds so much value to understand that, hey, if you can work on learning about these hybrid clouds, understanding how you can implement it, knowing how different it is from public clouds, private clouds, community clouds, all of these things, that will add a lot of value to your learning, right? That's my point here. First of all, understand that this is a very trending domain. There are trends created every single day, but all of the trends that you see here, I've researched this to a very good amount of extent, and these are the ones that are considered to be the top trends, if you may, right? Perfect. Now, after the hybrid cloud thing, I think the next concern that everyone would have if you're moving to a cloud computing platform, or if you're, giving your company's data to someone else to store or whatever it is, I think it has to be security concerns, right? Again, we're going to cover this in depth in the next module. But for now, I think it adds a lot of value for you to understand that today's cloud computing platforms are highly, highly, highly secure. Now, it so happens, right? So when you think about it, if you have a company, you have a lot of data which you do not want a lot of people to access to, right? So you'll have authorized access. You'll be trying to not hide your data, but you will make sure to provide authorized access to it. Now, if you're storing all your company's data, or let's say you're running an entire company based on a cloud computing platform, it's a public cloud. So obviously it'll be managed by AWS, GCP, IBM, all of these guys. You're trusting them with your data, right? Now, what are the chances that the data centers don't get hacked? What are the chances that someone might misuse your data? How can you trust AWS? How can you trust Microsoft with your data, right? Now, these were some concerns which were raised probably a decade ago at the start of cloud computing. But then now that these guys have become big names where they're punching in, clients, again, who are pouring billions of dollars into the industry itself, I think it adds a lot of value to knowing that your data is safe and secure with them, right? So this is not always the case. There have been cases where, data is actually breached by an unauthorized user, a hacker, and, it can be physical access, it can be online access. If it's online access, they usually try to use your authentication keys and try to get access to your cloud computing platform. They might try to break all the firewalls that exist and try to actually pick up the data from the server directly. The third thing is if they actually have physical access to the servers themselves. Now, this is a very, very rare thing. If you go on to check what a data center looks like, right? Just watch a video, Google's data center, Facebook's data center, and all of that. You will realize that this is a fortified building, right? So to get into it and to actually touch the servers, it is impossible for a common man. Let's be very honest with that, because these data centers are 24/7, 365 days under guard, right? So all the people who are security guards here usually are ex-military. So and it's not just that they're from the military or anything like that. It's just that they're very heavily armed. So to go on to a private property and to go on to, mess with them will end up very badly. So people usually do not try to physically get into a data center and all of that. And let's say you're a person who's authorized, right? So you can be authorized and you might misuse your data as well. In that particular case as well, once you even get into the data center, there's usually 11, 12, 13 levels of access clearance that you require before you can physically go touch the servers. Now, why am I saying touch the servers all this while? See, touching the servers means if you have physical contact with it, you can put a pen drive into it, you can connect another device to it, you can connect to the network physically and try to work around the firewalls. You can probably steal hard drives. So all of these things are concerns, right? But then these days, with ongoing increased security methodologies, there is no chance. I would not say no chance, but there's a 99.9% chance that your data is secure with all of these public cloud providers, right? Perfect, guys. Now, if you take a look at another very important trend is the costs of running your company or a cloud computing platform is definitely exponentially cheaper than you actually buying the servers and maintaining it yourself. We've covered this in module number 1. The most important thing that you have to probably realize here is that even these days, cloud computing platforms are getting so competitive that people are actually going to reduce the prices rather than increasing it, right? Now, what you might think is, the electricity prices are going up, storage hardware is going up, minimum wages are going up. So everything is going up. But how can the costs of running a cloud computing platform like AWS or GCP come down, right? That is due to the competitive nature. Now, here is an undue advantage for a user. If AWS is providing a service at, let's say, X cost, so Azure is going to come up and Azure is going to say, hey, we can do that for cheaper. So when Azure does that for cheaper, Google Cloud Platform steps in and say, oh, what are you guys doing? I can give it even for a cheaper price. Well, when that's the case, who do you think benefits the maximum out of here? It's the end user, right? Because of course he or she is going to go find whoever is providing the services for the cheapest cost, and all these names, right? Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all of these are really big names which you can trust. So at the end of the day, the customer is going to just walk in and use a platform of whoever is giving the best cost, the best return on their investment, right? So these providers constantly keep changing these prices. They keep working on it to make sure more and more users get into the platform itself, right? Be it an individual contributor, be it that you are a multinational corporation who makes maybe billions of dollars a year. Both of these people have the equal opportunity to, scale their businesses up really quick. Of course, an individual contributor will be billed a lot less than probably an entire company running on the cloud. But at the end of the day, the cost that you might have to bear is very, very similar in terms of the services that you use. Why is this the case? Because of the pay-as-you-go policy, right? Perfect. Now, another very important trend that I think we should discuss is to talk about what all you can do in the cloud computing platform. There was a time when you can only probably send emails. There was a time when you could only back up data on the cloud computing platform and do nothing else. Well, now that's not the case. You can do a lot, especially in the world of data science. Data science and cloud computing has come together in a fantastic way, especially with the case of machine learning, right? So, even multiple domains themselves have come into collaboration with each other. Now, let's say that you have something that Oracle provides, so you're moving to Oracle, but then you realize you want to make use of the power of Azure ML as well. So Oracle and Microsoft are coming together to provide a multi-cloud agreement for you guys in a way where you can use services from both these guys. It's like a tie-up in between. These one guy provides the networking while other guy provides the platform. Things like that. It's a very complex thing. But knowing that there's more than 2 or 3 companies who are willing to do this to give the best services possible. Now, why would Microsoft or Oracle want to do this? Because there is a demand for it. People are looking forward to using both Oracle and Azure right now. In those particular cases, they are looking forward to give you the most seamless way of how you can integrate this and use it effectively for your business, right? That's a very, very important trend, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to understand. The next trend that we have to talk about, I think, is about disaster recovery services. You can be very careful. You can have armed guards. You can have the best firewall and all of that. But if nature goes against you, I don't think there's a lot we can do, right? Think about earthquakes. Think about tsunamis. Any natural calamity. So these computers, these hardware, they're usually very, very finicky to these things, right? It's the items that go into making a server, into having a data center, they are very delicate. Think about throwing around your laptop or computer. Do you think that's going to work fine? No, right? So when the earth shakes, or, when probably server racks fall down or something happens, when there's physical damage, especially with your hard disks, you might know this. If you ever drop a hard disk, there's a good chance it's gone for good, right? So it so happens that even, they're not water resistant as well. These are electronics. As soon as they see water, they short and they die, right? So what happens to your data when this is the case? The latest trends, right? I mean, this is a concept. This is a very old concept where they would back up your data across multiple continents to make sure, if something happened to one part of your data sitting in, Canada servers, it would have been backed up in India servers in a way where, the company can just log in here and pick up the data from here directly. So having these backups, having these redundancies are very important. And with every passing day, there are new methodologies, new tools, and new techniques that even the cloud computing platform themselves are giving the user, saying, hey, you do not have to worry about your data in case if there's data breaches, in case if there's loss of data, whatever it is. We are going to take care of it. Here's the latest and the greatest things we're doing to do so. That's a very important thing that you have to know. We can go on to begin with the first point. So how does it work, cloud computing? Well, guys, I want you to head to the comment section and tell me what your thoughts are about, how you think cloud computing works. So head to the comment section and let me know. And, while you guys go on to do that, let me talk to you about two of the most important components. In fact, it's three components, but I'll tell you why these two happen to be the most important ones, right? So, in a cloud computing environment, an important thing is we divide the working into two parts. One is the front end and the other is the back end. Now, when someone says, hey, we're trying to do something in the front end, especially if you talk to web developers, right? They are usually, throwing around this term front end, back end and all of that. So what does it actually mean? To give you a very simple example, let us actually go into the terms of web development itself. When you go on to, Amazon's website, maybe you want to buy new shoes or something, right? As soon as you click Amazon.in, you go into their website, you see all of these shoes. That is the front end. What you interact with directly, the images, the prices, there's a discount, there's an offer running. You can see, what address it has to be delivered to, everything, right? So whatever you can see, feel and interact on a web page is considered to be the front end. Now, there is this kind of a division that happens saying, hey, data is not stored on the front end, but data is stored in the back end. What do we mean by that? Now, whenever you have to show something on the website, you have to have data for it, right? For example, images of all the shoes that you want to buy, the image has to be stored somewhere physically. Now, that image actually is stored on an Amazon server in the backend, right? Now, that server can be, as always, anywhere across the world. Now, that becomes the backend. There is a link that goes on between the backend and the front end in such a way that whatever data is required and, addressed to by the front end, the backend has the capability to provide this if it is applicable, right? Now, when you usually search for images of shoes, you usually don't get images of let's say food or shirts or something, right? You get the picture of shoes because the backend knows what it is being asked for, and then it provides the exact same thing to the front end. This again is a very important thing. This distinction that has been created because the front end is a very, very complicated thing to work on its own, and a back end thing is again another completely different entity which is very complex to work with. Data storage, data handling, data manipulation. You have to do so many things to make sure that your back end is readily giving the data to the front end, right? So in this particular case, when we go on to dive a little deeper into understanding why there's a split in between these two, we have to understand what it is that we're doing this for, and of course, why it is considered important. The front end is a very important thing. It will give you access to everything that is stored on the server. Instead of you directly connecting into the server, you look at an interface which connects to the server on behalf of you. Of course, indirectly, you are still connected there, but it is not like you're, opening up multiple folders of data that's present in the server and then looking at pictures of shoes, right? So the same thing happens on cloud. In fact, the web development example I gave you also works on the cloud itself, right? So wherever the user has to access any sort of data, it doesn't have to be data. It can be a very simple button which says add to cart, remove from cart. All of these are operations which are making your user experience better, right? So this is what defines the entire aspect of user experience. So whenever someone says, hey, Amazon has such a nice user interface, Flipkart has such a nice user interface, or any other app or web application or anything that is, it is because the front end has been designed in such a way that they know what the users are asking for and they're providing the exact same thing. That is why the front end is popular. And of course, whenever you use your applications as well, right, you're using the front end of YouTube right now. It is not like you're typing in zeros and ones and directly heading to the server and accessing the file that is present there, right? The same file is coming to you through the front end. Perfect. Now to talk about the backend. Backend is where everything, right? All the servers, all the data, and everything that is ever needed by the front end is actually stored there. Now, to give you a quick examples, whenever you go on to see some websites, right? Now, there are many sites which give you like a graph or something that shows how far away the COVID-19 pandemic has spread. By each country, you can see which cities have the most amount of infection and all of that, right? So you look at this beautiful looking graphs and dashboards. Now, to power all of these graphs and dashboards, there has to be certain data which went into creating all these graphs, right? Especially if they're real-time graphs, as in the graphs that keep changing, as in when the data is changing, the data is directly linked to it from the backend. So directly it can access the data from the server. It can send a request and the backend, responds to that particular request. And this is how the entire world of cloud computing is in fact catered. Front end always puts out a request, back end checks if it's a valid request or not, and then it responds to the request. And be it any simple service, be it any complicated service, this kind of a transaction that happens between request and response is the foundational concept of how you would connect to a network yourself. Right now, whenever you go on to Amazon's website as well, you're trying to request something through the front end, which again the data is going to be in the back end to bring. So I hope this clears up everything that you have to know with respect to the front end and with respect to the back end, right? Now there's a very important concept, another one called as middleware. Now, this is specifically in the world of cloud computing because middleware is actually a software platform, which acts like a bridge in between two devices or two applications. Now, middlewares are very, very common here. It is used by the end users directly. When you go on to use your laptop to access Amazon's website, or you use your mobile to access Amazon's website, what you're actually trying to do, you're using your device to connect to another device which has the data, right? So there has to be certain software which understands what it is that you're requesting and what it is that the server has to give back. So it sits in the middle, as it sounds, right? Between the server, between the user, the middleware acts as a bridge, right? It's a software platform. It's a very important concept. And at the end of the day, when you think about it, direct usage is not there. You're using it, of course, right? You're not building the bridge, but you're crossing the bridge. That's an important thing you have to know. Directly, it's not used by the end user, but by all the developers who want to make sure that their cloud computing platform is accessible to the world. And whenever your application is on this platform, it can be accessed via multiple hardwares and softwares across the world, right? To go on to do this, middlewares are very, very important. It is considered as, one of the most important aspect of how you can expand your world of cloud computing, right? If you just had one laptop and one server and there's nothing else that could connect to it, that would not serve as a cloud computing platform, to be honest, right? A cloud computing platform must be able to be accessed through from anywhere across the world if you have a stable internet connection, right? Now, I hope this clears up three important things: the front end, the back end, and the middleware, right, guys? Perfect. Now, once you go on to understand that, there is another important concept here called redundancy, which is vital for the working of cloud computing. Now, whenever you have certain data, let's say you have 200 gigabytes worth of data that you have to store in the cloud computing platform, you might think that all 200 gigabytes might just sit on the same hard drive on the same server every single time, but it is not the case. So your data can, of course, be there on the single server. It can be there in a common place and all of that. But usually what happens is it is split across the world, and there are multiple backups of the data, and there are backups of the backup itself. Now, why is it that the world requires, so much of redundancy, right? The most important thing that we have to talk about here is all of these things that can affect your application in a way. Now, a very important thing that you have to know is if there is a downtime with your cloud computing platform, right? Be it AWS, GCP, let's say your application is on the cloud computing platform, your company is running on the cloud, but there is something wrong with the cloud and their platform shuts down for maybe 5 or 6 hours. For the big companies who use this, it is going to account for a financial loss of millions of dollars just because of a couple of hours of downtime, right? Now, probably for us who do not use a cloud computing platform, if we lose our internet for 1 or 2 hours, I don't think there's a drastic change of what might happen. Of course, this is not the same for everybody, but if this happens for the cloud computing platform where your entire company's data is sitting, well, you're going to take a big loss, right? So what are the things which affect the working of cloud computing? The first thing of why you would require redundancy, I think, is security threats, right? Now, let's say you have all your data on a server, which is probably sitting in Mumbai. And if the server is breached, if there are security threats, if there are people who are hacked into the servers or someone came, stole the hard drives, all of these are sometimes hypothetical, but sometimes they have actually happened, right? So with security threats, be it threats to software, be it actually storming into a data center and, running away with all the hardware, you have to think about it. If your data is present only on that server, if something happens to that server, if something happens to that hard disk, well, your data is lost, right? So to make sure it doesn't come to this, you back it up in multiple places. Now, with multiple cloud computing platform, this backup is an automatic feature. There's multiple storage services given in a way where as soon as you push your data, let's say you have one image that you put to your cloud computing platform, this will automatically get backed up in multiple servers to make sure that even if there is something wrong with one server, your data is still accessible. You can pull it from another server, right? The second thing has to be natural calamities. I think when the force of nature comes into play, there's not a lot that we can do, right? Think about tsunamis, think about earthquakes and all of this. Usually these data centers are placed in a safe place where, there's not a lot of these activities around, but then you never know. Sometimes it might happen that an entire data center can stop working if there's an earthquake. As we have discussed in the previous modules, hardware and software, especially these electronic items, are very, very susceptible to all of these things. So since they're very delicate, they have to be cared for in a very important way. Now, there could be a very small thing. For example, there's an earthquake, but the building is fine, your servers are fine and all of that, but something happened to the cooling system. Now, even for the cooling system, there's usually a backup cooling system, because if this one fails and, you cannot just shut down a data center and tell your clients to say, hey, wait up. Right? So you have to move terabytes and terabytes worth of data to another data center to actually shut it down. And that usually doesn't happen. So even if a small thing is wrong with your cooling system, your entire server thing is going to shut down, because if it cannot cool, it's going to touch really high temperatures and there's going to be an automatic shutdown which says, hey, sorry, at this temperature, if the servers keep working, they're going to destroy themselves, right? So that's an important thing that you have to know about natural calamities. Now, the third thing is data breaches. Again, as I've mentioned, sometimes it so happens that with the cloud computing platform, if you're not careful with all these authentication keys and access protocols, someone might be able to access your data, misuse it, and, cause you to have, first of all, be panicked. The second thing is misuse of your data is something which is not considered as a small thing. The third thing is that it might hurt your company in a way where, someone just came into your server, messed around with things, you do not know about it, you go ahead, deliver it, and then once it is live, things go wrong, right? Now, that's a very important thing, which even if it goes wrong, there is nothing you can do. You have to shut it down, rework it, and then bring the application back up again. But you have a backup. What usually happens is as soon as you see that there's a problem, shut it down, start it up in the backup or something called as the, the secondary server node, and then start working on that. That will still be working fine, because probably with version control, it is using an older software or something like that. So it makes sure that at the end of the day, whenever you're working with a single point of data, even if it's corrupt, even if it's under threat, there is something else that will still keep your application running, right? The fourth thing is data loss. Of course, data loss can be something that's caused by us. Data loss is something that can be done automatically. It so happens that hard drives are susceptible to its life, right? Every time you read and write, you're taking away a small amount of life from these hard drives. If you just put everything on a single hard drive, this might have happened to you. This definitely has happened to me, right? Now, I have lost a 2 terabyte hard disk, which is full of important data for me. Of course, I'm trying to get it restored and all of that. But if I hadn't backed up all the important information there, I would have lost it. And sometimes you lose it permanently. There's no way to restore them. Right now, there are so many important things which might be your personal things, which might be your company related stuff. And this ensures that if you lose it, well, sometimes it is not possible to bring it back again, right? Now, if you have important photos, which I think a lot of us, even a silly thing of resetting your mobile and deleting it, these days have become a concern, right? People usually don't remove everything there and then start up fresh because they're scared that, they might lose some photos, contacts, or important data. This is one of the reasons why Google Photos has become very popular as well, right? So every time you click a photo, it has the capability to automatically upload it to the cloud. So even if something happens to your device, your photo is still present on the cloud. It is safe and it can be accessed by any device sitting at any corner of the globe if you have an internet connection. Now, these reasons are why redundancies are very important. It is good to have your data backed up. Now, you might ask a question saying, doesn't it cost to add more storage? It does, but I'll tell you what. The failure of your application, the downtime is going to cost 10 times, 100 times more than actually paying for, having your data backed up. So when you think about it, I think it is definitely a worth investment to take a look at this and make sure your data is backed up in the correct way, right? So it is a good thing. Cloud companies itself, providers itself provide you multiple different ways of how you can go on to have multiple copies of similar data. And these options that they give you will ensure that your data is spread across the world. Again, whenever you're being given, this kind of a backup service, if they still put it on the same server, it doesn't make sense. What if that server goes corrupt, right? So they spread your data out onto multiple servers on multiple continents. Now you might have a photo which is probably backed up in the US and the UK, somewhere in Africa, or you know the point here, right? So it is a good thing to have. It is an important thing to have. And this redundancy is what adds strength to the platform. So it becomes vital that you guys understand that redundancy is a good thing, it is required, and it is a foundational concept in the world of cloud computing. If it weren't for redundancy, if you were to move everything on a single server, sitting on the cloud, not just even on the cloud, even if it's an on-premise network, even if it's a server sitting in your office, if you have everything on that server, if it fails, your data goes, right? So guys, redundancy is a great thing to have in the world of cloud computing. And I thought you guys definitely should know that since we are discussing the working of cloud computing here, right? Perfect. Next, we're going to take a look at the types of cloud deployment. Now, there's multiple types of cloud deployment out there, and I think you might have heard of a few of these, right? There's 4 very important types of cloud deployment. There's public cloud, there's private cloud, there's hybrid cloud, and there's community cloud. So let us check out all of these individually, understand what is the advantage of using it, understand what is the disadvantage of using them as well, right? So coming to public cloud. Now, you guys know public cloud. You might just not know that it is called as a public cloud, right? Public cloud is considered to be the most popular form of cloud deployment out there. It is one common infrastructure which gets shared by all the customers out there, right? Whenever you think about it, AWS is not meant for one company, or Azure is not just meant for 3 different companies who only use that particular platform, right? AWS, Azure, GCP, all of these are common platforms which are used by thousands of people out there. So this infrastructure is common. It is shared to the public, right? A good example is, of course, AWS, Azure, and GCP, and this itself is the public cloud. So whenever you go on to train to be an AWS expert, Azure expert, or GCP expert, you are looking towards how you can work best to support the applications or make them work using a public cloud deployment methodology, right? So this is public cloud. But then when you take a look at the advantages and disadvantages, the first big advantage that we have to talk about, I think, is the pay-as-you-go model, right? With the pay-as-you-go model, you are charged on this particular platforms for either every minute or every hour of the usage that you go on to make. This is very important for you guys to know. Because when you think about it, if you are using a platform for half an hour, but you're being charged for an entire day, your cost is going to rise up very high, right? But if you're using it for 37.3 minutes, but you're charged for 37.3 minutes, it makes sure that, you are keeping a good check on your value for money as well. The second advantage of public cloud platforms or the deployment methodologies here is that you can create highly scalable systems very easily. Now, when we talk about scalability, I'll give you a good example. Today, let's say you're a brand or a company who is still new. You're an entrepreneur. You just started out something. You're catering to maybe 10 people today, 20 people today and all of that. Suddenly you start growing rapidly and you have 100 if not 1,000 customers, and of course, maybe down the line you have millions of customers who are coming to purchase your products. In that particular case, your servers need to have the capability to make sure that it can host. Every time there is a person who's going to Amazon, they're making a request and the server is free to respond to it, right? It has some sort of resources that it can say, hey, okay, so you're requesting something, let me respond because I am not busy. Now, if your server is only meant for 10 people and it is continuously catering to these 10 people, and now if it sees a traffic inrush of 1,000 people, there's only 10 people. You cannot cater to 1,000 people unless you make them wait, right? That's not the point here. The point here is to make sure the company or whatever is the application you're running on the public cloud platform grows as much as it can. And I think the most important advantage here when we talk about scalability is you as a customer will be pushing the cloud computing platform. It's not that they will be a limitation. It is just that your company there's a good chance that you can never touch the limitations of, what these big guys like AWS, Azure or GCP provide. If you say, hey, I require 1,000 or 10,000 terabytes worth of storage, that would be a piece of cake for them to provide it for you. Right? So it's a very important thing that you guys have to know. Now, these are advantages. What is the disadvantage of using a public cloud? A very important disadvantage that you guys have to know here is that the complete control of how the entire infrastructure works. What is happening with the services, what services gets added, dropped, service, support, hardware, software. All of this is in the control of the person who's providing it, right? So if you're using AWS, the working of AWS itself, the platform itself is in his or her control, whoever is running AWS. So you do not have that kind of a freedom which you might say, which you might have if you had your own server, right? If you just want to do things differently on your own server, you could. But if you're bound to AWS, Azure or GCP, sometimes you do have to think about their own architecture and you have to blend yourself to able to work efficiently in that architecture, right? That's a disadvantage, sure. Coming to private cloud. Private cloud is a fantastic thing. It's been used for a really, really long time, ever since the days servers have, come up and become popular. A private cloud is a very simple thing. It's a server or it's a network of servers that is being used by one organization. Now, if you can think about a company, maybe your company or anything, they usually might have server racks in the office where this data is usually shared among the employees, or it is a piece of data that is not put out on a platform out there, right? Like AWS, Azure, or anything like that. And it might be very important data, it might be confidential data, and all of these things which has to be accessed by only certain people, right? It might contain your company's secrets, all of these things. Now, in that particular case, usually it is better to have a private cloud. And in that private cloud, you can have your own access methodologies. Maybe you want to provide access to that particular server to the CEO, CO, and all of those people, but everyone else doesn't have access to that. Well, that is possible to do, right? In this case, you yourself will be completely owning the cloud platform, that you yourself will be owning all the servers. If you have a network of servers and if you can access the data from an application anywhere in the world, that itself is actually a cloud computing platform, right? So you are responsible for a lot of different things here. Be it infrastructure, be it software, be it hardware, or everything in the world that is needed to make it work. In this case, again, you have to take responsibility for a lot of things, right? Your own backups, your own cooling systems, your own electricity, your own, personnel to maintain all of these servers. There's a lot of things, which adds complexity in the world of private cloud. But then it is still popular. People still use it. There's multiple reasons of why that is the case. And, one of these reasons is that data security will be the highest priority, right? If you're a government organization or if you are something related to military or anything, you do not want your data on a public platform, right? It is encrypted. It is very secure. Data centers are protected by guns. You cannot hack into it. Firewalls are very, very, tough to break into. All of those are good things, but still your data is out to a company whom you may or may not trust. And sometimes it so happens when you're running governments or usually financial organizations, you do not want to trust your data with these companies, right? So in that particular case, if data security becomes the highest priority, there is no better place than a private cloud. The second thing is, whenever you have valuable assets in your particular cloud computing servers, as we've just mentioned, it is easy to restrict access to anyone. So if you just choose to say, hey, okay, so this person doesn't have to access all of these things. These are important. These are meant only for higher level, employees and all of that. Well, with 2 or 3 mouse clicks, you can actually do that. You can restrict access and the person will not have access to the servers. That's an important thing here, right? Confidentiality has to be championed and it doesn't get better than private cloud. Advantages are fine, but there's a disadvantage here as well. So whenever you talk about versatility or whenever you talk about ease of scalability, it becomes very, very difficult and it's a hassle if you have a private cloud. You yourself have to go on to work on it. Scaling up will be a problem. Today you have a server which caters 100 people. Tomorrow you see 10,000 people who want to use it. You have to go buy brand new servers. You have to integrate them with the one that's existing. You have to buy all the hardware, which is again lot expensive. You have to find new people to maintain these. You have to have people who work on the software side of things, the hardware side of things. You have to work on a middleware. It gets really complex, right? So even though the advantages are immense, there is a very good disadvantage here that you have to consider as well. So now that we checked out the public cloud and the private cloud, there's a very important type of cloud, which again is rising. I would say it's running to its popularity today. That's the hybrid cloud. Now, when you say hybrid itself, what does it mean, right? It's usually a combination of something. A hybrid car is basically a combination that runs on maybe petroleum and electricity as well, right? So it has both electric motors, which can work on batteries, and it has fuel and an engine, which can work. And sometimes they do work hand in hand together, right? So the electric motors can spin faster than the engine to make it go faster and still have the engine working as well, right? So when you talk about this in the terms of the cloud computing system, a hybrid cloud is basically a combination of both a private cloud and a public cloud. Now, a private cloud, you know what it is. A public cloud, same, you know what it is. So you bring together a solution where certain companies might have to have both of these, right? They can have a ton of data which they would not want to store on their private cloud. So they could, move everything to a public cloud platform. But they can also have some very, very important data that they think that should not leave the organization itself. So they can have it on their private cloud, right? But then, of course, the private cloud aspect of things cannot scale up with respect to the demands that are there. But in the case of a hybrid cloud technology, what usually happens is that all your data, all the compute power comes from the public cloud platform. So it is doing all the heavy lifting for you in a way where your private cloud is there for the sake of it. You can have all your data stored there. You can do a little bit of computing, but the heavy lifting that goes on is usually by the public cloud platform. So you're getting the advantage of having a huge ocean of resources and still having a good amount of data security. That is what makes hybrid cloud really, really popular. It is considered to be the next new standard for the world of cloud computing itself. And to be honest with you, if there are thousands and thousands of companies who are using cloud computing, I bet that, the majority of them are using hybrid cloud in a way or the other, right? So in one way or another, they are very popular at it. Now, when you have to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of it, I think scalability has to be the biggest thing in the case of a public cloud. The advantage here is you get scalability advantages from a public cloud. You also get the security of a private cloud. When you bring it together, it's the best of both worlds, right? That's the biggest advantage. The second thing I think has to be cost effectivity. Now, when you have to set up your own servers to cater an entire applications, you might have to pay 10 if not 100 times more than what you would do for a cloud computing provider. So have all your data on a public cloud platform. Of course, whatever is not on your private cloud, have it run there, use their services. Whenever it's needed, you can move your data between your private and public cloud and all of that. So in terms of cost effectiveness, it is actually very, very good, and it is extremely cheap compared to just having and running a private cloud, right? Perfect. These are two advantages. Let's talk about one disadvantage here. So whenever you're talking about data moving in between the private and the public cloud, it so happens that there can be multiple attacks to your data and it can be breached on the way. There's so many different types of attacks, man in the middle attack and all of that, where hackers actually get physically connected into the network between your private and public cloud. They'll start pulling in all your data. They can start feeding in new data. They can replace everything. It is not easy as it sounds, but it does happen. So this one slight disadvantage of when your data moves from the private cloud to the public cloud or vice versa is where breaches can happen. It has happened in multiple different cases. This is a downside. It exists. All the cloud computing platforms today are ramping up to make sure that they're providing all the security methodologies to make sure this doesn't happen in the future. But then, hey, as and when the security methodologies keeps going up, I think the people who like to unethically hack into an application also find new methodologies there, right? So that's an important concern that you guys have to know about in the case of a hybrid cloud. Fantastic. Now we've checked out public cloud. We know what's a private cloud. We know what's a hybrid cloud. Now there's another type of cloud deployment model. It's called as the community cloud. So what is community cloud, right? So community cloud is like this common platform. It's very similar to a public cloud platform, but here it is usually based on an industry, right? So there's usually hospitals, healthcare industries who will require similar software and similar hardware, right? There might be government agencies who say, hey, I want this mix of private and public clouds, and this is common among all the state governments, all the central governments and all of that. And there are companies like banks who say, hey, usually when all these banks work, when someone is doing a state-of-the-art security methodologies, usually it's implemented by another bank as well to make sure that their data, their money, whatever it is safe. So in this particular case, the huge advantage is that as multiple organizations, usually in the same industry, can make use of these common structures, can make use of these common architectures that exist, whatever it is in terms of security, in terms of performance, in terms of storage. So that, is a very important thing, right? So with this, you'll have a question saying, okay, so what is the difference between a public cloud and a community cloud then? The most important difference here is that in the community cloud, you can manage it completely privately. Even though you're trying to use, the common security methodologies and performance requirements, you still have your data, with you, and the added security benefits gives it an even upper hand in terms of the hybrid nature of it is what I'd like to say, right? As I told you, it's very, very popular among organizations who do the same thing. Amazon, Flipkart, Walmart, all of these companies are e-commerce companies. So there are things that e-commerce companies do in common. Of course, it can be very, very different at its functional level, but they usually do the same thing. They have a website, there's an add to cart button. So whatever is the user experience part of it at least remains similar, right? So these can be a standard, these can be a scaffolding, foundational structure which can be implemented across the industry itself. That's the point with community cloud. Now, what are some of the advantages and disadvantages, right? So with the community cloud, I think the advantages that you have to talk about is that whenever there's an industry requirement that says, hey, this is what the e-commerce industry requires, this is what the healthcare industry requires, you can provide solutions using the community cloud easily, because since that is the standard, everyone usually looks towards working the standard, right? That's an important thing. The second advantage here is that there is huge amounts of flexibility whenever there is individual companies involved, even though they're from the same industry. Whenever you're accessing your protocols, whenever you're trying to deploy your applications, whatever it is, the access that you get is again state of the art. It doesn't make sure it collides with another industry, right? Now, if there are two e-commerce companies, there's a good chance they're direct competitors or indirect competitors as well, right? So it doesn't mean that both the companies are sharing data and all that. Well, that would sort of hurt the purpose of the business, right? So that's an important advantage here. The disadvantage that we have to talk about is that usually all of these industry who use these common platforms have the same storage structures, have the same performance bandwidth that is usually shared between these companies in the industry. So whenever one company starts pulling in more bandwidth than it expected, the platform usually doesn't say no. It starts providing the bandwidth that's required. And whenever you're sharing things, one or two times there can be bottlenecks where there's another company which requires performance or storage methodologies, but the servers are not able to cater to their request because there's another company who probably have a critical task that the servers are handling, right? So in this particular case, you have to understand that whenever you're sharing something, right, especially with respect to storage, with respect to compute methodologies, one or two times there will come a situation where there will be bottlenecks, right? So your application will slow down because someone else is using all the resources up. Now, this is a very important disadvantage which you definitely have to think about and you have to know about, right? So guys, this is public cloud, this is a private cloud. We discussed about the hybrid cloud and of course the community cloud as well. Coming into a very important aspect of discussion is the cloud computing architecture. Now, how does the world of cloud computing architecture work in the concepts of everything that we've discussed till now, right? So there's two important things, the front end and the back end that we have discussed. Middleware we'll keep out of it because middleware is just a bridge between the front end and the back end, right? In terms of the front end, there are two important components we have to discuss. It's the client infrastructure and the user interface. Now, the client infrastructure talks about how your application is hosted on the cloud computing platform, right? The back end of your application, how your data is actually accessed. Amazon's website is very, very different from, say, Nike's website, right? Even though both of them sell products, the fundamental working, the fundamental infrastructure, the fundamental drive of the user experience and the user interface itself is different. That is where the second point comes in here. Having a customized user interfaces, having, knowing that your user interface drives a good user experience is a very important thing. And in fact, you can actually cater different user interfaces to different people using the same platform. That's a wonderful thing. Now, some people, you might have actually used a concept such as this. Usually browsers or even YouTube, there's something called as dark mode, which you guys have seen. It usually removes all the white in the user interface, replaces it with black so that it's a little easier on your eyes at night or something like that, right? Now, I'm a person who uses dark mode wherever it is possible. But some of the people might still use a light mode. They might still want to look at all the white stuff out there, right? So in that particular case, you're providing the same user interface, but the user experience is very different. And it's not like you're using two servers to go on to do this. It's the same server. It's just that your front end is working slightly differently. And this kind of a difference, also the data that is powering this difference, again, comes from where? Your backend, right? This is the front end aspect of things. The backend aspect of things has a lot of things, right? First of all, it's storage. It has physical hard drives, physical SSDs, physical servers, which make sure that all the data that is ever needed for your application to run is present there. Even all the data that powers your application itself is also put there, right? The second thing is the services. Cloud computing platforms offer hundreds of services today, and all of these services, for the services themselves to work, they have to be stored somewhere, right? Again, they're stored in the backend itself. The third thing is all the applications which you are using on the cloud computing platform, or all the applications that are provided by the platform itself, the actual storage of it goes on the application side of things in the backend. Now, the security aspect of things. Where does the security protocol sit? Now, if everything is sitting on the front end, it is usually known by the world and it can be accessed, right? There are some things which has to be hidden from the front end to make sure that your data is safe, and security methodologies are one of these things that has to be, they usually take a backseat. They're hidden in the back end side of things to make sure that people do not get access to it on the front end, right? On the front end, you will see the data, but if you do not know where the data is stored in the entire world, there is no way you can access it, right? That's a neat trick that is used by, I think all the companies in the world today. Perfect, guys. So this bringing together of front end and back end, and you connecting to the front end using a valid internet connection, right? So that is what makes up the entire architecture of cloud computing. But then there are certain components that we have to talk about. There's three important things that govern the world of cloud computing architecture. It's management software, it's something called as hypervisor, and it's something called as deployment tools. If you have heard of these, good enough. If you haven't, do not worry, I'll explain what they are, right? Let's talk about management software. Management software is a very important entity because it is completely responsible here to manage and monitor what is happening in the entire cloud computing platform. Because if there is someone who's breaching into your data and accessing it, but if you do not know that that's happening, well, they can just keep doing it, right? It doesn't make sense. To make sure that your data is safe, everything is working as it's supposed to. This is like a security guard. This is like a person, just like a manager in your company, right? He or she knows what's going on the floor, who's doing what work, what's going on with the product and all of that. So that's literally the management software in the cloud computing platform as well. It is also responsible for an important thing, which is contingency planning, right? If something fails, what can we do? Now, planning for contingency is like, preparing for a disaster. But then what happens when the actual disaster happens is taken care by the disaster recovery services, right? So when your data actually fails from one server, you go to the other server and pull it back. It's more like a prevention and a cure. Contingency planning is like prevention. Try to see how you can avoid, these kind of data failures and all of that. But then cure is when actually something go wrong and you try to make things right again, right? So this is all of this entire world is taken care by the management software. The next thing that we have to talk about is the hypervisor. Now, a hypervisor is a fantastic concept because see, whenever you use a cloud computing platform, if you have ever used it, you'll realize that whenever each user connects, there is sometimes in the world of virtual computing, right? So there's usually an operating system that's given to them. It's called as a virtual machine, and every single virtual machine will have its own operating system. And in fact, you can choose it. Do you want Linux? Do you want Windows? Or do you want some other operating system? So the hypervisor is actually the entity that is sitting to assign these operating systems to all the platforms and all the users out there. So in the backend, it automatically knows how to move Windows into a set of servers. So there's a physical set of servers with maybe 3 or 4 computers. In that, one server is usually virtually allocated to a user that says, hey, this user wants Linux, so let's quickly install Linux and push it to the user. It doesn't take 2 hours, it doesn't take 3 hours, it takes a minute or two to have an operating system ready there and to give it to the user for usage, right? So to go on to do all of this, there's a lot of processing that happens in the back end, and all of these things are taken care by the hypervisor. So the management unit takes care of everything on the overlook side of things. To assign individual operating systems, virtual operating systems, you have the hypervisor. And the third thing is in terms of deployment tools, right? This is a place, like a bag which consists of all the softwares, all the configurations that are ever needed to run a cloud service. Now, whenever you think about things such as running machine learning on the cloud computing platform, so you have to run Python code on the Google Cloud platform. So you require the Python interpreter there, right? You need something on the cloud computing platform that understands Python. So all of the tools, softwares, and configurations required for that are again taken care by the deployment tools as well. I just gave you a quick analogy of what it means. And whenever you deploy any of these services, whenever you take it from its working stages to its actual usage stages, you say it's deployed, right? Whenever you're working on an application, it is in the development stage. Whenever you put it out for people to use, it's deployed, right? So deploying this on a platform again is usually done by using these deployment tools, guys. So these are some of the most important tools, some of the most important concepts, the back end, the front end, the management entity, the hypervisor, deployment tools. All of these come together in a brilliant way to create this architecture. Right? Perfect, guys. The next thing that we have to discuss is a very important distinction that exists between a cloud computing platform and an on-premise architecture as well. Right? So we are going to compare it based on 4 very, very important points. What does it, what is the difference of you having your own server in your company, you just storing everything right in front of you versus using a cloud computing platform? We're going to discuss 4 points in terms of deployment, in terms of cost, in terms of control, and in terms of security as well, right? Let's talk about deployment. So whenever you're deploying an application, right, all your resources, if it's in a cloud computing architecture, are managed by who? It's managed by the provider. So whenever you're using AWS, Azure, or GCP to put your application there, all the resources that is needed for your application to run is managed by AWS, Azure, or GCP people, right? Perfect. But if it's an on-premise setup, you are the person who has to maintain the software. You are the person who has to maintain hardware. You have to provide support for it. You have to keep updating the software. You have to keep updating the hardware. If something fails, you're responsible. So in terms of complete ease of use and flexibility, I think the cloud computing platform usually works better for this point in terms of deployment. The next thing is cost. Again, here as well, cloud computing architecture takes the huge advantage because you will pay as you go rather than just spend thousands, if not millions of dollars to buy everything, right? Because as an on-premise server setup, you are responsible for, first of all, buying all the extremely expensive servers, extremely expensive hardware. You are responsible for paying the electricity bills to run these, and running huge servers are not cheap, right? So you will know the cost of electricity, I'm sure, and then maintaining it, cooling it, providing electricity for the cooling systems, making sure that your cooling systems are being maintained, and pay for the maintenance people. Well, guys, I think you get the point here. If I were to pick a side, I think you would know which one I definitely would pick, the cloud architecture for its simplicity in terms of cost, right? Perfect. The next point we're going to discuss is control. Now, control is where I think the on-premise architecture is very important, right? So as an on-premise setup, you have complete control of your data. You can have your data on your own setup. You can push it to anyone, and at any given point in time, you are responsible for your own data. You have your own data to be responsible for. So you'll be retaining everything. And do you want to delete it? You can. Do you want to stop your application from running? You can. You want to pause it? You can. So you can do everything. Complete control is in your hand. But in the case of a cloud computing architecture, that might not be the case, right? Because if there's an unexpected downtime, let's say AWS has a small failure with a couple of servers or something, and your important data is sitting there without which your websites will not work, even the backups have failed for some reason, well, in that case, your data is stuck there on their platform, and you absolutely cannot do anything about it until they fix it, right? So in this point, I think it's very important to understand that there's a huge advantage for the on-premise architecture here, right? Perfect. Next point, let's talk about security. Security is a very important point to discuss, right? Because in the case of public clouds, in the case of these popular cloud computing platforms as well, be it GCP, Azure, or AWS, there have been cases where it has been breached into. There has been cases where data theft has happened. It is not like it is bulletproof and your data never has been stolen there. It is not like it happens every day also. Understand this. These are trusted platforms who are doing everything in their power to make sure your data is as secure as possible. But as I said, there are outlier cases where your data has been pulled out. But if you have very, very, very sensitive information, which is probably like, something for your government or any of your company secrets and all of that, it makes more sense to have it in your own servers so that you're in control of it. You know for sure you are responsible for it. And if something happens to you, whether of course it's in your head, right? You cannot blame anyone for it. So, but then having the flexibility to know, hey, I have extra sensitive information and I am doing everything to keep it safe myself is, I think, a satisfaction that is powering the world of information technology right now, because they know that if this is out to the public, it might not help them, or in fact, it might be detrimental to their progress as well, right? So in terms of security, I think it is the on-premise setup that works. So we discussed 4 points where, 2 points were immensely advantageous for the cloud platform and 2 points were immensely advantageous for the on-premise architecture. So guys, at this point in time, what is it that you think, is going to add more value, right? Is it the cloud that is going to work better for the things that you have in your mind, or is it the on-premise architecture? Head to the comments and let me know. Now, whenever we go on to take a look at the drawbacks of using cloud computing, I think one of the most important drawback, it is not considered as a hard drawback, but it's an important thing that you definitely have to think about, is your complete dependency on an internet connection. If you do not have an internet connection, let's say your application is on the Google Cloud Platform or wherever it is deployed, it is working fine, your customers are accessing and all of that, there is one important bridge. There is one important point without which none of this will work. It's the internet, right? So even if you have the best of the best internet connection, sometimes if there's a downtime, you cannot access something that's going on in your cloud computing platform, that might hurt you, right? I'm not going to say that's going to hurt you, that might hurt you. So internet becomes such a big thing that if something happens to it, things come to a grinding halt, right? So this is an important drawback that you have to understand. If you have it on premise only, you can directly hook your laptop up into the server, and even if there is no internet, you will have a virtual private network in a way where you're just connected to the server is connected to your organization, it is working fine. If the internet stops, well, nothing happens. Your data is still safe on your server, you can still access it, you can still work with it and do whatever it is that you want. Just that you probably cannot push it outside your organization without an internet connection, right? Perfect. The second disadvantage that we have to talk about is the trust that goes into this particular platform itself, right? Now, my train of thought here is that I would trust and care for my products a lot more than someone else might. They say that they're going to do it. Yes, they might. But at the end of the day, if I am taking care of a piece of, for example, think about it like my bike or my car, for example. Now, I am a junkie who works on my bike and car. So I have all the tools that's required. I trust it at the end of the day. And I am proficient on working on it, on critical systems such as braking systems and all of that. So when I'm riding, I have the confidence saying, hey, I took care of it. I did things correctly. And I know that it's going to stop if I apply the brake, right? The same thing with your data it's a very difficult thing to say that someone else that you have given your data to will make sure that, that they would care for it the same that you would care for it, right? Sometimes it so happens that you can, work on your product better than someone else working on it, because at the end it's yours and it's not theirs. They're probably doing it as a service for you, but for you it is more than a service, right? This is an important drawback that you guys have to know about, right? Perfect. The third thing is security. I think we have spoken about this for a lot of time now. You guys will know what I'm going to talk about here. Companies, cloud computing companies are going to say that, hey, we are the best in the world. We provide top-notch security. All of this, everything is fine. But sometimes, again, with data breaches, with people having access to the data that they're not supposed to access, sometimes it so happens that they are not as secure as they originally claimed to be, right? Again, I'm not making any accusations against any companies here, but it has happened in the past. And if that data is important to a company and it's out to the public world, well, guys, that can be detrimental. So this point. Let us not discuss further. It's a very important thing. It's a drawback that is existing, and with time, it is improving, right? So there's a lot of new security methodologies that are coming into the picture. I think this next point that we're going to discuss, downtime, is a very important one. I read it, I think way back in 2018 or something, that there was a downtime with AWS, maybe in 2017 or something. It cost companies millions and millions of dollars because some aspect of AWS, or was it Azure? I don't actually remember. It's just that something wasn't working. Some of these servers physically shut down. There was a problem with their data centers, or something happened. That downtime reflected in the way where millions and millions of dollars were lost in a matter of 3 or 4 hours, just because all these companies are completely dependent on these platforms, right? If something happens to them, these companies are the ones that are going to take the loss. Again, there's going to be disaster recovery services. There's going to be agreements and dealings with the platform and the user itself. But at the end of the day, if there's a downtime, there's absolutely nothing you can do, as we discussed in the previous points where we compared on-premise architecture and where we took a look at the advantages of cloud computing as well, right? Perfect. So guys, these are some of the most important drawbacks, but here's another one which you might not have thought of. It's vendor lock-in. It becomes important that you understand that your company maybe is running completely on AWS, but there is a service that AWS is not providing, but this service is being provided by Azure. Now, that would be a very critical service that has to be implemented for your particular requirement. So what usually people do, I've seen this happens popularly, is people start jumping ship. Someone who's using AWS will completely want to move to Azure. Someone who's using Azure completely wants to move to GCP, vice versa, whatever it is. So once you're switching from one provider to another, it's a very, very tedious task. It's going to cost you a lot of money because you're going to require architects who are going to do this. It is not as easy as just copying your files, pasting it over in their server and say you're done. It is going to take months, if not years of work by thousands of people working on it at the same time. So it's having a vendor lock-in, knowing that, hey, you're forced to either use these guys because that's the services that they only provide, or that someone else provides another service and you have to jump. That process again is very, very complex, right? So this is an important point that you guys have to know about, guys. Perfect. So with this, again, we come to the point of discussion where how you guys can go on to learn further in the world of cloud computing. It becomes important, first of all, that you guys are not overwhelmed with all the data that is present online. A simple Google search which says, which you say, learn cloud computing, will give you millions of results by the time I do this, right? So it will get very confusing for you if you do not know it's like a map. If you do not have a map, you will get lost, and it becomes difficult. It's even if you have a map, you know how to navigate through it. If you do not do it in a slow and a structured way, it's like you just being dropped in the middle of an ocean. You cannot swim from the middle of the ocean to the land, right? No matter how good you are, there's a chance that you might not do it. Good chance that you might not do it, right? So that's an important thing. Having structured path, taking it slow, knowing that you have a structured way of learning, and talking to us experts who have been in this industry for a really long time now will help you make sure that you guys have a good amount of learning itself, high quality of learning material, and a good path to becoming experts, right? Now, on that note, we have many places in Great Learning where you can access free content. Of course, we have Great Learning Academy where you have 200 plus courses for free. You can sign up for free, enroll into all 200 courses if you want to. You can learn for free. At the end of it, you will be given a certificate of completion absolutely free of cost. You should know at this point in time the amount of value that a certificate adds to your profile, to your resume, or whatever it is, right? So guys, make sure you guys are checking out Great Learning Academy. And of course, since you're watching this on the Great Learning YouTube channel, I know you guys know the amount of high quality content that we provide here. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the Great Learning YouTube channel for more amazing courses and a lot more videos like this. And for all the people who love reading, we have Great Learning blogs where I think you definitely should check it out, because here again, all of these three places, we have subject matter experts who are working day in and day out to bring you the highest quality of learning material possible. But then at the end of the day, in that discussion, all the free content in the world will definitely get you started with these particular platforms. But if it has to come to a point where you guys have to be handheld from being beginners all the way to becoming a thorough expert, you guys should definitely spend some time on cloud computing specializations, right? Now, let me take a quick second of yours to actually showcase the cloud computing specialization we have here at Great Learning. So I'll just quickly go into greatlearning.in website. I'll click on explore programs, and here I'll come to cloud computing, right? So here we have a post-graduation program in cloud computing. This is India's first mentorship driven program. This is a 6 months online course. This is done in collaboration with Great Lakes Executive Learning, and it's powered by AWS Educate. You have millions of reasons of why you guys should take a look at this. You will learn 90 plus cloud services in everything, in AWS, in Azure, in GCP. You will have 15 plus hands-on labs that you guys will be working on, industry level projects. You'll get 1:1 mentorships, 100 plus hours of instructional content, live sessions to clear your doubts. And this should not come as a surprise to you guys, but Great Learning is considered to be as India's leader in terms of cloud industry, and of course in the terms of how we are the preferred choice for top technology professionals out there, right? So we are the first ones to actually go on to do a mentorship driven program in India, and this is available for international learners everywhere across the world as well. Upon completion, you'll be given a postgraduate program certification that looks like this from Executive Learning. This is going to add a lot of value for your profile, as we've discussed. The curriculum is very, very, very comprehensive. You do not actually require some sort of knowledge to get started with it. You will be given all the preparatory work course, as you can see, cloud primer, right? You'll understand the basics of Linux, basics of Python. You'll go on to take a look at the foundation of cloud. You'll understand how the cloud works before using it, all the big data management tools, cloud security, migration, private cloud, big data management, microservices, containerization. All of these things will have quizzes. All of these modules will have projects. And then you take a look at the top providers out there, right? So you completely learn AWS. So you're a specialist in AWS as soon as you go on to finish this particular aspect of learning. Then you have Azure Essentials. You're going to learn everything there is to know about Azure. Again, with the case of GCP, it's the same as well. You're going to learn everything there is to know. And at the end of it, you're going to do a capstone project where you're working on an industry level use case to show the world that you have worked on solving an industry level problem, right? You'll be learning languages such as Python, Docker, Cassandra, Hadoop, Hive, Terraform, and a lot of other languages as well. You can actually take a look at all the capstone projects. You can find out more about them. You can understand about the top faculty. These are leading academicians in the field of cloud computing who are going to be teaching. These people are thoroughly experienced in what they do. They're from top organizations, and they are some of the most amazing people to be learning from. So at the end of the day, guys, you have a lot of advantages here. You have many different reviews, testimonials you can check out. Of course, it has an admission and a fee criteria as well. So you get 300 plus hours of learning learning, 6 months of online learning, 15 plus industry level use cases, 90 plus cloud services, and a ton of other advantages as well. So make sure you guys are checking it out. There's an application process. All of the details for this are mentioned on our website itself. As you can see, you can check out the batch dates, you can check out frequently rated programs, more related programs, and of course at the end of it you have a section where you can contact us, and our experts will make sure to give you a call within just 4 hours of you guys filling this up to answer any of your queries that you might have in this world of cloud computing, or of course any other domain itself, guys. So this is a course that's going to take you from you guys being a beginner all the way to you guys becoming an expert in 6 months time, and I believe that it will add a lot of value. But then yes, you do have to put in a good amount of time and effort to get there. So guys, with this we've come to the end of module 3. I hope you guys are clear with everything that we've covered here, because these are some of the most important points. We checked out the working of cloud computing, we checked out the architecture, we understood the various types of cloud deployment models out there. We made sure to check out the differences that exist between the cloud computing platform and an on-premise structure, and we also took a look at the disadvantages of using cloud computing platforms, right? We'll begin with the introduction to cloud providers. Alright, now to make things clear, I think it should come as no surprise to you that the cloud providers that you see on your screen right now are in fact the most popular ones out there, right? In fact, there are many providers out there. When you think about it, this entire market is not just governed by these 4 or 5 people that you see on your screen right now. It is just that these guys are doing things in such a right way, or these guys are catering exactly to the requirement of the industry in a way where everyone just wants to use them, right? Now, when you think about companies who are looking to move to the cloud, the first thing they'll want to see is how easy is it for them to get there. The second thing is how much is it going to cost them. The third thing is the cloud computing platform a new one? Is it reliable? Can you trust them with your data, right? All of these points we have already checked out in the previous modules. But at the end of the day, when you think about all of these points, right, the 5 or 10 important points which add value to the providers themselves, I think it should come as no surprise that these guys are here, right? Because again, there's trillions of dollars worth of companies that you see on your screen right now, be it Amazon, be it Microsoft, be it Google, be it IBM, DigitalOcean, all of these guys, right? Now, usually DigitalOcean and IBM Cloud are, they sometimes do take the backseat when people are talking about it. You always hear people talk about AWS, Azure or GCP, and a little less about DigitalOcean and IBM. In fact, DigitalOcean is actually breaking through the trend now. It's breaking through the chart. It's becoming more popular than ever before, right? So we're seeing these new companies grow up and come to the same scale as the 3 big boys that you see on your screen, right? Perfect, guys. Now you understand that there's many providers out there. Let's quickly take a look at each one of them. Now, if we have to talk about Amazon Web Services, or AWS as it's called, let me tell you a little bit about AWS first. I think when someone thinks about Amazon, they do think about a good amount of trust, right? Now, I have shopped a lot on Amazon. I'm sure if you're watching this, you might have shopped a lot on Amazon as well. So once you're shopping with them, you're giving them your money even before they deliver a product to you, right? So it's not a company where they take your money and they don't give you the product, something like that, right? So it is trust that you're giving your money to them and they're they're giving you what they're promised, right? So this is a monetary transaction. Now, when you think about a data transaction, the same level of trust actually holds, in fact, even more, right? Now, if you give Amazon $100 and they're supposed to give you something back, a product worth $100, but if they don't, well, it is a monetary loss. But then if you give them certain data which is confidential, which is used to run your multi-million-dollar business, and if you don't trust them, and if there's a chance, and I'm not saying that they will misuse it, but if you give it to a company who might go on to misuse it, think about the effects it'll have on your company, right? Every company has its own secrets, its own ways of working, its own trade secrets, which it doesn't want the world to know. Well, at the end of the day, again, you have to think about all of these things, right? Perfect. And of course, coming back to the point, I think AWS is very popular because the world trusts Amazon, right? Perfect. Now, these guys, the cloud team actually in the world of Amazon came up with this wonderful product called as Amazon Web Services way back in the year 2004. It was announced in the year 2004. People were very excited for it. And in the year 2006 was when it was actually launched, and it said, hey, we are here to provide the cloud computing platform. But then if you look at the trends of cloud computing, I think it was until 2010 or 12 that AWS or Azure didn't really take off as quickly as people thought it would. But then now it's skyrocketing beyond control, right? So at the end of the day, from then onwards, from 2006 to today, Amazon Web Services is powering, guess what, hundreds of thousands of companies out there. Now, each of these companies, be it small, be it medium companies, or be it large scale companies, generate some amount of revenue, right? So at the end of the day, if they're giving a good chunk of money, if 100,000 businesses are giving their money to Amazon Web Services, I think it shows that these guys are good enough to handle anything that you would throw at them. Now, I already told you that the cloud market is worth somewhere around $400 billion today, right? But when you think about the market share, when you think about who holds the majority share, right? Who gets the most customers, who makes the most money in this industry, I think it's AWS, because they hold a 35% market share, in an industry that is worth $400 billion. Now, guys, you quickly open up your calculator, just type 400 into 0.35. You'll get the amount in billions, which shows you how much, they are worth, right? It should be somewhere around $150 billion. And how amazing is that, right? And it's not just that. When you think about experts, when you think about practitioners, when you think about people who have been in the cloud computing industry for a really long time, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, back when, the cloud computing industry itself was at its infancy, right? So when you ask them, hey, what cloud computing domain would you prefer? The majority of them said, hey, we understand that there's a lot of guys right now, AWS, Azure, GCP and all of them, but we do prefer AWS for so and so and so reasons, right? Now, when you have experts say, these guys are the ones who made cloud computing industry the way we see today. And if they attest to, the goodness, the amount of services, the professionalism shown by AWS, and of course, the very powerful services provided by them, I think definitely we can take their word for it, right? So this is something that you guys should understand. But then coming to a point where, you have to understand why AWS has become so popular these days, right? Because at the end of the day, I think it all comes down to trust, guys. I'll be very honest with you. We've discussed this in the previous modules, and I think you know where I am coming from on this particular point. As I just mentioned, if you have a lot of data, be it confidential data, non-confidential data, it can be a simple photo, right? A simple photo of you is a personal thing for you. You do not want someone else to see it. You do not want someone to misuse it or whatever it is. Even a simple transaction of you clicking a picture of yourself on a vacation or something and uploading it to the Google Cloud, you have to make sure that, it remains safe and only you are authorized to access that, right? So when hundreds of thousands of companies pour in their trust to a company, I don't think, there should be any other big reason apart from this, right? So that's why I thought it'll add value to show you guys that this has to be the number one reason that AWS is popular. When you look at technical side of things, yes, we're going to take a look at the next point, which is going to add so much value for that. On the tech side of things, if I'm being very honest with you, when someone thinks about the cloud computing platform, the first thing that's going to come into their head is usually photo backups. The second thing that is going to come into their head is probably a transaction over the internet, maybe like email, or something like that, right? But at the end of the day, cloud computing platforms are so much powerful today that they can cater to any sort of workload that you throw at them. Be it game development. Now, for all you gamers out there, I am pretty sure you guys know the amount of resources it takes to, first of all, run a game, and the immense amount of resources it takes to build a game and create a game, right? So in the field of game development as well, AWS is extremely popular there. And then when we're talking about data processing, when the world generates terabytes worth of data by the time I do this, right? So there's so much data that was generated right there. It could fill up my hard disk 10 times and probably fill up 10 terabyte hard disks 10 times over just by the second I did that. That is how much of data that the world is generating, every single minute of the world. Now, at the on the onset of that, it becomes very important for you guys to understand that when you're talking about data processing, it's not just the large amount of data that needs to be processed. It is also the computing power that is needed to process this large amount of data, right? First of all, you're going to need storage. Second of all, you're going to need compute methodologies to help you to do the actual processing, to do the actual analysis. There again, AWS is pretty popular there, and no matter how much you throw at it, you will never, bottom out with AWS, right? There is always headroom there. There is always some space for more, and you can just add more and more. I don't think there is a company in the world who have ever tested AWS to its complete limit, to its max, and said, hey, we have this amount of data, we have this amount of processing, and we're going to take up the entire bandwidth of the platform that you're going to provide. I don't think so that any company have done that, and I don't think there can be a company who can do that, because the amount of services, the amount of servers, the amount of compute power that AWS hold in today's world is the reason why they are the most popular guys, in the industry, right? Perfect. And of course, the same reasons that I said spill over to the next industry as well in the case of data warehousing. Data warehousing also requires, a lot of people working on it, first of all. Secondly, again, you're going to have experts who are, trying to use data warehousing on the AWS platform as well, which again, at the end of the day, shows why AWS is considered, for this particular domain. Again, it's considered to be very powerful. At the same time, the other thing that we haven't talked about until now is efficiency, right? How efficient is AWS at handling your data? How quickly can they process it? And if you upload something to AWS for data processing, how long are they taking to give you back the result that you're expecting, right? Now, that is another thing which is very popular in the field of data warehousing. Now, I think the next point that we're going to discuss, is the reason that makes AWS so popular is that with AWS, the thing is there are so many services, there are so many things that makes your life easy as a cloud developer, right? Now, if you're a person who's an application developer, using AWS, at the end of the day, your job is mainly going to be focusing on your writing your actual code, creating your application, and making sure it deploys easily on the cloud, right? So you will not be breaking your head about how best should you look at other things like compilers, interpreters. First of all, to get your code to run, you will not have to break your head to think about 100 different things. The time that you would have spent there is now saved, and you can use the same time to build the logic, to build a better application, to look at the various development methodologies, to look at the various deployment methods. And, you will probably spend more time, to be very honest with you, about researching how best you can use your application, right? You know that you have your application, you know it is good, and now you want to find the most popular way of how you guys can go on to put it out for the world to use. Right now, you will actually sit. I've had a lot of friends in the industry tell me this as well. So they'll be like, Anirudh, we were taking a look at this particular app, we were taking a look at this deployment methodology, and we were confused about what to use, because every offering at the end of the day is really good, but we have to be very careful about what we use, because that is what is going to remain as the foundation for the product going ahead for that company as well. So there's so many things that goes into this particular point as well. Perfect. I think the next point is something that I am a huge fan of. It's the AWS Mobile Hub. Now, AWS Mobile Hub is an application that's available both on the Android Play Store and, of course, on the Apple App Store as well. So if you guys use Android and iOS or multiple other operating systems, you guys have access to this. With your mobile phone, I think these days it's a common trend, right? Having more power, doing a million things that you would do on your laptop specifically that you wouldn't do on your phone, is the trend that is changing today. Now, there was a time when you couldn't click pictures on your phone, and now look at where we are. You can do a million things. Do you want to write Python code? You can do that. Do you want to run your entire company, which is on the AWS platform, using your mobile phone? You can do that as well, right? Now, that's the advantage. You can monitor so many different services. You can check what's happening. You can quickly change things around. There's a lot of things that we can, go on to discuss about the AWS Mobile Hub itself. But then, for you guys, the most important thing right now is for you to understand that there is a feature such as this, and the world is very keen on it, and they do have millions of people gone on to use this application for that purpose as well, right, guys? Perfect. Now, once you understand mobile access, the next important point we have to talk about is a little deeper into what they offer in terms of database services. Now, cloud computing is a domain where usually when a client comes in, they're very particular about the type of database that they want, or how they want their data to be stored, what is the amount of redundancy, what is their application, what is their dependencies on the data. There's so many things that they will say, hey, this is what I want, and I will not move away from what I want. In that particular case, if you have 10 people coming and saying, I want a relational database, I want to go on to use something like SQL, MySQL server or something like that, but then someone else comes in and say, hey, no, I want MongoDB. I'm not going to use anything else for my application apart from MongoDB. You have to have the capability to provide for both of them, right? That is the train of thought that has led AWS to give us this kind of an amazing versatility in terms of databases, right? Do you want to use relational databases? Of course you can. Non-relational databases? Yes. Data warehousing solutions? Again, absolutely yes. In-memory storages? Yes. Graph databases? Yes. So regardless of where you are, regardless of what industry you come from or what your application is, you can be rest assured that in the scenario or in the usage of databases, at least AWS has something for you guys in a way where you would not be surprised to say, hey, oh no, I did not have this particular database on AWS, so I had to migrate to something else, or I had to move my data into another type of database, something like that. You will never come to a situation like that in most of the cases because AWS does provide so many things, right? Perfect. The next thing that we have to talk about is their storage facilities, right? At the end of the day, Amazon is very, very well known for their storage services, be it Amazon S3, be it Amazon EBS, be it Glacier, or whatever it is, right? With EBS, you usually are very keen on block level storages. BS stands for block storage as well. At the end of the day, there is so many things that, each of these storage facilities can do. If you look at Amazon S3, right? When you say S3, it stands for S, S, and S. That's why it says S3. It's also like S cube, something like that. So at the end of the day, S3 actually stands for Simple Storage Service. It's a very popular one whenever, usually the files which are accessed by the user, like videos or something like that, they usually are sitting on, Amazon's S3 as well. And when you look at Glacier is a very popular storage facility, usually for backups. Be it automatic backups, be it manual backups, we don't call it backups all the time. We'll just say, long-term storage. So maybe you store something here that you probably want 1 year from now. And if something crashes to your main system, there's going to be that entity there which is sitting there for a while, and we call it what? A backup, right? So that's what Glacier is very popular for as well. So guys, we just took a look at databases, we just took a look at the storage facilities, but then the other thing which is most popular, which I absolutely love, is the case of security, right? When you take a look at what AWS does in the case of security, they do provide amazing stuff. Protocol level security, done. Do you want port level access? That is also there. And they have the complete capability and a very, very strong firewall which can filter out any incoming and outgoing traffic in a thorough fashion. Now, when this is the particular case, when things are being tracked to its most elemental state, I think that it becomes very difficult for people, to have unauthorized access, to break into the servers, to hack into the network, something like that, right? So when people, again, I think this point directly relates to trust, don't you think? Because if they are being very secure, you will eventually trust them more with your data, right? Perfect. The next point that we are going to have to discuss is the AWS Marketplace. Now, AWS Marketplace took off like a rocket ship. There was absolutely no holding it back. It launched in the year 2012, and it's like this online store where you would go and, buy softwares which are ready to use. You would integrate it with your own application. You would deploy it using 1 or 2 clicks. And, the best part is when you go on to buy a software on Marketplace, or, go on to use a service there, the best part is you would still use this service called pay as you go, right? So just for what you use is exactly what you would pay. It's not like you're using a software maybe, to a certain extent, but you have to pay the entire amount to this. Again, when we're talking about this, it is usually in the $100,000, something like that, for a very big multinational corporation, right? So it is something which is helping even the newcomers, even the entrepreneurs who are launching on AWS, be it the mid-tier companies companies or of course the multinational corporations who make really good use of AWS marketplace as well. So perfect, guys. This was everything there is to know to get quickly started about AWS. We checked out the introduction, we checked out the key features, we understood why it's popular. But then now I think it is very, very important for us to check out the next big competitor in line, was Microsoft Azure, right? Microsoft, I think, is a name that is tattooed in the world of information technology, because at the end of the day, I am using an operating system that is powered by Microsoft, right? So they are the ones who created the Windows that I'm sitting and using right now. And similarly, I think hundreds of thousands of people across the globe, even for a person who is not initiated into the world of IT, will know Microsoft in one way or another. That's the best marketing for a company out there, right? Now that would definitely help in an industry worth $400 billion, right? When AWS came out, actually Azure was the second company ever to say, hey, even, we are going to launch our own platform, our own cloud computing platform, just like AWS. And these guys launched it in the year 2010. Since Microsoft was a brand which was already very well established by Bill Gates with respect to the operating system industry and so on, they were already established. They really didn't have to work with customers not having to trust them. They really didn't have any issues to get started with as well. So that is the reason why they grew up to popularity really, really quick, and now they stand head to head, neck to neck with AWS as well. The third important point that you guys have to know about Microsoft Azure is that these guys hold the second biggest market share in the industry. We know that AWS holds 35%, but the second number, I think it's 8%, is of the $400 billion industry is held by Microsoft Azure, right? When you talk to experts on this particular domain, when you ask them about their opinion of Microsoft Azure, every time I've asked about 10 people saying, hey, what's your view on Microsoft Azure? 7 or 8 of them have always come back to me and say, hey, you know what? When you're thinking about the world of DevOps, just think Microsoft Azure. When you're thinking about deploying machine learning solutions, think Microsoft Azure. When you think about IoT, Internet of Things, think Microsoft Azure, right? Now, these guys are the pioneers. These guys are the pundits in their own domain, and when they come and say, hey, you know what, if it's your requirement is that, you should just check this out, and of course probably check your other options as well, but you should champion this because these guys are doing it really well. I think it adds a lot of value in this particular domain as well, right? Perfect. Now coming to the section where we'll quickly discuss why Azure has become so popular. I think the first reason for me, for any entrepreneur, for a mid-tier company, for a big company out there right now, is the amount that they have to spend on these platforms. Right now, all of these guys, AWS, GCP, Azure, they give you a free tier account where you can do a little bit of things, explore around. But at the end of the day, if you really have to run your company out there, you do have to pay them for all the services that you use. Now, if there's only one guy, if there's only monopoly here, right? If it's like a monarchy, if one guy gets to set the price, he or she can just set whatever price they want if there's no one to check them on it, right? But then this is where Azure does this really wonderful thing, is they help AWS, they help the world keep the price in check. If AWS increases its price on something, Azure decreases the price for the same services. So people run around and come to Azure, and AWS start losing their customers for that as well. So AWS, again, what are they supposed to do to have their customers back? They're supposed to bring the prices down, right? So in a way, in a really small way, but which has a big impact on us, Azure is helping the market control the prices as well. Because if it's like just one company, as I just mentioned, they can set any price that they want, and if the world has to have a cloud computing platform to use, well, they will have to pay up the big amount, right? So I think I am really a huge fan of this with respect to Azure, is because whenever someone increases a price out of something, these guys are the first ones to drop the price and say, hey, we're doing it cheaper, come join with us or something like that. That again brings a lot of businesses. Trust me, it brings millions of dollars worth of business, right? The second thing that we have to talk about is, of course, the number of services. At the end of the day, at the time of the creation of this particular video, there's 100 plus, there's literally over 100 services that Azure provide, be it in the field of compute services, be it in networking, be it in storage, be it in any sort of administration, be it in cloud management, whatever it is. So these guys are doing so many things that, if you have a problem and you think that there is a separate domain for a solution, my recommendation to you is to just see if that solution itself is implemented on the cloud first. If it is done so, start learning the cloud path of it as well, because at the end of it, you'll become an expert in the domain that you're looking at and also cloud computing. Now, for example, if you want to become a machine learning engineer and you also want to understand how you can deploy it on the cloud, start learning services such as Azure ML, right? Now, here there is two benefits. So one, you will get to learn everything there is to know about machine learning, of course. The next thing is you will get to know about development and deployment on the Azure platform itself. So what happens when you add 1 plus 1? At the end of the day, you are being open, you are, you understand two different things instead of just one, right? So that is a way more knowledge that is that you can convert into a monetary benefit, because people are looking for experts in Azure ML, and you can get a lot more salary than a person who's just an ML engineer. Now, being an ML engineer is also, a very high paying job. But if you know machine learning and Azure as well, just for those skills, you'll be paid higher. And that's my point here, guys. Perfect. So Microsoft have been, around the customer space for a really long time, right? Around 3 decades, 30, 35, 40 years, they have been in this industry. So they know that even if they create an amazing product, but if they provide bad service to this particular product, at the end of the day, it will not bring customers, right? Even though your product is the best in the world, if something goes wrong, if you're not there to support it, people will not want your thing. This is just like the warranty thing that we look out for when we buy a mobile phone or an electronic item, right? So since these guys have been doing it for a really long time, they know how to handle customers, they know how to handle these problems, they have the infrastructure set up ready to support customers when their platform launched. And again, that is what made them really, really popular, right? The next point is a little technical. We're going to talk about how companies have the capability to, auto scale to their requirements, right? This is a fantastic concept. Today, you're catering to 10 people. Tomorrow, you have 1,000 people walk in. If you have an in-house server, there is a good chance your server will crash, right? Sometimes if you have seen, these flash sales or something that happen, there is usually an immense amount of traffic because there is a new phone launching or something. Thousands, if not millions of people will come to these popular sites to order them. And as soon as the website sees so many traffic, the servers in the backend will not able to handle so many requests. So what do you think it does? It crashes because it cannot handle all of them at the same time. But with Azure, the more customers you bring in, the better it can handle it. If you're bringing in 1,000 customers, it is going to scale up its services. It is going to, allocate more resources for you in a way where it says, hey, okay, now I've given you 1,000. Why don't you try bringing 10,000 people? When you bring 10,000 people, it is going to scale it up and say, hey, okay, so this is good. Why don't you bring 10 lakh people, right? So you are the limit here. Whenever someone tells me that, there's only so much that AWS or Azure can do, I would say the opposite thing. I am like, there is only so much that you would do to push their platform to the limit, because these guys are giants. They have servers sitting on every single part of the globe today, and to fill all of them up is not an easy task, right? So I would say to a virtually unlimited level, these guys are providing you these auto scaling capabilities. So what is your potential? What is your maximum push that you can do is what you should be thinking at, rather than looking at the other side of the bridge to think about how, where the limit stands with respect to Azure. Right? Perfect. The next point that we're going to talk about, some people definitely are going to be interested. When we talk about blockchain, the first thing that's going to come into your mind is probably cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, and all of that, right? Now, Azure is so popular here because they are the first company, the cloud computing company, to say, hey, you know what, we will provide blockchain as a service. Now, blockchain as a service is a talk of its own. We can have a half an hour, 1 hour talk to show about, why Azure's BaaS service, or it's also called as blockchain as a service, is so popular. But then, let's have this discussion in the next couple of modules. But for now, you need to know that these guys are the first ones in the world to go on to provide blockchain as a service. Right, perfect. The next reason of why Azure is considered to be so popular, in my opinion, is that they give you the seamless integration between, your own servers that are sitting on premise, and with the cloud instances that you would have created. Right now, when we say a cloud instance, you're basically using the compute power and the storage of a virtual server that is allocated to you. So, how do you make that virtual server talk to the actual server that is probably sitting in your office server room, right? So that integration is very seamless in a way where you wouldn't have to spend hundreds of man hours. You wouldn't have to hire probably 100 different experts to go on to, bridge that gap that exists between your server and theirs. So this excellent model of how easy it is to engage this hybrid platform where you have your own servers and you also get to talk to the cloud instances that are present there. I think this is the reason why hundreds of thousands of companies also prefer Azure, right? So perfect, guys. Again, we checked out everything there is to know to quickly get started with Microsoft Azure. We checked out all the reasons why they are popular, and I think it's high time we talk about the newest boy in town, which is Google Cloud Platform, right? Now, I said they are the newest boys in town, even though they launched 2 years earlier than Microsoft Azure. Now, I told you Azure launched in 2010, GCP came out in 2008. But when you look at popularity, when you look at trends, when you look at the actual usage that went into the platform, these guys, in terms of growth, they were a little slow because first of all, these guys are brand new. Google is not a new brand to you, I'm sure, but Google Cloud Platform, to provide these kind of services itself, they were slightly new in this particular domain. To scale up to already existing giants is not an easy thing, right? Now, all of you all who are watching it, in case if you guys want to become entrepreneurs, you want to start your own company, think about Facebook, Google, Twitter being your direct competitor. In that particular case, for you to grow as big as them, it's not an easy task, right? Similar what happened to Google Cloud Platform as well. AWS and Azure were already there, who had the majority of the industry. Everyone trusted them. Everyone started using them. So there weren't a lot of people, first of all, to start using the Google Cloud Platform because the services that was provided here were in number a little less, and that when someone is accustomed to one particular cloud platform, I'll tell you this from my personal experience, usually they will not want to switch. If you're looking to migrate from AWS to Azure, or if you're looking to cancel all your subscriptions and all of that, AWS will do everything in their power, and of course all of this is legal and everything, to make sure that you stay on their platform and not leave. They're going to provide you services, they're going to provide you discounts, they're going to do so many things to make sure you don't jump ship and go to someone else. That's not a bad thing, that's actually a great thing. But at the end of the day, if you are a person like the experts at GCP who's looking for more customers, then from your point of view that doesn't look that great, right? So that is one of the reasons I think they slowed down, but then now they're catching up at a pace which is phenomenally fast, which I've never seen before. And the number of job openings, if you look at it on LinkedIn or Indeed.com for experts who are wanted on the Google Cloud Platform, you will realize every single point that I just told you all, right? Perfect. The second point, the most important one in discussion here, the point that I am a huge fan of personally is that the data centers that Google run for their Google Cloud Platform are environmentally friendly, guys. They all run on 100% renewable energy sources, be it solar power, be it wind energy, be it hydrothermal, whatever it is. So this is telling us that, hey, we can have sustainable ways of running the world of information technology and not have to hurt our planet, right? Because the planet provides, it can be eternal if we take care of it. But then if you go on to misuse a lot of different things that Mother Earth provides, well, at the end of the day, there's going to come a time where the balance is lost and you cannot gain back the things which are once lost. Right now, there are so many animals or species that have become extinct when you think about it, right? They're lost forever. Now, at the end of the day, for me as a person who values all of these things, and similarly we have hundreds of thousands of people who think like this as well. Now you will look at a trend where people are buying electric vehicles because they don't like the amount of pollution an actual petroleum or a diesel car puts out. Now even these guys have a thought saying, hey, they might be hurting the environment way more than they initially thought they would, and they are jumping ship, right? This happens even in millions of dollars worth of transaction. Even big companies who put them out, who market themselves themselves as a company that says we are environmentally friendly, but then they're running on servers which are, not environmentally friendly. I'm not saying that AWS is bad. I'm not saying Azure is bad or that, they're polluting the environment, all of those things. But at the end of the day, when you take a look at it, having this kind of a bragging right which says we are using servers which are environmentally friendly, something that's going to market itself for the days to come, right? That's important, guys. The third thing, as I already told you, was AWS has a ton of services. Azure has a ton of services. Guess what? In the next couple of years, even Google Cloud Platform is going to have a ton of services as well. The most popular applications of GCP, in my opinion, again, when I asked a couple of people, when I ran a poll, I asked why, people think Google Cloud Platform is popular or what are they best known for. 8 out of 10 people always were willing to choose big data services. Now, the big data service that Google provides, and there's multiple things, BigQuery and a lot of other things. So these guys are known really, really well. In fact, better than AWS and Azure to handle that kind of data in a seamless fashion. So that is one of the reasons why when you take a look at the rapid establishment and the rapid growth, now they're playing the catch-up game in the world of cloud computing, but I have a personal feeling that somewhere down the line, it'll be the others who will play the catch-up game with GCP, right? Perfect, guys. Now to talk about the popularity of GCP really quick. The first point, again, has to be return on investment, right? What are you getting for the amount that you're spending? Whenever we have championed all of these modules, whenever I say pay as you go, you're paying only for the minute, you're paying only for the hour that you're using the product and all of that, there is a slight catch here. When you go on to use AWS and some of these services in AWS, usually rounds it to the next hour. Now, what I mean by that is if you use a platform for 3 hours, 35 minutes or 3 hours, 40 minutes, sometimes you're billed for 4 hours. It rounds up to the next hour of usage, right? Now, you're paying for 20 minutes that you haven't used. But in the case of GCPs, these guys are very efficient in terms of pricing. If you've used it for 3 hours, 32 minutes, you're probably billed for 3 hours, 32 minutes or 3 hours, 33 minutes. So 1 minute extra, it rounds out to the next minute, and that's the ceiling of it. You're not paying for the next 20 minutes as well. Now, in our discussion for a learner, this will seem like, okay, does it really make that big of a difference? Well, at the end of the day, think about it in the perspective of a company who would probably spend millions of dollars to keep their application running on the cloud, right? They would save, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars with just this 20-minute adjustment or whatever it is. I gave you an example, but when you think about the enterprise level solution that GCP are offering in terms of rounding up to the next minute rather than the next hour, is again attracting a lot of clients to these guys, right? Perfect. All right, guys, checking out the next reason of why GCP has been so popular is that Google as a company themselves has such a strong footing that these guys are foundational to the world of networking. These guys are the only guys in the entire world to have the most amount of fastest connections underground, optic fiber networks which support up to 10 terabits per second of transfer. This is not just in one country, this is across the world. These guys hold the dominion there. They're ranking top in the industry. They have laid out cables under the ocean floor. So when they are saying, hey, you know what, we will give you the fastest data transfer speed in the entire world, do you really think that customers would not be interested there? Well, 10 terabits a second is like, when you think about it, I am honestly surprised, because at the end of the day, it's really not something easy to provide when you have hundreds of thousands of customers who are looking for the same speed. Now, at the end of the day, Google say we can do it. They're doing it. And remember the point where I told you that as the other companies are going to start playing catch up, well, this is the first point for them to actually go on to start catching up with GCP. Perfect. Now, taking a look at the next point, I think it adds a lot of value to understand that in the world of data analytics as well as the world of big data, there's multiple services and innovative tools that these guys are providing, right? The first logo you see is of Google BigQuery. The second logo is of another service called as Google Cloud Data Flow. Now, both Data Flow and BigQuery are so amazing that if you're a person who's learning big data, or if you're a person who's looking towards data analysis, and if you're doing it on Google Cloud Platform, these will be the first services services that you will absolutely fall in love with. That is something, again, I've heard from a lot of people. It is true. I've tried it myself. These are amazingly intuitive services to use. Their user interface is actually good. It is getting way better than what it was. And I think it's Google at the end of the day. Everyone loves the ecosystem, the user interface, the user experience which Google provides for us, right? Perfect. The next point that we have to discuss, again, rounding back to our first point, is what is the amount of return that you're going to get on your investment, ROI, as we call it, right? So when you give your money out to GCP, what is the amount of, return that you're getting there, right? In that particular case, when you take a look at one particular type of service that GCP, AWS, and Azure provide, the compute engine or the compute services, their GCP's pricing is so amazing that this is almost somewhere around 50% cheaper than what AWS and Azure are providing to a good extent. Now, in some cases, this definitely is true. And at the end of the day, if it's 50% cheaper, why would you want to spend 50% more, when you could be spending it less, right? When you think as a company, this is the first thing that you would think about doing as well. And in that particular case, I think catch-up game is on for AWS and Azure in terms of pricing as well. The next thing is, data security, something we really have to talk about. And with Google, they have been in the world of networking. They've been on the internet for 20-25 years right now, and these guys have known how to integrate security into their products for all these years. And since their entire product line requires so much of data security, requires so much of authentications, basically, at the end of the day, my point here is that when they have been in an industry where they've been doing this for a really long time, they have the experience to go on to become the professionals in it, right? So in terms of data security trust, I think there's no better way to go other than GCP, right? Perfect, guys. So again, we checked out the quick introduction to GCP. You guys know what it is, when it is launched, why it is popular. We discussed a lot of these points similar to AWS and Azure as well. Now we are coming to an important part where we are going to discuss all the popular clients that these guys have, right? First of all, if you're thinking about AWS, as I mentioned, thousands and thousands of companies go on to make use of AWS, and these guys try to actually push the platform to its limits. Now, you've seen so many people, so many companies who use AWS in a way where they are actually in a position of, they say, hey, AWS, we're going to push you with, everything we've got, and we hope you can hold it at your end. Be it individuals, be it small companies or big companies alike. If you have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of businesses doing this day in and day out, AWS has to be, they have to be fundamentally strong to handle all of these things. And of course, they are. But then, guys, I think the most important way that we can numerically assess the popular clients is not just say, hey, Facebook is the most popular client of AWS. Well, it wouldn't make sense. Why is Facebook the most popular client of AWS, right? That is the reason I thought that it had a lot of value to actually show you guys who the top spenders are on AWS. So Netflix is paying $20 million monthly, in American dollars, of course, to AWS because they're using all of their services. Similarly, Twitch is again a popular streaming platform. It is mostly known in the world of gamers. I myself stream on Twitch whenever I play on my PlayStation. So there as well, Twitch people to host maybe all of their streamers, they are using compute services on AWS. They're providing $16 million monthly. LinkedIn are paying AWS $14 million monthly. Facebook are paying $12 million. BBC, the British broadcasting service, the channel, these guys are also providing $10 million. And this amount that you see is not an amount that these guys are paying to AWS on a yearly basis. This is a monthly basis. So this is the amount of money AWS are making for the services that these guys are providing, right? Now, if you're talking about Azure, similarly, even with Azure, let's look at the top spenders. The first big guy who's spending a lot of money, I think, is Verizon, right? Verizon, or Verizon as it's called, is again a very big network provider in the continental United States. Now, even these guys, there's many providers out there. I think Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, all these guys are big there. So these guys, put a bill get a bill of somewhere around $80 million a month from AWS. Then you have MSI Computers. MSI is this beautiful, I think, laptop manufacturers who's very well known in the gaming industry. Then you have LG Electronics, right? So LG is a very big name in home appliances. Then you have Adobe, of course, we all know. Then you have Intel. And if you, again, look at it, right? So these guys are spending millions and millions of amount to get solutions from Microsoft Azure as well. But the fun part that I want to talk about is in GCP as well. You saw that these companies, right? Twitch, Facebook, and LinkedIn, they were also using AWS. But these guys also use Google Cloud Platform, and they are, billing $65 million, $42 million, $41 million. So this is what is happening, this paradigm shift. I'm not saying that they're leaving AWS to come to GCP. They're using the best of both. AWS is providing certain services which they absolutely require. GCP is doing something way better than AWS that these guys are interested in. So that's the reason they say, you know what, why should we not have this guy do one thing, this platform do the other thing? So that's one of the reasons why many companies, it's not just these 5-6 people that you see on your screen right now. It's hundreds of companies who do this. They use multiple platforms to get multiple jobs at the hand done, right? So this is an important point that you guys have to know. And I hope when we took a look at these top spending, this was the best way. I could come up with telling you who these popular clients are, and you would of course know the popularity of it, right? Be it Facebook, LinkedIn, Yahoo, Twitch, and all of these platforms. And now, guys, I think when we're talking about the quick comparison that I have in mind for you guys with AWS, GCP, and Azure, now that you would have got a basic sense of it, I don't think I have to, spend a lot of time to tell you the differences that exist between these. When we go on to check out these platforms individually on a hands-on, level, you will come to know the differences that exist. But for now, to quickly take a look at the number of services that these guys are providing. Now, all of this data is as of March 2021, guys. AWS is providing somewhere around 13 compute services. Azure is providing 9 compute services, while GCP is also, providing 9 compute services. So in the terms of just the number of compute services that is being provided, I think AWS has the upper hand because they are providing more services, which means that they have more capability and they can cater to a wider audience base, right? Perfect. In the case of storage services as well, AWS leads because they do provide 7 storage services, Azure provides 6, and GCP provides 4 as well. Now, I'm not saying that either of these are inefficient and all of that. That is out of the talk right now. But just with the number of services, right, the things that you could do with every single number. Now, if AWS is providing one more service which would bring them millions of dollars of revenue each month, why do you think they wouldn't do it, right? That's the reason why these guys keep adding services and services. They know that the world wants it and they are there to provide it. But again, in the case of storage services as well, AWS is leading, right? Then when we talk about a really fun thing which I absolutely love is bringing 2 domains together. In this case, it's artificial intelligence or machine learning solutions, development, deployment of these solutions. Here again, AWS takes a slight edge with the number of services at least, right? AWS provides this really fantastic service called AWS SageMaker for working with machine learning solutions, right? So here they provide 12 AI ML solutions, that is AWS. Azure provides somewhere around 3 services, but then Azure ML is actually very, very, very well established, very popular amongst a lot of people. And then GCP in fact have beaten Azure to this particular service in this domain, and there's a good chance they might overtake AWS as well because they are getting very close to AWS with 7 services now. AWS provides 12, GCP provides 7, Azure provides 3. Right? Perfect. Next, when we talk about database services, there is no other comparison we have to champion about Azure here, right? Now, Azure leads this particular service domain with 9 services. AWS provides only 7, while GCP provide only 5 services. Now, again, we can talk about each of these services to greater extent, but for your learning path right now, I do believe that if you know these numbers, it is more than enough to go ahead, right, guys? So, with this database services, the next thing which is very, very important that you guys have to understand is server locations. AWS here is again a little bit more popular because they're catering to 24 geographic locations and they have 77 availability zones. Now, when you quickly go onto the AWS site to check about where they're available and all of that, you will be presented with a beautiful looking graph that will show you what are the regions that are catering for. Similarly, Azure, has their footprint in 65 plus regions across the globe, and GCP is showing immense amount of growth. In this particular case, they are present in 22 regions, and of course, they are looking at expanding rapidly from their existing 62 zones as well. So at the end of the day, when you're comparing Azure, AWS, and GCP, for me, the first thing, I am a guy who's driven by data, and for me, I think all of these data that I just showed you should give you an important idea about what the industry is requiring right now and what these guys are providing. Because see, if AWS comes up with one more service, that is going to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, because people are required to be experts there to solve people's problems using that service, right? You have to be trained to use that service. So these creation of jobs, every time there is a new service that comes up, be it in GCP, Azure, or AWS, I am really happy because it creates hundreds, if not thousands of jobs for that particular service as well, guys. So guys, with this, we have come to the end of this particular module. We took a lot of, introductions to all these different domains. We understood about AWS, we understood about Azure, GCP, we found out when they were launched, why they are popular, what are their most popular use cases, and we saw the most popular clients out there, and we also took a look at a quick comparison powered by data, powered by numerical digits of, why these guys have been popular as well, right? So with this particular module, my aim was to provide you guys with this fundamental knowledge that you have to have about these three big guys, because I'll be very honest with you, if you're a person who's looking for a job in this industry, there's a good chance when you start out, it'll either be in AWS, Azure, or GCP. So I thought it'll add a lot of value to your learning that we check this out now. So guys, with that, we have come to the end of this module. All right, guys, welcome to module number 5. I hope everything that we've covered in the last 4 modules have been completely clear for you all. Now, module number 5, we're going to take a look at the various cloud computing certifications that are there. Now, this is a very important thing for you as a learner to get started with, because at the end of the day, since you will be looking for a job after you complete this full course, or you will be looking towards becoming a specialist in the domain itself, it adds a lot of value for your learning at this point of time for you guys to understand the certifications. Now, when you take a look at the job trends, as we have discussed in the previous modules, usually they ask for a person who's certified in either AWS, Azure, or GCP, right? So you are going to need the in-depth knowledge about, how many certifications are there, what are the costs to these certifications, validity, what are the actual certifications, the order of certifications you're supposed to look at, everything, right? So we're going to cover all of that in detail in module number 5, which is cloud computing certifications, guys. So as I just mentioned, we're going to take an introduction to all the certifications that are present in AWS. Similarly, we're going to take a look at the certifications that Microsoft Azure offers to us. And of course, we're going to be taking a look at all the certifications that GCP provides as well. Now, guys, it is very important for you to, concentrate on either of these three. Now, why do I say this? Because it's usually when you find a person who has been in the cloud computing industry for a while, they usually find one of their favorite providers, either AWS, Azure, or GCP. They stick to that. They clear all the certifications in that, and then they go on to become an expert in that domain. So there are multiple certifications in AWS, as you're going to see, multiple in Azure and multiple in GCP. So it doesn't mean that you have to complete all of these certifications, or even that you have to complete at least one minimum in either of these, right? So based on what it is, what is the path that you're looking towards, we've discussed the job roles. So whatever it is that you want to do in your favorite provider, right? So you can just go on to pick that. That is why, to cater to all of you all who might be interested in AWS, Azure, and GCP, we're going to be covering certifications from all these three big boys, right? Perfect, guys. Now, without further ado, let us dive right into the module to take a look at AWS certifications. Now, with AWS certifications, there are many important pointers that we're going to have to discuss. We're going to have to take a look at the order of certifications. We're going to take a look at the certifications themselves and a lot more. So let's begin. Now, let us come to a section where we are going to answer this question. which AWS certification is the right one for you. Now, if there are multiple AWS certifications, I'm sure you guys already know this. That would be the reason why you guys have tuned into this session. So to answer this question is very important. Now, what are the domains that you guys are looking for? Because let me tell you, this cloud computing is like an ocean, right? If you throw a stone, it will not dent the ocean into it, or nor will it matter a lot. Right? So you have to hone in. You might be a person who's into data science. You might be a person who wants to do machine learning, or you are a DevOps professional or something, right? So you need to find your niche and then see which cloud provider is sort of providing support for your niche element to be used in this online world of cloud computing, right? That is an important thing. Now you might saying, hey, okay, I am a database developer. What's my thing? If I'm looking towards cloud, do I have any scope or something like that? As I've told you, right, 9 out of 10 domains here are something that can be scalable on the cloud. It literally, you will not find a difference of you using an offline server or you actually being connected to a cloud computing platform and working on it. Both are highly efficient. Both eventually will, it depends on your requirement of which will cost the higher or not. But coming back to certifications, there are multiple certifications and each of these certifications have a cost to it. So you need to know which certification is right for you before you get started, right? Let's answer that question. Which AWS certification is right for you? Now, before you think about how these certifications sort of, do you actually get a physical certificate mailed to your house and all of that are some of the questions that we get. The first thing is AWS provides these badges, these virtual badges called as acclaim badges, which are sort of the validation that, you guys are certified in that domain. I'm going to show you what the badges look like, but once you have these badges, it means you're a person, who is certified in these domains, right? There are certain examinations that usually one certification comes with one examination that you have to clear to make sure that you're showing the world that, hey, here is something that I learned. Here is an examination where I verified what I learned and I proved my worth. And then AWS gives you a badge saying, yes, this person is an expert, right? You got that. You prepare for it. You take up an examination. You pass the examination with the score that is required. And then you are a professional in that particular subdomain in the world of AWS, right? Now, the next question we get asked saying is, do I compulsorily have to know English to get started with AWS certification, or can I take it in any other language? Well, of course, AWS at the moment supports 4 different languages. You can take it in English. You can take all of these examinations in Japanese as well, Chinese and Korean, depending on where you are from and what you're proficient in as well. So it is not only just that compulsory requirement that you have to do it in English. There are other languages as well. And I'm sure AWS is working on bringing more and more languages into the domain to make sure that people who are not so proficient in English can definitely make complete use of it, right? So keep that thought in your mind, even though maybe your language is not listed here at the moment, right? The second set of things that you really have to know about AWS certifications is that when I said exams, right, these exams are not free. Some of these exams cost somewhere around $100 all the way to $350 that you will have to pay for every single attempt that you take, right? Now, in Indian currency, it is basically 7,000 rupees all the way till somewhere around 26,000 rupees per attempt for an examination that you guys will have to pay to become an expert in all of these domains and have a certification for the same, right? Now, since I've already mentioned that there are multiple examinations that are available, certifications that are available, if we take the average of all of these and find a duration, the average of an examination is somewhere around 2 hours, guys. So you will be preparing for weeks and months together to give a 2-hour exam that is eventually going to give you a badge, an acclaim badge that shows that you're an expert in this particular domain, right? So keeping this in mind, you might say, okay, so it's a 2-hour examination. I learn for a couple of weeks or months. I write it. I am certified. Am I a lifelong AWS expert now? In terms of certification validity, right? All AWS certificates that you, take the exam and get the acclaim badge for, this acclaim badge or certification is valid for 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. So for after every 3rd year, you have to prove yourself again. And, just to make sure that you guys Usually in today's world, what happens is once you prove your worth, you get into a cloud computing job. Later down the line, no one is going to ask you to retake these examinations again and again because they already know that you have years worth of experience. But there are certain companies who say you definitely have to have an active certification if you're a part of the company. So in those cases, after every 3 years, you might have to take up the same certification again. But usually people build upon multiple certifications which are out there from the beginner level to the advanced level, which we are going to talk about right now, right? There are 3 different tiers when we talk about AWS certifications, ladies and gentlemen. It is the foundational certification, it is the associate certification, and of course, it's the AWS professional certification as well. Now, AWS foundational certification is usually recommended for the people who have somewhere around 6 months of experience. They like to work with, cloud computing. They want to work with AWS. They might have not worked with it previously. They want to understand the entire foundation of, the functional working of cloud computing. Basically, for those people, AWS Foundation is the right one. Then when you're thinking about AWS Associate Certification, this is when there's a recommended experience to have. It is somewhere around 12 months or of course 1 year's worth of experience before you should take up this certification and actively work on clearing it. And then after Associate, there's another level of certification called as the AWS Professional Certification. This mind you, is somewhere from around 12 to 24 months of experience, right? So it is actually supposed to be beyond 12 months of experience for this one, for AWS certification. But of course, it is not a compulsion saying you have to have 24, 6 months of experience to get started with. It is their recommended amount of experience that it requires, because you cannot clear a certification with maybe 5-10 days of expertise, right? You have to know the in-depths of the domain. That is why it's called as a certification, right, guys? Now, before we go on to talk about each of these individual certifications, again, if you guys are very much interested in all of these courses in cloud computing and any other course, make sure you guys are actively checking out Great Learning Academy. And of course, do subscribe to the Great Learning YouTube channel and take a second to hit that like button if you love everything you're seeing on your screen right now, guys. It's an amazing thing about AWS Foundational certifications that you're supposed to know a lot of different things, right? See, on the right, you have something called as the Acclaim badge that we saw about. And in the case of AWS foundational certifications, there is one very important certificate that you guys have to work on. Start taking notes from this point on, guys. It's called as the AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner Certification. Now, this is a certification which talks a lot about how you can have a clear understanding about the foundational aspects that govern the entire world of cloud computing. If you're a person who's familiar with the Microsoft Azure environment, right? So this certification is very similar to the one that they offer, which is called as Microsoft Azure Fundamentals Certification, right? So it's a certification that you use to get started with the domain, understand it, be thorough in the foundations, and then have a certificate saying, yes, I am a cloud practitioner. I know how this cloud computing domain works. But then to go on to do it, you require one examination. That examination is called as AWS CLF C01. This examination has to be cleared, and to work on these examinations, right? Especially the examination C01 that I spoke about will test you on 4 very important concepts. First of all the cloud concepts, it will be talking about the various services provided, what each services mean, when a cloud computing platform is providing a service, what are all the things that the client has to know, what all are the things that the cloud computing platforms themselves are providing, and all of that. Next, of course, whenever you're thinking about putting your data out there on a public platform, you have to understand about keeping that data secure, right? So next, you'll be talking about security, you'll be tested on compliance, and of course, the basic technology that goes into having and understanding a working cloud environment, right? Technology is something that you will be quizzed upon here as well. And the fourth thing is, as I told you, to get started with an AWS cloud computing platform, it is sort of free in a way. They give you a free trial and a good amount of credit that you can use to learn. But going on, the majority of the money, of course, comes in from their products, which are being billed to customers, and all the pricing that is being given to the customers, right? So you have to understand for what amount of usage is what amount of bill that is eventually costing to the company, right? So that is an important thing that we'll be talking about in the AWS foundational certification, guys. So there's only one cloud practitioner certification in the foundational level. Coming on the second thing is the AWS Associate certifications. Now, Associate certifications is one step up from the foundational certifications in a way where here you have three choices to pick from. You have the AWS Certified Associate, the Solutions Architect Associate. Next, you have the SysOps Administrator Associate, and you have the Developer Associate certification. You can pick one of these, or you can pick all of these as well. But usually, you can either work on a Solutions Architect Associate or a Developers Associate. But if you're a person who loves working on the admin side of things, you definitely should look towards the SysOps Administrator Associate as well. Right, guys. Now, whenever you're taking a look at the first one, which was the AWS Certified Solutions Architect Associate, right? This certification requires an examination that is called as SAA C02. SAA stands for Solutions Architect Associate. C02 is the name of the examination that you have to take to clear this. And this is an examination which will test you on how well you understand certain design principles that exist in the world of software, right? There is a structured way of how we look at building a software or even maintaining a software and eventually using it. So to understand all of these of how it works in a cloud computing platform is exactly what will be taught in this certification as well. So you have to know this. You'll be tested based upon this, right? So it is again, if you have a problem, if you have a project, it is not only one way of how you can solve it. There can be 10 solutions. There can be 100 solutions, right? So you need to know all of these best practices that go into finding the best solution for a project. That is what you will be tested on as well, right? So you'll be tested on 4 things of how you can design resilient architectures which will stand, if even if the company is scaling really quickly. The second thing is whenever you're working about providing a solution, you have to talk about if the cloud computing platform is providing high performance computing and high performance architecture for the companies, you will be tested upon that as well. And the third thing, as always, is an important thing with AWS is security. You will be tested on security applications, security architectures, how you understand security, how you implement it, and all of that in AWS, right? And the fourth thing is sometimes you can, cross your budgets really, really easily. So having cost optimization is an important skill to have. You'll be trained upon all of that, and you instead of trained upon with this certification, you'll be tested upon that directly, guys. So you have to have the working knowledge of how you can optimize the costs when it comes to using these platforms, right? You might require one computer, a simple i3 or an i5 machine to get your job done, and there's a good chance you might have used a very, very powerful computer which will maybe not come in your budget, right? So in that particular case as well, you have to look towards a solution where you can optimize the best way possible in terms of returns and in terms of money. Right, guys. Now, after the first AWS Associate certification, the second thing which you're going to check out is the SysOps Administrator Associate. With the SysOps Administrator Associate, you have to take an exam, SOA C01. You have to clear this to make sure you have the certification. This is a certification which is definitely testing you on your ability of how you can deploy services on AWS, how you can manage services on AWS, and of course, how you can operate these systems, right? This is the practical knowledge. This is the foundational concept that you would have built upon from your foundational certification. As an associate, you definitely should know how to deploy, maintain, or operate systems on the cloud computing platform. And it is not only this, it makes sure that, you can have the complete capability to take an on-premise workload, move it onto AWS, and make sure that whatever was the load that, your AWS system can handle it, it can work on it, and effectively provide a solution based upon it as well, right? So that's SysOps Administrator Associate. You will be tested upon your skills of how you know about monitoring and reporting in AWS. What is the amount of availability that you are aware of, how you can map different things on the platform, what is your knowledge upon deployment and provisioning, storage and management, security and compliance. See, security is a very important thing everywhere, right? And then networking is very important for SysOps, and of course the world of automation and how you can optimize things, not only finances wise but even providing a solution to a product, right? That is why a SysOps Administrator certification is very, very important. The next certification that we're going to be checking out is the AWS Certified Developer Associate. Now, this is a very, very, very popular certification which a lot of people look towards. So guys, again, there's an examination for this. The examination is DVA C01. DVA stands for the Developer Associate C01. This needs to be cleared in a way where you can clear this if you have the complete capability to understand all of the different services provided by AWS. You have a functional knowledge of the architecture, you have had some hands-on experience in that, right? So it will test you on a lot of different things, including all of the stuff that I just said, and also it will be checking your capability if you can develop cloud-based solutions. Can you deploy cloud-based solutions? How well can you do it? How effectively are you trying to solve a problem? All of that is being discussed in the AWS Associate Developers, AWS Certified Developers Associate certification as well. In this particular case, you will be tested upon all of these things of how you can go on to provide deployment, what is the methods of security you're going to be implementing when you're designing and deploying a product or a software here, and of course, how can you do native development using all the services provided by AWS, and of course, a lot of monitoring, troubleshooting, understanding what is going on, right? So it's almost like you definitely being a developer, but being a developer on an entirely different platform, right? So you require that sort of thinking, the mindset that a developer would have. But in this case, you're going to be using all that knowledge to scale upon things that are present in the cloud computing environment. So these are the AWS Associate certifications, guys. There are two important AWS professional certifications that you guys should be looking towards. It is the AWS Certified Solutions Architect Professional and the AWS Certified DevOps Engineer Professional, right? These two certifications are sort of the pinnacle of AWS certifications, at least in my opinion, because if you are an AWS Certified Solutions Architect, it means that you have the complete working knowledge of this domain. You might have come from the foundational level, you might have come through the associate level, and now you have also cleared the professional certification, right? So let us check out what these two certifications are all about. In the case of AWS Certified Architect Professional, right, there's an exam which you have to clear, which is the SAP C01. SAP stands for Solutions Architect Professional. This is definitely a requirement for you guys to clear the certification. To clear it, you will be tested on a lot of things. One very, very important thing that you'll be tested upon is how you can design and deploy fault-tolerant systems, how you can design and deploy scalable applications as well, right? Now, when I say a scalable application, at the end of the day, you might have a product which is working fine if you get a customer base of 10. Now, if you have to up that into 100,000, 10,000 or 1 lakh customers that you haven't expected but eventually rushed into your platform or your website, you have to make sure that your application, your software doesn't crash, right? But guess what? AWS has the complete capability to do auto scaling for you in a way where if it will allocate systems automatically based on the traffic, based on the resources that are being used. So if a small amount of resources are being used, 1 to 5 or 10 computers are allocated. If a lot of people are coming in and the rush is just pouring in, you definitely can just automatically set it to scale up. So eventually things don't fail, right? Now, a lot of e-commerce sites eventually use this principle. Whenever there is a flash sale, whenever there is a launch event or something where product gets sold out in a few seconds, all the traffic is pouring in that particular second, so their site should not crash, right? So they allocate in the backend the resources required automatically to scale up based on the traffic that it's hand. So this is a certification that will test you on all of these abilities that you might have. It will talk about how you can work on cost control strategies as well, because once you go up and up and up in this domain, your costs will also go up because of the convenience and the numerous advantages that you're being provided with. It is vital that you work on how you can effectively minimize your cost and maximize your value for money, right? So there's a lot of content online, which content outline which you definitely can look towards. You'll be working on, you would have worked on the design for organizational complexity. That is something you'll be tested upon. How can you provide new solutions? That is something you'll be tested upon. What is your plan for migrating from one system to another one, maybe one platform into another, taking an offline server and bringing it to the cloud, eventually cost control, and how can you improvise these solutions that already exist, right? Now, it doesn't mean that if you're using cloud computing, you started on scratch. It might be that you have a system which you already took to the cloud and now you look towards improving that, right? In that particular case, continuous improvement is something which is very, very, very vital, ladies and gentlemen. Right. This brings us to the second professional certifications where we'll be discussing about the AWS Certified DevOps Engineer Professional. The word DevOps here is a very fun one because DevOps is again a domain on its own which is trying to bridge the gap that exists between developers and operations team. Right now, developers go on to write code, write a varieties of software. It is the department, it is the operations department that eventually makes sure that the latest stuff gets verified, tested, and then becomes live on the web application, website, or whatever software it is, right? So to know that you're a person who has the capability to do this on a cloud computing platform, you are going to require to clear an examination, DOP-C01. DOP stands for DevOps, DevOps Engineer Professional C01. This needs to be cleared. There's an examination. To go on to clear it, it will make sure that you have to be proficient in the case of how you can implement continuous delivery systems on the world of Amazon Web Services. It will also talk about how not only can you deploy things better, but your ability to track the metrics behind these deployments, to talk about how well can you monitor solutions using this, and what is your proficiency in terms of logging, right? Logging is this fundamental structured thing which is done to track a lot of different things. A million things can be logged at your fingertips and you can have the information ready in the case of AWS, but to read those logs and understand them, you require certain knowledge, right? So you'll be tested upon all of these different things. You'll be tested upon how you can automate the software development lifecycle. That is what SDLC stands for. You'll also be talking about working on configuration management and using infrastructure as code. You will be tested upon your ability to monitor and work on logging, as I just mentioned. And of course, there are certain policies and standards which can be automated as well. You will be tested upon that too. And it so happens in some cases that there are certain incidents. So to make sure that your systems are fault tolerant and you already have a plan in case of disaster strikes, right? It's called as disaster recovery and incident and event responses as well. So everything is covered, right? From the best case situation till the worst case situation where something might happen and your data is gone from the Amazon's data center, right? Maybe a huge earthquake, maybe a tsunami, whatever it is, right? I mean, these data centers are placed in a way where it is extremely safe, and to get access to it by a public person is nearly impossible because it is highly secure, and it is impossible to break in because there is 15-16 layers of security that one must go through even before getting to touch the server where your data is stored, right? So they're making sure that you know all of these things. As a professional, it becomes very, very vital that you know all of these, ladies and gentlemen. Now to talk about the AWS specialty certifications, well, this is a certification which is again bringing down into the niche domain where you are trying to cover about things which are very vital. Again, they are a special thing, they are a small thing, but it might have a huge impact, right? Now, in the case of AWS, you have three different specialty certifications: the AWS Certified Database certification, you have the AWS Certified Data Analytics certification, and of course the AWS Certified Machine Learning certification as well. So let us quickly talk about three more certifications that are there from the first three that I just mentioned. You have AWS Certified Security, AWS Certified Networking, and AWS Certified Alexa Skill Builder as well, guys. Now, whenever we're talking about these certifications, right, look to your screen. There are 6 that are mentioned: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. each of these specialty certifications have certain meaning to them. For example, if you want to look towards becoming an expert in the case of database management and working with it on a cloud computing platform, you would look at AWS certified database. If you're a person who's into data analytics and you want to take your entire knowledge to the cloud, you definitely will be working on AWS certified data analytics as well. And the third thing is, if you're a person who is looking towards machine learning to provide solutions based upon this domain of data science and you want to expand all of this to the cloud, you definitely should be looking towards AWS certified machine learning as well. Right, guys. Point number 4 talks about AWS certified security. Again, if you are a person who's looking towards certification in the domain of security, you want to understand it better, you'll be looking towards AWS security. If you're a person who wants to understand how the back end of networking works in the world of cloud computing, AWS certified networking will help you. And number 6, right, AWS certified Alexa skill builder. Alexa is again a part of the Amazon's ecosystem. So if you're looking towards that kind of a ecosystem to learn in as well, you can bring that platform to the cloud and use it too, guys. So these are some of the 6 specialty certifications that you can cover with the help of AWS. There is no order to any sort of AWS certifications, guys. There was a time when you compulsorily had to clear a particular order to make sure, that you can, for example, you have to clear foundational to get to associate, then you have to clear associate to get to professionals. Now everything is standalone for the last couple of months to get started with, but it is highly recommended you start with the cloud certified cloud practitioner, because this will get you started with the domain itself. Don't just jump towards professional certification thinking that you've put in a good amount of time. Professional certifications are very difficult to clear and these examinations can be challenging as well. So get started with certified cloud practitioner, then look towards associate examinations, and then look towards these professional ones, right? So depending on your interest, depending on what it is that you want to learn, I'm sure there is a certification, right? We also discussed the specialty certifications that are there here. So based upon all of that, you definitely require this kind of a knowledge. For example, in many cases for certain professional certifications, you do require associate certification as well. So in that case, it is vital to know. But it is a very recent policy change in Amazon that says that no matter what, all AWS certifications are standalone. Alright, guys, so I hope we were clear, completely with respect to all the AWS certifications out there. Now, similarly, Microsoft Azure also provides certifications, so we are going to have to check them out as well. AWS were the first people to say, hey, we're going to provide certifications on our platform. And then Azure said, hey, you know what, even we can do that. So even these guys are providing certifications to add that much of a value to your knowledge and your learning as well, right? So let us go on to check out the various certifications that are provided by Microsoft Azure. Now, after having understood that, hey, Azure is popular, Azure is one among the top 3, they're doing things really amazingly well, all of the things set apart. Now that we're talking about certifications, which Azure certification should you go for? There are a lot of certification and I'm sure you guys are curious, right? Now, to be honest with you, there's multiple certifications, but all of these certifications are brought down and simplified into 4 different tiers. We have the Azure fundamental certifications. We have multiple Azure associate level certifications. We have the Azure expert level certifications, and we have specialty certifications. Now, if you take a look at the name itself is going to give you a good amount of clarity of what you should expect from the certification programs, right? Azure fundamentals talk about how you can quickly pace yourself up with respect to Azure, the domain itself, the working knowledge of the domain and all of that. Associate certification, you're supposed to be looking at if you're a person maybe 6 months or 1 year experience and you want to challenge yourself, you want to push yourself to be certified, right? So that is an associate level certification. Then you have the expert level certification. So once you have 2 or 3 years worth of experience, you definitely will want to look towards Azure expert certifications, because at the end of the day, using that, you can become an architect, you can become a cloud architect. And if you are a cloud architect, especially with proficiency in Azure, you definitely can look towards amazing jobs in your dream companies, dream designations, whatever it is, ladies and gentlemen, right? And then we have Azure specialty certifications. Specialty certifications are really nice because at the end of the day, if you have certain niche concepts or certain niche domains, you bring it towards Azure, and you can use IoT by making use of Microsoft Azure. Now, that is not the only purpose of Microsoft Azure, but then hey, they are providing a certification which says you can become an expert in IoT to work on it and provide solutions using the Azure platform, right? How amazing is that? So how many certifications do we have in total? Well, to answer this question, we have 14 Azure certifications in total that you can work towards. Now, a common question we get saying is, okay, so if I'm looking to become certified in Microsoft Azure, do I have to do all 14 of these? And the answer to this is absolutely no. See, these are role-based certifications and these are specialty certifications in which you can pick up what it is that you would want to do and you can, work on that as well. If you're directly jumping to an expert level certification, sometimes there are prerequisites, regarding certification, or the most important part in the knowledge itself that you have to clear the associate level to get to that, right? So it's highly suggested you take it, step by step, work with the fundamentals and then go ahead, right? So this is an important thing. There are 14 certifications in total that are split down into 4 tiers, which we checked out in this particular slide. Fundamentals, associate, expert, and specialty, right? Perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Now let us go on to check out what these certifications cost you, right? Now, these certifications are not free. You have to take an examination to go on to show your proficiency in the matter, and these have a cost attached to it as well. So if you're in the US, these exams cost somewhere around $100 to all the way to $400 for every attempt that you take the examination. And in India, it roughly translates to somewhere around 7,000 rupees all the way up to 28,000 rupees as well. So this is for every single attempt that you're going to take up that particular examination. Right? Now, guys, point number 2 here is a very, very important point. Point number 2 states that from June 2021, all of the Azure certifications is going to be valid for 1 year, right? So it's one of these things that's going to come into your head. The thought that's going to come into your head is, okay, so after 1 year, when we have probably paid a lot of money for a certification, what happens? Guess what? Microsoft says that they will renew your certifications absolutely free of cost, but then you have to take an online assessment examination for that. So it's like 1 year down the line, you just have to reprove yourself with a small examination, and that again extends your Azure certification, that you are certified in that duration for another year as well, right? So how amazing is this? You'll be paying for the examination once, but definitely you get this kind of a free renewal every year that will just make sure that you down the line do not have to keep paying Microsoft to keep renewing your certifications, right? So that's a very important thing. Now, guys, let us get started with Azure fundamental certifications, right? See, with Azure Fundamentals, you have 3 certifications out here. And one of these certifications itself is called Azure Fundamentals, right? Azure Fundamentals in itself is a certification that you have to look forward to. There is an exam that you have to clear for this. It's the exam AZ900 that you have to clear to be certified, to be called as an Azure Fundamentals, right? To have that badge that you see on your screen right now, it is this. Now, what does a Azure Fundamental, certification test you on? The first thing is that you definitely will have to have the basic knowledge of how data is used on Azure, how Azure itself works, all the UI components. You getting familiarity with the entire ecosystem is something very important that you're going to be tested on in AZ900. So it's a very vital thing, guys. If you don't have your pen and paper or something, I highly suggest you take a note of these exams and of course the certifications that go with it. It is going to add a lot of value if you guys are very serious about your cloud career, right? Perfect. Now, whenever we go on to take a look at the second certification in the Azure Fundamental section, we have the Azure Data Fundamentals. Now, Azure Data Fundamentals is the second certifications in the category of fundamentals, which is very, very popular here. Now, just like Azure Fundamentals, you have to clear another exam here. The exam is called as DP900. And once you go on to clear this particular examination, you will be given a badge that looks like that, right? It's a fantastic badge. These fundamental courses, right? We're going to be discussing another fundamental course here. These 3 will add immense amount of value to showcase that you're showing good amount of knowledge in terms of the domain itself, but it also has another advantage. It showcases that you're using it as a stepping stone to maybe look towards associate and even expert level certifications, right? Perfect. So coming back to data fundamentals, you'll actually be tested on multiple life cycle concepts, multiple main services, which are, a key part of Azure. So you have to have some working knowledge about what are the services that are being provided for you in Azure, what are the life cycles, how is the development methodology working, is there something that Azure is doing very differently for the other platforms, and all of that is something you have to know. You're going to be tested based upon that. Now, since we're talking about data fundamentals, if you're a person who is very interested in the field of data engineering, right? Or let's say you're a person who's looking towards database administration roles and all of that, this certification is an amazing place for you guys to start upon it, right? And look at what I told. I told you that Azure is, it provides all role-based certifications, right? Now, you might be thinking about, hey, I want to work on Azure, but I do not want to become a full-blown cloud computing expert. I want to become a data engineer. Can I still use Azure? I hope this answers your question to that, right? To talk about the third fundamental certification we have here in Azure, it's the Azure AI Fundamentals. Now, for all of you guys who are looking towards the domain of artificial intelligence and you want to deploy artificial intelligence, AI-based solutions on the cloud, look no further than Azure AI Fundamentals, right? As always, here's another exam that you have to clear. Exam AI 900 has to be cleared for this certification. It is extremely popular whenever you're coming from a domain of data science or anything that's related to you providing a solution by using artificial intelligence, right? So attaining artificial intelligence is a goal of data science, but if you have to do all of this on a cloud computing platform, that is possible these days as well. That's the most fantastic thing about these cloud computing platforms. So you can perform a variety of tests on all of your machine learning algorithms. You can work on natural language processing, or the concept of NLP as it's called, and you can use a ton of other services that Microsoft Azure are going to give you to work with artificial intelligence based solutions, right? So to go on to do all of that, you have to showcase your proficiency, and to go with working knowledge of the domain, you definitely can attempt the AI 900 examination, and upon clearing it, you guys will clear the Azure AI Fundamentals certification, right? Now, we discussed three things: Azure Fundamentals, Azure Data Fundamentals, and Azure AI Fundamentals. Now, a question that you might ask is saying, do I have to finish all three of these to go ahead? The answer is absolutely no, right? But a good place to start is definitely Azure Fundamentals. It'll get you started with the domain. Clearing that examination will put a concrete foundation to your learning. So I highly suggest you guys check that out. But then, of course, if you're a person who's into data engineering, if you're a person who's into machine learning, artificial intelligence and all of that, you can look at Data Fundamentals, or you can look at AI Fundamentals. Perfect. The next thing that we're going to check out is the associate certifications from Azure. Now, to go on to work on these associate certifications, you have to have a decent amount of experience. 6 months to 1 year is what is recommended for this, right? There are 7 very important associate certifications that we have to discuss here. We have the Azure Administrator certification, we have the AI Engineer certification, DBA, which stands for Database Administrator, we have the Data Engineer certification, Data Scientist, Azure Developer, Azure Security Engineer. Can you see how these certifications are again role-based? So if you want to become a database administrator, you have a certification of your own. If you want to become a data scientist and use Azure, you have a different certifications. If you're a person who's looking towards security aspect of things, you have an entirely different certification as well, right? So that's the most amazing thing whenever we talk about these things. Perfect. Let us go on to discuss about the first certification that we have, which is the Azure Administrator certification. With Azure Administrator, you have to clear this exam. It's called as AZ-104. This is a very important examination that you have to clear if you're looking towards becoming an Azure Administrator. This will test you on your ability of how you can monitor situations, manage solutions, and of course, how you can implement new solutions on existing problems or maybe on novel problems as well. So it will test you a lot about these things. You have to work on a lot about understanding how processing works, how the networking aspect of things work, and how storage itself works on the Azure cloud. So once you have a concrete understanding of all of these, you definitely can attempt the examination. Clearing it adds a lot of value to your resume. Right, guys. Moving on to the next one, we have the Azure AI Engineer. Now, hey, this is an Associate AI Engineer certification, right? So for this, again, you have an examination called as AI 100 that needs to be cleared. It is very, very similar to the Azure AI Foundation, the fundamental certification that we just took a look at 2 minutes back. But here, the level of complexity just becomes bigger, right? So it's a lot more complex. You will be asked questions, to a far more in-depth regarding AI, and that is a very important thing. So whenever you're talking about the concepts of knowledge mining, whenever you're talking about using cognitive services on Azure Cloud, or whenever you just want to provide an AI-based solutions using the platform itself, right, you definitely need, this certification. Again, whenever you're looking for a job as well, people realize that, hey, this person is certified in this particular concept, right? Perfect. Now, guys, to talk about the next certification, we have the Azure, Database Administrator Engineer certification. Now, this talks about how you guys can work on becoming experts in Azure database administration. An exam needs to be cleared for this as well. The exam is called Exam D300. It's a very important examination. It's going to completely test you on how you have the capability to not only manage solutions, but also deploy the same using the cloud computing platform, right? So you will be taught about how you can be working with safe environments, how you will be implementing data platform resources, and a lot more. So having knowledge about these is exactly on what you're going to be tested on in the exam D300, guys. So this is the Azure Database Administrator certification. You definitely should look towards this if you're a person who's very interested in handling the backend aspect of things using Azure, of course, right? Perfect. Next, we're going to talk about the Azure Data Engineer certification. Now, Data Engineer certification is a very important certification. This requires 2 examinations for you to clear, unlike all of these exams that we just took about where you have to clear only 1, right? So in this particular case, you have to clear 2 examinations, the DP200 and of course the DP201 as well, to become a data engineer, to become a certified Azure data engineer, right? All right. Perfect, guys. Now to talk about what you're going to be, how different is Azure Data Engineer examination from the others, right? Well, this is the only associate level of certification where you'll have to give 2 examinations to clear it. So you'll be quizzed on a lot about data security, data monitoring, and the concepts of data management itself. So having knowledge about this is a concrete requirement for you guys to clear these 2 examinations, DP200 and of course DP201, right? And if you are a person who is looking towards handling the concepts of big data, data ingestion, and all of these in the life cycle of data itself, I highly suggest you guys check out the Azure Data Engineer certification, right? Perfect. Now to move on, the next one we're going to be checking out is the Azure Data Scientist certification. Now, the Azure Data Scientist certification is a fascinating one because again, this requires 1 examination, DP100, that you have to clear. And the huge advantage of you guys looking towards 2 very fantastic domains such as data science and cloud computing is that you can deploy all of your machine learning models, AI models, deep learning models, whatever it is, using the Azure ecosystem itself. And that is exactly what you'll be tested upon, is how best can you make use of the Azure ecosystem and how best can your model perform when it is used on these particular ecosystems as well, right? So you will be tested on your ability to implement solutions, to deploy machine learning solutions, and a lot more. So it becomes very important that if you guys are looking towards expertise in data science on the Azure platform, you highly should look towards and work towards the DP100 examination. To talk about the next associate certification, ladies and gentlemen, is the Azure Developer certification, right? So for this, you are going to require an examination, another examination called AZ204 that needs to be cleared. Here you'll be tested on your ability of how you can work with Azure services, how you can not only design, but also create, maintain, and test all of these services at the same time as well. It's a very important thing that you guys have to know about. The third thing is that it is also very, very important that you guys have to know about how you can work with the software development kit itself. That is what SDK stands for. So whenever you go on to use this Azure SDK, having working knowledge on that is very, very important for you guys to work towards becoming an Azure developer, right? Perfect. The next one, the last one of the Azure associate certifications that we're going to be checking out is the Azure Security Engineer certification. Now, a common thing is that whenever you put your data, somewhere else, whenever you put your data, on the cloud platform, it is usually like saying, hey, is my data safe or not? Of course, For you to portray yourself to be an expert in terms of Azure security, there's another certification here. The exam you have to clear for it is AZ500. This will test you on your ability of how you can implement security controls, how you can work with identity management, even role-based authentication as well. There's a lot of different things that you have to know about. And hey guys, whenever we're talking about data, one important thing is to protect it. And these data protection techniques keep changing day in and day out, right? So you have to have the knowledge about the latest data protection methodologies. And once you have working knowledge of all of that, I think it's vital that you guys take up AZ500 if you're looking towards the data security aspect of things. All right, perfect. So next we're going to move on to understand the Azure expert certifications. Now we saw the fundamental, we saw the associate level certifications. Now we're going to take a look at the expert certifications. Well, in terms of expert certifications, the offering from Microsoft are pretty nice out here, because we have two very, very, very important Azure expert certifications, which is the Azure Solutions Architect certification and the Azure DevOps Engineer, right? So let us discuss each of them individually. To start out with, firstly, if you're taking a look at the Azure Solutions Architect, right now, being certified in this, right? So it means that you actually are a thorough expert in Azure itself, right? How amazing is that? But then to go on to showcase yourself saying, hey, I am thorough in Azure, you have to clear two important examinations, Azure AZ 303 and of course 304 as well. Now again, in the expert category, here is another certification where you have to clear two examinations for it, right? Of course, this certification is definitely going to be challenging. You're going to require complete knowledge of application design, working on security, how you can look towards infrastructure management, infrastructure maintenance, cost cutting, even with the respect of how you can use data to solve problems, right? So when you're calling yourself as an expert Azure developer, or let's say an Azure solutions architect, as an architect, you have to know things in and out, right? So it's vital to have a lot of experience before attempting this particular examination. It's a very popular examination. And once on the other side, once you become a certified Azure Solutions Architect, the salary trends increase in an exponential way. So people out there are looking for solutions architects, and I think all of you all who are tuned into this session can definitely work towards becoming experts there, right? Perfect, guys. The next one we're going to check out is the Azure DevOps Engineer certification. Now, with the Azure DevOps Engineer certification, unlike the previous one, we do not require two examinations to clear. You require one examination. It's called as the AZ400 that you have to clear, right? But to get to this point, to call yourself as an Azure DevOps Engineer, it becomes very vital that you either using it and providing solutions on a wonderful cloud computing platforms such as Azure. It becomes vital that you understand all the strategies that go on into doing this, understand code, understand all the testing methodologies, implementation, and how you can do all of this on the Azure platform, right? So once you can go on to do all of this, then providing a solution catering via Azure becomes very easy. But to become certified, you have to write the exam AZ400. So I hope you are clear with all the fundamental certifications, associate certifications, and the expert level certifications, right? Perfect, guys. Now we're going to take a look at two fantastic specialty certifications that we have here at Microsoft Azure. It's the Azure IoT Developer Certificate and of course the Azure for SAP workloads as well. Now, in this particular case, with the Azure IoT Developer Certification, as someone of you asked in the comment section, you can implement Internet of Things, the entire technology, the entire domain, and provide solutions using Azure as well. So, to go on to become an expert in IoT, to become certified saying, hey, I can implement IoT solutions on Microsoft Azure, you are going to take a look.
AWS Cloud APIs are your all-in-one tool for managing AWS services. Instead of juggling different tools for each service, you can use these powerful APIs to handle everything seamlessly. By the end of this video, you will know how to create an EC2 instance, an S3 bucket, and even run a serverless function with AWS Lambda. Plus, we will explore the Cloud Control API for a more integrated approach. Let's get started. What is an API? An API or application program interface is like a bridge that allows different software applications to communicate. Think of it like a waiter taking your order in a restaurant and bringing your food from the kitchen. APIs make it possible for apps to request and exchange data efficiently. For example, when you use a weather app, it communicates with the Weather Service API to fetch data. Common examples include the Google Maps API, which allows apps to display maps and location data, and the Twitter API, which lets application interact with Twitter's functions like posting tweets or reading tweets. GenAI APIs such as OpenAI's GPT-4 API allow developers to integrate advanced language understanding and generation capabilities into their applications. In cloud computing, APIs help manage resources like storage and virtual servers. Examples include the AWS S3 API, which allows for managing cloud storage, the Azure Compute API, which manages virtual machines, and the Google Cloud PubSub API, which handles messaging between different services and applications. What exactly are these cloud APIs? They are specialized tools that let you interact with cloud services, extending the basic concept of APIs to the vast world of cloud computing. Cloud APIs allows you to create, manage, and use resources like storage and servers in the cloud. They are crucial because they offer scalability, seamless integration, and automation, making it easy to build and manage powerful applications in the cloud environment. One of the leading providers of these cloud APIs is Amazon Web Services, or AWS. As a top cloud service provider, AWS offers a wide range of services from storage to computing power. AWS APIs are particularly powerful because they allow developers to interact with these diverse services efficiently. By leveraging AWS APIs, developers can tap into the full potential of cloud computing.
Yeah, it will give you status. So one of the status checks is already passed. See, now both of them are passed. Instance reachability check passed, and this also passed. So there you go. We have cleared our status checks rather. So let's just go ahead and launch our instance, shall we? So I say connect. It would say download RDP. Using this, I'm going to connect to my instance. Okay. And for that, I would be needing my public private key, right? Private key that I have. But I need to decrypt it first. So I'll have to choose my file. So if I just go to downloads and if I look for demo, I should be having demo 321. This was the one we used. There you go. And now I will say decrypt the key. So no sooner I say decrypt the key, it will actually go ahead and generate a password for me. So I just copy it from here. There you go. I close it. I launch my RDP. It will say connect to the instance. Now what do? We enter the password that we've used. Let's say okay. And I say yes. Just like that, we've actually gone ahead and launched a virtual machine with a lot of ease. Now this is a Windows virtual machine, so it would look like most of the Windows systems that you use, right? So you'd be having similar tabs, similar ability to connect to internet and stuff like that. Yeah, there you go. It is just like the normal instance that we have, right? And here are some links that you can visit to. So you can actually go ahead and connect to internet as well. Whatever internet that you use at home, it is accessible, or you can access that internet using this instance. Again, this acts as a separate machine altogether. See, so I can launch multiple instances in my system. If I click on this thing, it will okay, let's go here. Okay, and let's take a look at the volume that we have. So we have this 30 GB of volume, 16 GB of it is used for obvious purposes. C consumes that, right, for the software that is installed. And 29.9% was the total 30 GB that we actually assigned to it, right? Can we change the volume here? Yes, definitely we can change the volume. Let's see how to do that. Okay. For that, I'm going to terminate this machine for now. Let's say yes. And what do I need to do? I need to stop this instance to do that. Okay. So we will just say stop the instance. Yes, stop. There you go. So it will take half a minute to stop. So I've actually gone ahead and I have a volume that is attached to it, right? So let's just go ahead and do one thing. Let's just go ahead and change its size, okay, and see how does it reflect. For that, we'll be needing a command called as this is the command that we need. Okay, so this is something that lets us connect to our instance, basically not connect, but lets us manage our disk space, disk mgmt msc. Okay, so I'll show you why that is used. We'll get into the details of it as well, but our instance is stopped meanwhile. So let's just go ahead and quickly go into volumes first. Volumes, and in volumes, I have 30 GB of volume. Let's just say modify volume and say make it 100 GB. There you go. And I say modify. Are you sure? It may take some time for performance changes to take full effect. You need to extend OS file system or the volume to okay. So it's just like our hard drive, guys. I'll brief you on that, what they mentioned by the commands that are there. So let's just go back to the instance, and whatever change that you've implemented, they say that it might take a while for that to reflect. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see what we can do with it. I'll say start my instance. So it will take half a minute again to start the instance. So let this instance start. Okay, so there you go. So it will initialize my instance again. Okay. So I hope I've launched the right instance. Yep. So the other one is terminated. So this should not be a problem. Once this is up and running and it is initialized, we can actually go ahead and connect our or make the changes to our volume that we have, right? So I was telling you about this command, right? So basically when you say disk mgmt msc, okay, so what this command does is this lets you manage your disk space. Okay, so once we actually go ahead and connect to our instance, let's see if we can connect to it. Whenever you restart an instance, it actually takes time for you to go ahead and connect to that instance. So let's see if we can do it like right away. And I say decrypt, I say copy. You do not have to go ahead and launch RDP each time, okay? I mean download it each time. You can use the one that is already there with you. So let's see if it connects, because normally when you detach a volume and attach it again, it is then that it takes time. But now in this case, it has successfully launched in. Okay. So, okay. So if I just come here again, and if I just click on this icon and I say File Explorer, and if I look at the PC, okay, it still shows 30 GB. There's a reason for it. For that, I have to go back again and I will have to go into my run command, run option. Okay, desktop app, disk mgmt.msc. Maybe you can start it from here again. So if I click on here, it will give me certain options, right? Extend volume. So I say next, and I say next, say finish. So now my volume would change here. Let's just go ahead and see the changed volume. Again, okay, it's still not reflecting. It will reflect, do not worry, we've changed it, right? The reason we had to do this was there you go, 100 GB. So it's just like formatting your disks, right? When you attach a volume to it, you have to format it. So that is what I did when I went into diskmgmt.msc. Okay. So this is how you launch an instance. This is how you actually go ahead and do the things that I did with the instance, right? So this was about EC2 instances. You can actually do a lot of things. There are stuff like public IPs, private IPs, right? You can control quite a few other things as well. We'll discuss that some other time. But as far as EC2 is concerned, I believe you people have understood what EC2 is, right? So let's just go ahead and terminate this instance for now. Okay. I'm just gonna say instance state to terminate. And this will take half a minute for this instance to actually go ahead and terminate. Okay. So when you talk about AWS, again, there are other services as well, right? You have storage services like S3 here, where you can actually go ahead and store your data, right? So this is more of a bucket and object kind of a storage. You can see there are certain buckets that are created here. You can create one. Now each bucket is globally unique, right? It does not show any region here. Why? Because you can because buckets are considered as globally unique. So buckets act as folders, right? Where you actually go ahead and upload some data, which you can do like right away here. Let's say add a file. So I'm gonna just go ahead and pick up one of the thumbnails that I have, and I'm gonna say upload. Okay. And within a minute, that file would be uploaded here right away. Okay. So this is hot storage. That means you store hot data here. That is something that you need to retrieve or store right away. You have cold or archival storage called as Glacier, where you store the data that you are not going to access frequently. So it comes at a cheaper price. So when you talk about AWS, there are quite a few services that are similar to this, right? And you can do so many things with these services. It's just the matter of coming here and exploring these services. So yeah, we just actually did go back and saw how EC2 works on AWS platform, right? It is a virtual machine service or compute service that AWS has to offer to us. We talked about EC2 instances, right? So let's just go ahead and talk about Elastic Beanstalk as well. Let me see if we can actually go ahead and take a look at a demo. Okay. So when you talk about EC2, right? Or when you talk about computation services, I've talked about what platform as a service is, right? What kind of service model it is and what kind of services it has to offer to us, right? So let us just go ahead and try to explore Elastic Beanstalk, which is a platform as a service that AWS offers to us. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and type Elastic Beanstalk. And it will redirect me to that page. Unfortunately, I don't think I have Git repositories with me. Let's see if we can just launch a sample application for now. Okay. Getting started. It says application information. Let's call it sample demo. Okay. Sample demo looks good. Let D be capital so that we can keep track of it. So guys, this is how the interface looks like. I'll be talking about quite a few things as we move further. Do not worry about that. Platform, let me choose one. Let's say PHP. It will by default take an environment. Okay. And then it says use sample application. You can even upload your own code, but let's just go ahead and upload a sample application, right? So let me explain you what is happening here. As I've mentioned, when you talk about Elastic Beanstalk, it is a platform as a service. What that means is you can actually go ahead and launch applications on a platform that is already there with you. So as you can see, I'm launching a template application here, right? I've named it sample demo. So it asks me what platform you want to use. See, it's giving me all the options that are here, right? I can choose these platforms. There's so many of them here, right? So a pre-configured platform is given to me, right? So it chooses I can actually go ahead and make changes to the versions as well that I have. Okay. So it gives me all these kinds of freedoms. So that is what platform as a service is, right? When we launched an EC2 instance, what did we see? We saw that we had to configure everything from the scratch there. I had to choose a particular AMI, right? A virtual machine, a template of it. Then I had to, even though I selected by default options, but I selected a subnet for it, security group. I could even control the access there. So I'm setting up an instance at a root level. Here, a platform is given to me. So this platform is also based on a particular instance, right? So the configuration of the instance and all those things are taken care by my platform, or AWS in this case. And it sets up this platform for me with ease and with so many features for me to actually go ahead and use, right? So let's go ahead and launch a sample application, and then we can talk about these things a little more. So let's just say launch an application. I hope it does not ask me for my Git account. I do not have one right now. Okay, so it's creating all the environment by default, as you can see, right? So see, it will take few minutes because it will do all this process that you see at 10:58 p.m. right? What it's doing is it's actually going ahead and setting up an Amazon S3 storage bucket. So this is where my data would be stored if I use any, right? First, it creates a bucket. We'll talk about S3 buckets. It's a storage service where you can store your data. Going ahead, it would create an environment. Okay, so you can see using Elastic Beanstalk, it has chosen a region for my bucket as well, South. Actually, buckets are globally accessible. We'll discuss that later, but yep, you should know that. But it's based in this region is what it's suggesting. Again, what else is it doing? It's creating an EIP, that is Elastic IP address, that is associated with my instance. Okay, so a security group would be created that keeps my resources secure. Okay. So guys, what is happening here is the environment is getting created for me. I'm not required to do any of these activities, right? So let this happen, right? Once this happens, so this would be a basic application. We are not doing anything major here, but let this happen, right? I mean, some demo is better than nothing. So let this application get created. So it might take half a minute. So let that happen. Once that is done, we can actually go ahead and talk about other things as well. Now it says that it's waiting for EC2 instance to launch. So basically it will configure the complete EC2 instance that is required for this application to run. And I do not have to worry about anything here. Okay. So added instance as well to our environment. Now it will actually go ahead and put everything in place for us. So hopefully we can start sooner. Okay. So meanwhile, it creates this environment. Is there anything else that we can do, right? So let's quickly just open another console. I do not want to tinker with the console that is open already because I do not like the Elastic Beanstalk interface. Last time I created an application and it took me a while to actually search for it. So that is why. Okay, so successfully launched an environment. Environment health has transitioned from pending to okay. Initialization completed 32 seconds ago and took 2 minutes in total. Okay, so we are almost set and ready to go. So you can see that the process started like 3 minutes ago, right? And within 3 minutes, an environment was created for me. You can even actually go ahead and deploy your application if you want. If I just actually go ahead and click on this link, it would open that PHP website for me, right? The application that it launched. So this application that we've launched is nothing but a documentation that AWS has to offer to us. Okay. And this documentation or this application that is here, it is residing on an EC2 instance. Okay. On a platform that is created by Elastic Beanstalk. Okay. So if I come back here, okay, I even have an option of upload and deploy. So I can actually go ahead and deploy my set of piece or my set of code as well, whatever it is. And the option that you saw when we said create a sample application, I selected a by default application, right? We can actually go ahead and do one thing. We can also, if you select to upload a code there, you can actually go ahead and connect your GitHub repository to it. So once you do that, if you have pieces of code that you've worked on, and you want to move into these environments, you can do that as well. So as I explained in the initial concept phase where I talked about platform as a service, I mentioned that you can move your data to a platform or you can create ready to use applications based on the platform that is available to you. The platform setting up process is something that is taken care by your vendor, in this case, AWS and Elastic Beanstalk. So as you can see, our basic application is up and ready and we have an environment with us as well, right? And from creating your application, you can actually go ahead and deploy it as well. Okay. So these are the options that you get when you actually go ahead and work with Elastic Beanstalk. Okay. Let's just refresh it for now. Okay. I go to applications and let's see if we can delete it. So make sure whatever you create, you always delete those applications, because it says delete the name of the application. Okay. Sample demo. That is why I have names that you always remember, guys, so that you do not have to waste your time doing these things. So sample demo, I select it and I delete it. Delete it because even though these resources are under free tier, it's always advisable that you actually go ahead and delete these applications, so that in future, if you forget any of these and you connect something else to these devices which are chargeable, you do not want that to actually go ahead and terminate or harm your free tier, basically. Okay, so it is under the process of deletion, so it should be deleted. Do not worry about that. We should let go of it and go back to our presentation, right, and talk about other concepts. So we've actually gone ahead and successfully explored EC2 instances, right, how they work. We've also talked about Elastic Beanstalk, right, how you can actually go ahead and set up an environment with ease. You don't have to set it up. Elastic Beanstalk does that for you. Yes, you are open to make changes to it, but since you're opting for platform as a service, it's better all the configuration part is something that is taken care by your vendor. Okay.
So I hope you guys got a thorough knowledge about the compute services that are present in AWS. Now, similarly, we're going to take a look at the storage services that are offered by AWS.
So we finally come to the next topic of discussion, that is AWS Storage Services. Okay. So in this, there are quite a few AWS storage services that are there on our hands that we can use. We are going to get into the demo of these services. While talking about EC2 instances, we did talk about EBS and we saw how to actually go ahead and increase the volume of the instance, right? So that volume was EBS backed up. It was EBS in nature. So it is one of these storage services. We'll talk about that at length, but let's just go ahead and talk about storage services in general and try to understand how cloud storage is actually different from normal storage. So what exactly is cloud storage, right? Let's try and understand that. So let me give you an example. If I were to go back, I mean, recently there was a time, not recently, some 7-8 months back, I was interviewing quite a few people. And then I asked them a question as in, can you tell me about cloud computing in general? So these were some set of interns that we were trying to hire. So they were fairly new to the topics, but since they had written these things in their CVs, I thought let's go ahead and test them on these topics, right? So when I asked them about cloud computing, they said that it's a mechanism to store data. So they were correct to whatever they said, right? I mean, when you think of cloud, what you think of it as Google Drives and right? Google Drives where you take your backups and stuff like that, which is true because that's nothing but a cloud resource for you, right? A cloud service for you. But when you actually do cloud computing work on these cloud platforms, you realize that cloud computing is a lot more than just the cloud storage that you have at your disposal, right? I mean, cloud computing is not just storing data. It is a lot more than that. So that is where I could realize that maybe there are quite a few people out there in the world who actually have some myths about cloud computing, cloud storages and storages in general. That is when I had actually gone at and taken quite a few sessions on YouTube as well that talked about differentiating between normal storage and cloud storage and stuff like that. So that was an instance I remembered. I thought I should share it with you people. Let's just go ahead and understand cloud storage, how it works, right? So when you talk about AWS cloud storage or cloud storage in general, right, we are referring to online storage that is available over a network. Okay. It is, when you talk about cloud storage, right, it is nothing but providing online storage to people over a network, right, which consumers can consume over a network as storage as a service. So basically, yes, cloud storage is a storage where you store data, but the major point that you need to note here is it is made available over a network. So you can access it through the internet, right? So say, for example, when you talk about the storage, you can actually go ahead and store your movies, your chat, right? It can be backed up on your Google Drive or your Drive, not Google Drive, your Drive in general, right? Can be any cloud drive. So to give you an example here, right? Say for example, my WhatsApp chat gets backed up at 2 p.m. I'm not sure that happens every day, but that happens at 2 p.m. So there is a cycle that is set up there. So where does this chat get stored? Does it get stored in your phone always? No. You always link your email ID with your cell phones these days, right? With your smartphones. So basically your data is getting backed up into the drive that is connected to your email ID, right? If it is a Gmail, it would be your Google Drive, which again is a cloud service, right? So your data gets backed up there. So this is what cloud storage is. Your data is getting stored over a data center that is residing somewhere across the globe where the data center is, and it is getting backed up through the internet. I mean, you are not physically putting your data there. It's getting backed up through your mobile, through the internet. It is flowing over a network and it gets backed up to the data center that you're using. So that is what cloud storage is. And there's a lot that you can do with cloud storage. We'll explore that as we move further. But I believe the basic definition is clear to you people as to what cloud storage is. Okay. So what are the features or some pointers that you need to know about cloud storage? First one is your data backup. Okay. So when you say data backup, I've already explained that, giving you the example of WhatsApp, which is a messaging app, right? I'm sure most of you are aware about it. Next one is your messaging data, right? So again, WhatsApp is an example here, but let's talk about it from a bigger or a longer perspective, right? Or a wider perspective rather. Say for example, I have multiple applications, right, that communicate with each other over a network. Now this messaging or communication is again nothing but messages and data, right? It needs to be stored somewhere, even though it is flowing on the network, right? So it would be backed up on your cloud storage. So that is one of the applications or usage of cloud storage. Application data. Now you can also store your application data. Communication is again application data, but when you talk about an application that we just created, right? So you saw that there was an S3 bucket that was getting created, right? So S3 bucket would hold all the relevant data that concerns your application, right? Some of the data would also be backed up on the ephemeral and persistent storage that you have, right? We'll talk about that. Do not worry about what ephemeral and persistent storage are, but it also will get backed up on those things as well, right? So application data is also getting stored on cloud that reside on cloud or are connected to cloud, right? Multimedia. So you have your files, right? You can talk about your images, your videos that you upload, right? Even the chat in WhatsApp, there would be always images and stuff that get backed up, right? So your multimedia files can also be stored on cloud, and also processing and application data. So cloud is not just limited to storing images and videos and messages. You can actually process your data, and even that can be stored using cloud storage. So this is an important thing that you need to know. Do not worry, we'll be talking about quite a few pointers. I also remembered one more example related to multimedia. So one of my friends, he actually never used to take cloud backups. Okay. So for me and my generation people, cloud backups are fairly, I mean, these are cool things for us because I come from an age where we actually did not have cloud when I grew up. And I've also lived a life where there were no phones actually, to be very frank, and no mobile phones to be specific, and no smartphones. So I've seen all this transition. So if I am not to go too back, I remember one of my friends losing all his data. Why? Because his phone got some rebooted or auto booted. Okay. So he lost all the data he had in his phone. Then he decided to actually go ahead and start backing up his data. Next time when his phone got rebooted, his data was stored on the cloud drive. So that is how he saved his data. So that is what cloud storage also lets you do. The backup lets you retrieve your data, even if your phone is not in a condition to handle the data. Okay. So this was about different storages that cloud has to offer to us. Okay. Or different applications that cloud storage gives to us. Let's go ahead and talk about the AWS Cloud Storage Services that are in our hand. Okay. Okay. Now there are some benefits that we need to discuss first. So let me talk about those first. Okay. So what are the benefits? The data is readily available for you. So when you say readily available, I mentioned that it is cloud backed up, right? So I can actually just go ahead and access that data, and it will stay, it is persistent, right? Even if I change my move to a new phone and stuff like that, my data would always be there with me because it's backed up on cloud. It's cost effective. Cloud platforms are cheaper, right? We've talked about that a little, not at length, but we've talked about that to some extent. So let's not elaborate on that point, right? Secure, yes. So another example to give you of cost effectiveness is, you do not pay for your Gmail, do you? No, we don't, right? So yes, we pay for the internet. I understand these things, but buying a physical hardware to store your data than to store it on drive is a better option, and it's a cheaper option. That is why cost effective. Security, yes, since you have data backup, your data is secure as well, right? You do not have to worry about it getting lost physically because it's stored over the network on your cloud platform. And cloud platforms are very secure. We've discussed that as well. Easy processing. Now, when you say easy processing, yeah, since the data is available, you can consume it right away, and processing, we'll discuss this in the database part, right? When we talk about data processing and stuff like that. Okay. So it makes, when you talk about data being on cloud, it is easier to process your cloud data basically. So these are some of the benefits of AWS. Okay. So cloud storage myths. So we still haven't gotten into AWS services. So I believe I'm a couple of slides away from the storage services that AWS has to offer to us. So let's discuss storage myths first, and then we'll get into the AWS Cloud Storage Services that are there on our hand, right? We'll discuss those in detail and at length. Okay, so cloud storage myths, right? When you talk about cloud storage myths, people have quite a few misconceptions like they have about cloud computing. They also have myths about cloud storage as well. Let's try and discuss those one by one and in detail, okay? So when you talk about cloud storage myths, one of the major myths that people have is cloud consumes a lot of power. So what they assume is, since there are so many big data centers that are running out there, it's gonna consume a lot of power. So that's obvious, right? It will consume a lot of power, but at cost of what? You have to understand that as well. So when you talk about a data center, the amount of data that it can store is huge, right? So even if you do not move it to cloud, you will be moving this data somewhere in. Even those resources will consume your power when you use it or do whatever you want to. So does cloud consume power? It does, but does it consume more than what you would use otherwise? That's debatable. Another important point that you need to understand here is, when you talk about popular cloud platforms in the market, they do a lot of research on these things, as in how to optimize resource usage, how to optimize use of electricity as well. GCP, Google Cloud Platform in particular, does a lot of research on these topics. So what that means is, they've ensured that they make use of minimal amount of electricity to do these things. And the amount of electricity that they use, that also serves a very large audience, which would which way consume electricity in that amount. That is why GCP, if you see, on a shorter run, it is one of the most affordable, not one of the, it is the most affordable cloud platform if you look at services from a shorter duration perspective. And it also offers you per second billing. So that tells you the research that they've done in ensuring that their data centers consume less amount of resources and electricity, and that is why they can actually provide these services to you at a cheaper price. So this is one of the reasons, okay? So I believe that clears your myth as to cloud. Even though it consumes a lot of power, it caters a bigger and a wider audience. Complexity in data storage. So when you say complexity in data storage, what people assume is it is difficult to store data on cloud, as in people first of all have this mythical feeling about a cloud that it is something that is very it's located somewhere far away, the data storage takes time, it is not secure and stuff like that. So people have these beliefs in their mind which are not always true. So is it complex to store data? We'll take a look at S3 service. You'll understand how easy it is to store data there. Okay. So is it complex to store data on cloud? No, it is definitely not complex to store data on cloud. Not for small scale businesses. Why are we discussing small scale businesses? Even as an individual, our WhatsApp data gets backed up somewhere, right? So from a user perspective, definitely you're using cloud whether you want it or not. From a business perspective, Is it only for larger scale businesses? No, that's not true. Even small scale businesses can actually use cloud platforms. You can host your applications, your websites, your data, and even store it there at a cheaper price. So nowadays, the flexible pricing model ensures that people can actually afford these services at a very cheaper price, and even by not investing too much money. Next one is downtime and security. So does cloud have downtime? I won't deny to this point totally. Okay. I mean, see, when you're talking about any resource, any domain, it is never 100% clean or right, absolutely right or correct, right? There would be some fault anywhere, right? So when you talk about downtime, if you take a look at disaster recovery and reliability numbers, something that we'll see in future slides, you'll realize how safe this cloud platform is from downtime and stuff like that. Yes, if you go back to like early 2010s, like 2011, 12, back then there were some outages which were major, but we are like 8 years away from that. And outages handling, downtime handling has improved like anything when you talk about these cloud platforms. And since you have option of availability and disaster recovery, data backup options, downtime is very minimal if it happens, and your data is very secure there. Since you have ability to actually take backup of your data, you can always stay assured that your data can be restored even if you lose your data. To give you one more example, we talk about Netflix, right? We stream our data regularly. So when we stream data on Netflix, it is rare that Netflix goes down. Even if it goes down, it is up and running for us, right? We do not have to worry about the outages there. And Netflix itself resides on AWS. That tells you what kind of service or what kind of storage and what kind of different mechanisms they have actually to prevent downtime and have security issues, or to prevent security issues rather. So do we have downtime and security issues? See, there's always a possibility, but that is very, very, very minimal and very rare. I don't need cloud at all. Now, this is one of those myths that I've come across, and people saying that I just do not need cloud. Maybe from a business perspective, you do not for now, but you've been already using cloud, whether you're posting a Facebook image or anything, right? Because it is using cloud. Other things than that, see, we all have been hit by Corona pandemic right now, right? What are we doing? We are sitting at home and working. It's been like 4 months now that I haven't hit my office. I've been working from home, and I've been actually working a lot. And I'm sure that is true with many of you, right? How are you actually working on your office stuff? Most of you are using cloud, at least the ones who work in IT or fields that require you to be online all the time, right? My brother is a public relations officer, and he too is working from home. Is a company that never used laptops to this greater extent have ensured that all the employees have laptop now. Using internet and using all these cloud platforms, they can communicate with each other with the apps that use these cloud platforms. So do you need cloud? Do you not need cloud? You can debate that. But to be very frank, the future is very much towards cloud computing, at least for next decade or so, until something new comes up. So these are some of the myths, right? I've been talking about these myths very personally, as if cloud is something that I own. But that is how cloud computing is to me. The love for it comes naturally. Okay. So these are some of the myths that I feel that I could throw more light on. Debatable for some, but yeah, that is how it is. So this was about cloud storage myths. Let's now go ahead and talk about cloud storage services on AWS. Finally, we have reached this slide. Let's try and talk about this. Okay. So guys, when you talk about cloud storage services, right? So AWS offers following kind of cloud storage services. Now, these are some of those. There are other services as well. We will discuss some of those too. Do not worry. So when you talk about cloud storages, or AWS cloud storage services rather, these are the major ones. First one is your block storage. So the first two services that you see are block stores. The next two are your object stores. And the third one is your EFS, which is a file store at the bottom of the screen. Apart from that, there are some services that let you move your data physically from one data center to the other, like your Snowmobile and Snowmobile. We'll talk about that. Do not worry. Let's try and understand the services that are there on the screen first. And then I'll actually go ahead and talk about the ones that are not there on the screen. So when you talk about EBS, it is Elastic Block Store, a type of block storage. So when you say a block store, this is a storage that comes in the form of blocks, and it needs a virtual machine or a host machine to which it can connect to. Okay. To give you an example, the hard drive that you connect to your system, right? It's a good example of block store. Okay. So on cloud, you have, or on AWS cloud, you have these services. So EBS is something that we saw, right? So when I launched an instance, it came up with a storage, right? That was attached to it. And when I deleted that instance, even the storage that was attached to it got deleted, right? So that was an attached storage that came in with my EC2 instance. Okay. So this kind of storage is called as ephemeral storage. Okay. So this needs an instance to survive, a host machine to survive, and it exists only as long as the host machine is there with you. Okay. So if you delete the host machine, the storage will go. The other storage that was, I also showed you that we can create volume, right? So this volume is something that do not require a host machine. Okay. The volumes are same, whether you talk about ephemeral or the EBS that you see on the screen. I mean, both work similarly, but the one or the ephemeral one that comes attached with EC2, it gets deleted when the instance is deleted. So all the data that was there on it, it would also get deleted. But if I take a backup of it, or if I have created a separate volume which was not connected to the instance, it is persistent in nature. It is not necessary, or it will not happen that if I delete the EC2 instance, the volume, persistent volume that I created separately would also delete. Why? Because it is a separate entity. It can survive without an instance, but if you want to use it, you'll have to connect it to some instance. Okay. And detach it again to save it. Okay. So this is what your EBS is. I unfortunately did not talk a lot about it when we launched the EC2 instance, but do not worry. As we get back into the demo, I'll talk about it again. Okay. Then you have your object storage. So here, all your storage files are treated as objects, and these files get stored in a folder. The folder is called as your bucket. Okay. So what you see on screen is two types of storages. One is your Amazon S3 storage. The other one is your Amazon Glacier storage. So your Amazon S3 storage is a hot storage. So when I say a hot storage, it is that storage that basically stores data that needs quick retrieval or storage. So I can instantly put in my data there, delete it, or connect it to some resource and start processing it, right? So that is why this data is accessible right away. So you also have to note one more thing. It is also a costlier source of data. Why? Because retrieval time is higher here. The other storage that you see on the screen is Amazon Glacier. From the name Glacier, you can make out that glaciers are cold, right? We are talking about ice glaciers here, right? So these are cold in nature. So Amazon S3 is hot in nature. When you talk about Glacier, it is cold in nature. Why is that? Because it stores archival data. Do you know what archives are? Archives are that set of data that you do not actually go ahead and take a look at regularly. So to give you an example, it's been a while to that as well. So I was creating my passport. It was in 2013-14, if I'm not wrong. So I needed my birth certificate, something I did not have a copy to. So for that, I actually had to go to a hospital where I was born. And when I went there, I realized that that hospital existed no longer. So I was in a jiffy because I could not get my birth certificate. I had to put in extra efforts to get my birth certificate, something that you can do in India, right? We call it jugaad lagana in Hindi. So that means basically making arrangements to some under the table arrangements to get your job done. So this is what the point that I'm trying to make here is. I do not want to digress from the main subject. So the point that I'm trying to make here is, see, the birth certificate is something that I might not go to the hospital to get every day, right? So if you go to a hospital, not every data that is stored in hospital is something that you'll need every day. Same with government offices as well. And if I go to a hospital, it's not that I say, give me my birth certificate and that person will say, oh, come here, take it and go away. right? Nowadays, with everything going online, that is possible. But I still belong to the ages where we used to use written documents as well. So to find a particular document, these people used to take a day or two. So when I apply for it, I had to be in a situation where I could actually go back and collect the data in a couple of days' time, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is when you talk about archival data, it is this kind of data, something that you might not access right away, or you are certain that you might not get access to it right away. So when you store that kind of data, you can use something like Glacier. Why? One, it comes at a cheaper price compared to S3. Now, why does it come at a cheaper price compared to S3? Since it is archival data, you cannot retrieve this data like right away. It takes few hours for you to actually go ahead and retrieve this data. So we store only that data that is not very important for us, or we do not need immediate access to that data there. That is what Glacier is. It stores archival data for you. And then you have your EFS. So basically, when you are dealing with file systems, what kind of storage would you use when you use AWS? You'll go for EFS. It is Elastic File System for you. I also mentioned that there are other kinds of storages that AWS offers to you. Now, what are those other kinds of storages that AWS offers to you, right? We cannot exactly call it storage, but these are basically data movement mechanism or data storage movement mechanism that AWS offers. Now, AWS Snowball is one thing. So basically, it is something that holds your data physically. You have a hard drive, right? Now, let's assume, I'll give you one more example here. Back then, if I go like 5, 6, 7 years back, if I needed to get some series or movies that I wanted to watch, so I used to connect. I used to visit a friend who always had all the data stored with him. Used to give him my pen drive, copy all the data that I wanted, and I used to move it to my system and watch it, right? Because back then, we could not stream this data this easily, right? So we had to actually go ahead and use physical devices to move data. Okay. So when you talk about moving short data like images, messages, mails, you can do that online, and it was possible back then as well. So that is something that you can do over the network easily. But in some situations, you might be required to move a large amount of data. And if you are to move it physically, right, you always not over the network. In that case, you can use a service like Snowball, which lets you move your data physically. Snowmobile is something that lets you move a larger amount of data, something that would require a proper mobile to move it. So these services basically let you move your data when it is in smaller amount compared to the Snowmobile. You can move it through Snowball. If it is very large in size, like a data center size of data, you move it through Snowmobile, which physically moves data from one location to the other. Okay. So this was about your services like cloud storage services that AWS has to offer to you. Okay. Let's just go ahead and take a look at these services one by one. Okay. So first on our screen, we have Elastic Block Store. I do not want to talk about Elastic Block Store first. First, let us talk about S3 and then we'll come back to Elastic Block Store. Okay. So we'll talk about S3, take a look at its demo, and then we'll actually go back and talk about EBS. So S3, Amazon S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Okay. That is SSS, and that is why it is called as S3 to make it more appealing. It's a simple web services, or basically has simple web services interface is what the definition says. I'm never good with the definitions. Let's go through that and then I'll break it down for you in simpler words. Okay. So what the definition says is S3 has a simple web services interface that you can use to store and retrieve any amount of data at any time from anywhere on the web. Okay. So basically what you're doing here is you are using a web interface. We'll get into the demo part. I'll show you how to create buckets and stuff like that. Okay. You'll get to know how easy it is. So you can use this web interface, create these folders, these buckets for you, and you can store and retrieve your data from there with ease, just using your internet. Some of its important features? We have flexibility, right? We have durability. We have availability, cost efficiency, security, and scalability. So durability and flexibility, I'll give you numbers on these. Do not worry about that. Okay. But we've talked about some of these features at length, what scalability is, what security is, and all those apply to your Amazon S3 as well. Just to throw a light from a normal perspective, secure, it is very secure. You can actually decide who gets to access your bucket, who doesn't. You can set rules on it. You can even set in rules as in how do you want to move your data in cycles, stored data in cycles. Again, we'll discuss this in the demo part. Not worry about it. Okay. So we can actually ensure that our buckets and our data in the S3 service is very secure. Cost efficient. Again, it is very cost efficient. Yes, it charges you a lot, but you have a mechanism where you can move your data to Glacier. If you feel that your data is not being used frequently and it is costing you more, you can first move it to infrequent access data store in S3, and then you can actually move to Glacier, where you would be charged according to the rates of Glacier and infrequent access, which are cheaper than standard S3 charges. Okay. So cost efficient. Yes, it is very cost efficient. Scalable. Yes, it scales and you can store a lot of data here as well. Durability is something we'll discuss later. Okay. Available. Yes, you can take backup of your data. So data is available and you have quite a few options. So hence it is highly flexible as well. Okay. So how does S3 work exactly? When you talk about Amazon S3, you can store data in the form of buckets and objects. So the definition is same, if I'm not wrong, what you see on the screen. Let's just talk about buckets and objects. Okay. So when you talk about buckets and objects, right? Buckets are nothing but your containers that hold your S3 data. Okay. So the data can be files, images and stuff like that, right? Multimedia sources as well. So your object is nothing but your data that you're storing in your buckets, right? So the data that you store always comes in with your key and version ID. So you can actually have versioning to your data. Let me see if we have something called as versioning in the next slides. I'll talk about it. If not, I'll talk about it in the demo part as in what versioning is, because it is a very important topic when you talk about S3 data. Okay. Okay. The presentation isn't in the best of formats. Forgive me for that. Okay. So, Amazon S3 cross-region replication. Okay. So it is nothing but it is an ability using which you can automatically and asynchronously copy your objects across buckets that are based in different regions. So buckets are configured for cross-region replication, and you can also automate this process basically. So basically, let's assume that I have two buckets based in different regions, or I have two different buckets, right? So I can set up policies that ensure that after a particular action trigger or amount of time, my data from one bucket gets replicated into the other bucket. So this ensures my data is secure, right? So if one of the buckets goes down, I will have a backup of it in the other bucket. Okay. So this was about my S3 cross-region replication. Okay. Versioning, it's there. So we'll discuss this. Do not worry. So we'll take a look at it in the demo part as well, but let's talk about it. So guys, when you talk about versioning, it is nothing but maintaining different versions of a particular file. Now there could be a situation where my file got changed, right? And once I changed the data, I re-uploaded it to my S3 bucket, which already had the same file. So when I restore that bucket, so I will, if versioning is activated on my bucket, I'll tell you what way it is. Do not worry. If versioning is activated on my bucket, and if I re-upload the same file again, so what it will do is it will maintain a copy of the latest file that I uploaded. Say for example, my first document had an ID 123333, right? Then I stored same file again, but with modifications in it. So its new ID would be 4323333. If versioning is activated on my bucket, if there's a situation where I feel that I needed previous version of the file, I just click on that file and it will give me multiple version IDs. So I can choose the previous version ID as well. So when I say versioning, what it does is basically S3 keeps both the versions of my file with it. So I can always go back and refer to the older versions as well. Okay, so this was about versioning, as in what versioning is, right? I mean, if there are multiple versions of a particular file that you want to maintain, you can do that by using Amazon S3 versioning. So we'll see this as we would get into the demo part. Let's just go ahead and talk about some other features about S3 as well, right? So we've discussed certain pointers saying that what kind of storage S3 offers. We've discussed about what kind of features AWS offers in general, right? We say that it is highly reliable, right? So if you talk about its durability, it's pretty visible here, right? It's 99.99%. Whether you talk about the standard, infrequent, or Glacier, okay? We'll discuss these pointers. Do not worry about that. But even availability is 99.99. And if you take a look at the actual number, it is 99.7 to 9 times 99999. So that tells you how deep it goes when you talk about its general durability and availability as well, right? So going away from the topic that we were discussing, let's just understand what are the types of storages that AWS S3 offers to us, right? There are different classes in it. So when you talk about these classes in general, so you have the standard one, which is most commonly used or by default used, right? Then you have your standard infrequent access. And finally, you have your Glacier access. So when you say standard, this is where standard charges apply, and you have normal or the standard input, output, or even retrieval rather. Okay. But when you talk about infrequent access, this is what we are talking about, data which we do not access right away. Okay. So it's when you talk about retrieving this data, it would take longer than your standard storage that AWS S3 class has to offer to you. And then you have your Glacier. Now this is where you actually go ahead and store your archival data. We'll discuss Glacier in detail once we get into the AWS Glacier part. But this is where we actually store our archival data that we do not access frequently. So the important point that you need to note here is, when you talk about an object size, your infrequent storage is the only one that requires minimum size for you to have. That is, it is 128 KB in general, right? So it has to be minimum of that size. When you talk about your S3 classes like standard and Glacier, there's no limit there. But obviously there has to be some size because you'll store something there end of the day, right? Apart from that, if you talk about minimum storage duration, standard duration or the standard S3 class will actually have no minimum duration. And that's obvious as well because it is the costliest one. So you will end up paying whatever money you do. But when are these cycles coming into picture? I mean, the standard one, the infrequent one, and the Glacier one. So what S3 does for you is it has a particular kind of life cycle, right? Where let's assume that I'm using certain data that I need on daily basis. I know I have to access it whether I like it or not. So I would be putting it at or in a storage where it can be accessed right away. Okay, whenever I need it. That is why this is where standard storage comes into picture when you talk about S3 classes. And it is the costlier one compared to the other two. If you talk about infrequent access, let's assume that there is some data that you are not accessing frequently. You can put that in infrequent access place where you have to have that data there for at least 30 days. Okay. And then when you talk about Glacier, it has to be there for at least 90 days. The fact that you're putting your data in there for 90 days, they know that you'll be using this service for this longer duration. And that is why it is cheaper. Another important point that you need to notice the retrieval rate. So first byte latency is milliseconds for the first two methods, right? So when you say milliseconds latency, that means you can retrieve this data for the first byte in this lesser time. Now, depending upon the size of remaining data, this time might vary, right? But if you talk about Glacier in particular, it takes like 3 to 5 hours. So it's written as standard as 4 hours here. It takes like 3 to 4 hours for you to actually retrieve your data, right? And that is if you follow the normal procedure. So there are expedited extraction of data there and the normal extraction of data. So when you talk about normal extraction of data, it will take at least 4 hours for you to retrieve that data. So that is why it's called as cold storage as well. And that is why it is cheaper compared to the other two. So if you can see retrieval fees, standard access, you are not charged anything for retrieving your data. And that is obvious, right? I mean, because you are already paying for a storage that you want to use frequently, and you are not going to pay money if you want to frequently store or remove the data from there. But the hindsight to this is that you'll be actually ending up paying more money because you are storing your data in the costliest vault here. The other two, however, these are cheaper, but if you want to retrieve your data, you'll be charged on per GB rates. And these prices vary depending upon how much data and how frequently or how quickly do you want to actually access that data. So when you talk about storing it, it is very cheap compared to these things. And since we are storing archival data in the other two, that means data that we do not access frequently, that means we would be retrieving this data once in a while, right? So that is why paying this per GB fees is also not a problem here. So these are the types of classes that AWS S3 has to offer to us.
we first need to create an Amazon Web Service account. So to do that, go to your awsamazon.com and you can see that you have AWS free tier here. Create a free account button is there. Click on the create a free account button. It will take you for your signing up page. Enter your email address, or alternatively, you can have your account name. Verify your email address. A link will be sent to your email ID. Once your email is verified, it will take you to your payment link. Don't worry, just add your credit card information details. Unless and until you are into your free access tier limits, you will not be charged for any of the usages which you do on your AWS management console. Since I am an existing user, I will just sign into an existing AWS account. I'll just log in with the credentials I already have. After signing in, it will take you to your console home. Since I've already explored IAM, EC2, Lambda and S3, all these APIs, so you can see that the recently visited services are over here, right? Now, after you have created your account, the next thing we will be doing is we will be exploring how to create an S3 bucket and how to upload files into your S3 bucket. To do that, you click on your S3. If you don't find S3 on your console home, you can just go to your search button there and click on S3, and then you will have your scalable storage S3 in the cloud. You can just click that service over here and it will navigate you to your AWS S3 console. Now, the next thing what you need to do is we need to create a bucket. So you can see that there is a button over here which says create bucket. You just click on the create bucket here. You can just give a bucket name, anything. I'll just give it as AWS bucket, and then going with the default settings over here. I'm not changing anything here, and bucket versioning is disabled. I am not adding any tag over here. I'm just going with those default settings, and you can see that the encryption type is server-side encryption and Amazon S3 managed keys. I'm just keeping the default settings here, and I'm creating a bucket. So create a bucket. So here you can say that after creating the bucket, you can upload files and folders to the bucket and configure additional bucket settings as well. So I've just given the name as demo S3 AWS, and I'm keeping the default settings, and I'm going and creating a bucket with the help of my create bucket button here. So once I click on this, you can see that the bucket is created, and this is the bucket which has been created. Now I'll just click on this and I can upload my files over here. So you have a button over here called as upload. I'm clicking on the upload here, and then add files, this image here, and then I'm trying to upload the file here. So you can see that the upload is succeeded, right? And you can see the file over here. Now, similarly, you can add more files there. I have added only one file over here. Now, if you want to delete this, you can just click on this and you can delete the file. You can see that if a folder is selected, all objects in your folder will be deleted. So I'm saying yes, okay. And I have to write here permanently delete. Okay, and you can see that the delete object is enabled over here, and I'm clicking on it and I'm deleting the image which I have stored in my S3 demo bucket, right? So I'm closing this, and you can see that this is my S3 demo bucket and the image file has been deleted. It's so easy, right? You can just try to create a bucket and you can try to add your images, you can store your images, you can retrieve your images, also you can delete your images. Now let's explore our Amazon EC2 instance. So you can see that I've recently visited my EC2 instance. So I will click on my EC2 instance here. It will navigate you to your instance page, and I need to launch an instance. So I'll just click on launch an EC2 instance. It will guide me through the different steps which are required for launching an EC2 instance, right? So I'll just give an instance name as demo AWS EC2 instance. And I'm selecting my Amazon Linux AWS, which is anyways the default settings over here. And then you can see that The instance type by default, it is t2.micro. This is what I'm using it, and I'm not using any key pair required to create a new key pair as of now, right? And then I'm just taking up all the default settings like allow your SSH traffic from all these things. Configuring storage, I'm just keeping those default settings over here. And then number of instances to be created as 1. And you can see all the default settings are over here. And then I'm just trying to click on launch instance. Key pair, it's prompting me for create a new key pair. So I'll just give it as new key EC2. New key EC2. Okay, and key pair type is RSA. And then going again with the default settings, I'm launching my instance here. So you can see that it is launching instances and creating your initiations in security control groups, right? Now let's check our instance now. I'm going to click on view all instances. So you can see that this is the instance which I was creating, and as of now the instant state is pending, right? So the instance state should move from pending to running state. We'll just give it a while, and now you can see that your instance state is running, right? Now you can see that your instance state is running. Now if you want to check on your instance state, that is stop instance or reboot instance or terminate instance, you can do that with the help of this button called as instance state. So I'm going to stop my instance here. I'm just clicking on stop instance. It is just prompting me whether are you sure you want to stop this instance or not. I'm just clicking on stop here. So you can see that successfully initiated stopping, and your instance state is moved from running to stopping here, right? So we will wait till the instance state is stopped, and then we will try to terminate the instance state. So you can see that the instance state is stopped now. So similarly, we will try to terminate the instance. It's again prompting me whether you're sure that you want to terminate the instance. I click on terminate, and you can see that from stopped, it has moved from shutting down, right? The instance state is moved from shutting down. So we'll just wait for a while to see that the instance has been terminated. So you can see that the instance has been terminated. So cool, right? Creating your EC2 instance with just a click and launching your instance and stopping and terminating your instances. Now let's use our AWS Lambda. In my console, since I've already used Lambda, you can see that Lambda services is already here on my management console, right? If you don't find, you can just go on this tab over here for search, and you can just type Lambda here, and you can see the service is there. You can just click on your Lambda service here. So you can see that my Lambda service has opened, and it says that Lambda service lets you run code without thinking about your servers. First thing we need to do is we need to create a function. So I will click on create a function here. I'm keeping the default settings which says author for your scratch, and I'm trying to create a function name. I'm trying to give a function name here which is say demo AWS Lambda, right? So here I'm trying to create a runtime. So I'll just click on Python 3.12. Runtime, I'm choosing Python 3.12 and keeping the permissions same, and I'm just trying to create a function over here. So it will take a while. So you can see that my demo AWS Lambda function has been created now. So what's the next thing we need to do here is, so in my function code, I'm just trying to write my function here wherein I'm just trying to give an output called as hello from Lambda. This is what I want to be printed, right? So I've just added my piece of code over here, and then I will click on deploy. You can see that successfully updated the function here. Okay, next thing we need to do is click on test, configure test event, and then I'm just leaving it to the default settings here, and I'm clicking on save. It's prompting me to give the event name, so I gave the event name, and I'm just clicking on save. Right? So next thing I will do is test, and then you can see that we have successfully updated our function, and then you can see that the status code is 200, which is a success status, and then the body is been displayed over here, that is hello from Lambda.
So when you talk about Glacier in particular, right? So as I've already mentioned, we have three S3 classes with us. So Glacier is a part of it. But when you treat Glacier as an object storage, think of it as a storage that is cold in nature. So when you say cold storage, right? So what happens with cold storage is basically we are talking about data that we do not need to access like right away. To give you an example, let's see, or let's discuss this scenario. Okay. If you go to hospitals, right? I mean, if you go ahead and tell them that, okay, I need my birth certificate, especially this happens in India. If you're listening to me from some other part of the world, so this could be different for you. But in India, it's like if you want to get your birth certificate, and especially if you go to small places, small towns, and if you go there and tell them that give me my birth certificate, they'll say come back a couple of days later. Probably they might not have resources to retrieve it for you right away, or it might be documented in such a form that it takes time for them to actually go ahead and get hold of the data, right? This is something that you cannot get right away. To give you my personal experience, it was in 2014-15, if I'm not wrong, that I was applying for a passport and I needed my birth certificate. So I happened to visit the hospital that I wanted to, and I realized that the hospital was closed there. So I had to actually work under the table to get my birth certificate up and ready. So the point that I'm trying to make here is not all the data that you access is something that you'll be needing every day, right? The day I went to get a copy of my birth certificate, it was already like 20 plus years of my life that had passed already, right? So I don't think anybody from my family might have visited that place. So what this tells you is there could be data that you might not explore every day, right? Some records that stay. Hospital is one example that I gave you. Not all the data in your database is something that you'd be exploring or using every day, right? You'll go there once in a while to get some receipt or something, right? If you visit a doctor, like in 3 months time, you'll access that after that duration, right? So this kind of data is something that you do not need every day. Let's assume that your hospital maintains a data store for this data that is very costly in nature, right? They'll have to increase the fees they charge from you, right? The reason for that is some of the storages where you access data frequently are very costly. So in order to make sure that this data is not put in storages that are costly and you end up paying a lot of money, instead what you can do is you can always go ahead and opt for storages like Amazon Glacier. Now Amazon Glacier is a kind of storage that stores vault data, archival data, or data that does not get accessed frequently. Something that you can put in there and stay assured that even if you want it, you would be able to do without it. So this is not business or mission critical data, something that you store in your S3, something that needs processing in real time. So this is where your Glacier comes into picture. Now, when you talk about Glacier, right, let's see if there are any other features that we need to discuss. But if you take a look at the definition, I've actually gone ahead and talked about all the pointers here. So let's just go ahead and talk about something else. This is the data that I would rather discuss, right? Or these are the pointers that I rather discuss. So when I say that your storage is cheaper with Amazon Glacier, what am I trying to refer to? So here, when you retrieve your data, there are two options that you have. One is your expedited retrieval. This is the case. Let's assume that you want your data right away, frequently, right? So in case you put in your data there and you are being charged at a minimal level because you've stored it there for on a subscription basis, right? Something that you'd be using for like, or not using for something like 3 months, 4 months. But then you go there someday and say that, okay, I need this data. So they'll come and tell you that the standard retrieval period here is like 4 hours. So you can retrieve this data within 4 hours, but then you have a requirement where you feel that you need the data like now or in minimal amount of time that you can retrieve that data in. So in that case, you would be charged at an expedited rate, okay, an increased rate for retrieving that particular set of data. So this is what your data retrieval might be like when you talk about using Amazon Glacier or AWS Glacier for that matter sake. What are the other features it offers? Glacier Select. Glacier Select lets you operate and work on some selected amount of data that you want to. Let's assume that you define something in your Glacier Select. This is the data that would be available to you quicker if you want to actually go ahead and access that piece of data. Then we have other services that AWS Storage supports. One is your AWS Snowball and Direct Connect. So as the name suggests, Snowball is basically, think of it as a smaller storage, like a ball that lets you store and move your data physically. It is not always possible for you to actually move your data from one data center to the other over the network. Why? Because the volume of data could be larger. So in that case, if you want to avoid your network latency or there are other security concerns that you have, you can actually move your data physically. That is something can be done using Snowball. Now, Snowball is like a hard drive that you're moving physically, just like you copy, at least you used to copy movies, right? If you go back like 5 years from now, we used to copy our movies into hard drives. I used to do that at least, and then move it to my system and watch it. With the streaming part these days, we don't do that. But you can actually physically move your data with your hard drives, right? So that is something your Snowball lets you do. Direct connect is something that lets you connect 2 points for data movement, okay, with security. You have something called a Snowball as well, or Snowmobile rather, which is similar to Snowball but larger in size. Something that lets you move huge data center data into or from one data center to the other. So when you talk about Amazon Glacier, it actually lets you readily connect or basically readily integrate with Snowball, Direct Connect and Snowmobile with ease. You have vault access policies and inventory as well. Vault lock and vault access control. Now, what do these things do is they let you make sure that your vault is secured, locked. Unless and until you get in eventual or proper credentials, you won't be able to log into your vault. Vault is something that we'll discuss. Do not worry about that. I believe it was there in the previous slide. We missed out on that. We'll talk about that. And then it ensures that your data is highly durable and reliable. Okay. So I believe we've discussed availability and reliability already. So let's not get into security services for now. Let's go back quickly and discuss these pointers. So just we have buckets and objects when you talk about S3. When we talk about storage services or Glacier in particular, here we have archives. Archives are nothing but your data that you are not going to access right away. And vaults are something as folders where you actually go ahead and put in your data when you talk about Glacier. Okay. So this was about Glacier. Let's quickly talk about EBS first and then we'll get into the demo part again. EBS, I'll have to walk back fairly long. This is where we have EBS. I had said that we'll talk about EBS in the other half, right? Or once we are done with the S3 part. So when you talk about Elastic Block Store in particular, or EBS, this is that storage that is block in nature. It is a storage which comes in the form of blocks where you can store your data. But guys, this is more of a symbiote kind of a relationship between an instance and your storage, or I would say give and take kind of a relationship. So for your block storage to exist, not to exist, but to work at least, we need an instance that it can get attached to. So if you have to access that storage, you'll need an instance. Say for example, your hard drive, right? I mean, you cannot just play something on your hard drive, can you? You need some system that is connected to it. You can connect it to your TV sets, you can connect it to your laptop. And once you do that, it becomes active. You can connect it even to some other devices as well. So where you can actually go ahead and watch the images, the files or the videos that you put forth there, right? So when you talk about Elastic Block Store, it is that kind of a storage where you actually go ahead and connect your device to a system and then you can access that device or that particular storage. So when you talk about Elastic Block Store, it comes in two types, two natures, right? So I had launched an EC2 instance to show you how it works, but we did not discuss that in detail because we were focusing on the compute part then. We'll again go back to the storage part and we'll talk about it in detail. So when you talk about persistent storage, persistent as the nature or the name suggests, it is basically something that persists even without its other supporting system. So in this case, when you actually go ahead and launch an EC2 instance, a volume or some storage would come attached to it by default, right? So if I delete this instance, that volume will also go with it. But if I create a volume separately, right? So that volume would exist irrespective of if I delete the instance or not. Yes, to access that volume, you need an instance attached to it. But for its existence, you might not need an instance always. So the instance which survives even without the volume which survives even without the instance, that is called as persistent volume in nature. This is something called as an attached volume, not the root volume. Root volume, on the other hand, by default, it comes as ephemeral in nature. That means if my instance ceases to exist, so will the volume that is attached to it. I have an option of making sure that I can actually convert this ephemeral instance or volume to persistent, something that we'll see once we get into the demo part. Okay. So that is what your elastic block store is in general. What are the types that AWS offers to you or EBS volumes offer to you? Basically, you have your two types, right? One is your SSD and the other one is your HDD. So when you say your solid state disk drives, basically these are something that are used for high IOPS actions. Okay. So these give you higher performance and they come by default attached to your instance. HDD is something that is your secondary volume, just like your systems, right? I mean, to give you an example, if I have a hard disk drive that is attached to my system, let's assume that I want to throw my system away because it's not working well for me. I can remove this storage, right? And throw the system away. So I can use the storage somewhere else. But let's assume that I throw my system away with the storage. So my storage will also go to trash, right? I won't be able to use that. So HDD is something that gives you an option of making sure that you have secondary volumes that can be attached or detached from your instance. Okay. SSD is something that mostly comes attached with your instance. Again, this is something we'll see in the demo part. Okay. So when you talk about SSD in general, these are used for high IOPS performance. There are two types here. One is your general purpose. Okay. And the other one is your provisioned IOPS. So when you say IOPS, it stands for your input output per second, right? So how do you decide that? So the size of your volume would decide how good or IOPS can you use. Okay. What kind of performance can you get? The more the size, the more is the probability of you getting better performance. Okay. But then again, there are certain defined IOPS that come associated with the SSD based volumes that you have. So if you talk about general purpose, these are used for standard IOPS performance, where you need good performance. Okay. So it is around 16,000 IOPS if I'm not wrong. So you can get a performance up to this level. Let's assume you want more performance than this. So this is where you can use a provisioned IOPS. So that is above 16,000. How high can it go? It can go somewhere around 64,000 IOPS. Okay. If you talk about its performance. Let's assume that you need consistent performance, but at a lower IOPS. This is where your HDD based devices come into picture. Now, what do these devices do is they give you two options. One is your throughput optimized HDD. Again, good performance, but IOPS is less. It is as low as 500 IOPS. So that is max it can go to. Cold HDD on the other hand is more low than this. So it's mostly for that data that you do not access frequently because it's called as cold, right? So you can have like 250 IOPS here. So this is what your cold HDD or basically your HDD based storages are like. Let's get into the demo part and see how what can we do with the storages that we have. Let's hope that our EC2 or rather AWS console works smoothly. For some reason it wasn't working well enough, right? EBS. For that, I'll have to get into EC2. And meanwhile, let me just, okay, something is happening here. Every place I'm getting, everywhere I'm getting some updates, right? So probably AWS is under the process of updating certain things. Let's just go ahead and see what we can do. So we've talked about instances, right? As in how to launch it, what all can we do with it and stuff like that. So we are not going to stick around and talk about those pointers. We are going to launch an instance and I want to show you certain things. What all can we do with it? So let's just say I say select. And in that I select the basic one. You can see that it is EBS only, right? Virtual CPU is 1, memory is 1 gigabyte, something that I can change. Network performance low to moderate. It is a minimum instance that I'm using here. And if I get into the storage part, see guys, this is where I have an option of deciding what kind of storage I want. Do I want it to be ephemeral in nature or do I want it to be persistent in nature, right? So when I say persistent storage, it is going to stay whether the instance is not there or not, right? So you can see there's a tick here that says delete on termination. So basically if I untick it, right? So this volume would stay even if I delete the instance, right? So I have an option here. I can do that. Okay. So let's not do that for now, because I think I have an attached volume already. If not, we'll create one. And I say create an instance. Just say launch. We know that we need a key pair here. Let's say create new demo, download, and I say launch my instance. So there you go. My instance would be launched now. Okay, in a couple of minutes. So by the time that happens, let's just go back to the volumes part. So I'll have to go back to EC2. And in EC2, I'm going to go ahead and say volumes. So you can see this is the volume that is in use that got created with our instance. I can actually go ahead and say create a new one. Let's say I want 100 GB volume here. I can say create. So I can actually go ahead and detach my existing volume and attach a new one to it. Okay, so I can do that. So you see there are two volumes here, right? Now what I'm going to do is once my instance is launched, I'm going to delete my instance and we'll see that this volume is gone with it. This will stay. This is persistent in nature. Okay. Another important point that you need to know here is your snapshots. So what can I do is I can actually create a snapshot of volume that I have. Okay. So basically it is like creating a template of the volume that I have. So if I lose my instance, I'll have a snapshot of it. So I cannot actually go ahead and use a snapshot directly. I'll have to replicate that snapshot into a volume first and then attach it back to my instance. So that is what a snapshot does for us. Okay. Let's see if our instance is up and ready for launching. Okay. We are not going to get into the details of launching it. We've done that already, but I just want to see whether my instance is ready for connection. Okay. If it is ready for connection, we'll launch it and then we'll delete and we'll talk about the volumes that we have. Okay. So it's running. Let's see if I can connect to it. Download RDP, and meanwhile that happens, get the password. How? I need to choose a file. The name of my file is demo and it should be in downloads. So I say demo.pem, select and I say open, decrypt, and I say copy my password. I did that. I'm closing it. I'm gonna launch my RDP and I'm gonna say connect. Okay, yes, and the instance should be up and ready for usage, right? So the instance is performing fine, right? Like we do normally. And there should be a 30 GB of storage in this instance, as we had seen last time as well. There you go. The instance is there, right? So if I come here and I say File Explorer, there you go. And there should be an attached volume to it. 30 GB, right? So we have a 30 GB volume that is attached. Let's just close this. Say OK. If I come back to the volumes again, okay, there you go. The internet is working very slow today. I do not know the reason for it. Whatever it is unfortunate. See, this one is the one in use. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my EC2 dashboard, to the instance, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say instant terminate. So it will delete my instance. On EBS, on an EBS backed up instance, the default action for the EBS root volume to be deleted when the instance is terminated. So we ticked it again, right? So if I delete this one, my volume will also go with it. Okay, so let this thing get deleted. Meanwhile, I'm going to quickly jump and do something that does not concern this demo. I just want to see if my Elastic Beanstalk has something in it that needs deleting, right? I think there are buckets in it in my S3 where I have Elastic Beanstalk attached to it. So let's see if I have left something in Elastic Beanstalk up and running or up and working, right? So we're going to go ahead and just delete that. If there's anything here, I go to applications. Okay, this is terribly slow today. Absolutely nothing is happening here. So okay, let's not hang around here. Probably our instance would be deleted by now. So let's just see if the instance is out of our way. So if it says 0 instance, that means our instance has been terminated. So if I go back to the volumes, I'm sure there would only be one volume there. That is that 100 GB volume. There you go. The other one is deleted. We do not need this as well. So we'll just delete it, right? And I say delete. So good riddance. We neither have a volume now nor an instance, and we saw what ephemeral and persistent storage is. So similarly, if you go to Glacier, right, you have an option of creating vault and all those things there. We cannot actually go ahead and retrieve the data right now. The reason for that is I do not have a third-party tool. We need a third-party tool actually to do that if we have to do it through the console. So I can actually go ahead and create a vault here. Let's say sample. Say next. Do not enable notifications. Okay, next. Review Asia Pacific Mumbai is where the vault would be created. There you go. So I can create a vault like this, right? So I have a vault here with me. So all the information is here. What all can you do with it? What are the permissions it has and stuff like that, right? As I mentioned, you need a third-party tool to actually connect to your vault. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. Okay. So this was about different storage services that we had on our plate. As I've mentioned, I'll fix the storage part, right? The S3 storage part, and see why that did not work. And once we are done with the next bit, we will actually go ahead and take a look at the demo of S3 as well. Okay.
Guys, storage services were very, very important as it was being reiterated so many times. With this, next, we're going to take a look at the networking services which are offered by AWS. Again, as a cloud computing expert, it is very, very important for you guys to understand these services as well. So let's get started.
So let us go ahead and now talk about AWS networking services, right? So when you say networking services, so we are talking about cloud platform, and on cloud, as we know, everything is connected through a network, right? So when you say network, we are talking about a network that exists for these devices that are virtually present, right? So this network is a little different from a normal network. Let's try and understand that a little more. So when you talk about AWS networking services, this is what the definition says, what I just explained you, right? We know that cloud connects data and applications around the world, and that is why it is very important to put this data and these applications under networks, right? So AWS provides a series of services that caters this need. Okay. So we'll understand these services that help you control the network and certain security aspects as well when you talk about cloud and AWS in particular. But before we do that, let's differentiate between what a virtual network is, what a traditional network is, right? So when you say a traditional network, so for people who have studied networking in their college, they would know that we have different layers of networking, one that exists, right? And then you have physical components that support this networking. It can be your routers, right? It can be your network wires that basically help you communicate with each other, right? So traditionally, this is how security, or rather networking, used to work. So I remember in my college, all the laptops were connected by wires. Okay. So getting one of those wires actually at home to connect multiple systems was a big thing for us, because we were doing something that was nice and something different, right? Picking up those long wires, bringing them home and doing all these things, connecting them to system and transferring data and doing a number of other things, right? So this was one example of physical network, right? When you talk about applications that still run on physical networks, then we are talking about routers that are physically present, right? And the wires that connect these routers and quite a few other things. So when you talk about traditional network, this is how it would look. But these days, with the advent of internet, even the definition of networks has changed, right? We send images through WhatsApp. And when we use WhatsApp, it is in our phone, right? We are not connecting any wire to share any data, not any pen drive to do that, right? It is happening over a network that is virtually present, right? It is actually present, but you cannot touch it physically. That is what I'm trying to make a point here. Okay. So when you talk about virtual networks, these are the best that can be used to govern your cloud services as well. Now, why is that? So when you talk about your cloud services in particular, what happens is basically we are talking about resources that are that reside in different parts of the world, right? There could be resources that reside in Mumbai. There could be resources that reside in US, right? So basically they're residing in different parts of the world, and I cannot connect resources in US and Mumbai, right? Let's assume that there's a resource in North Virginia. I cannot connect it with a resource in Mumbai through a cable network, right? Through a physical network or a traditional network that I have. I would need a network that governs all those properties that concern that particular cloud resource or a cloud domain, right? So that is what your virtual network does. It gives you room to have a network that surrounds those particular requirements or those particular resources. So as we go further, we'd understand this concept in a little more detail. Do not worry about that, okay? So one of the services that lets you do this on cloud is VPC. So when you say VPC, we are talking about virtual private cloud. So as the name suggests, this device is present virtually in your network, and it helps you connect all the resources that lie under that network. So basically what it does is it creates a bubble for your resources. Let's assume that you have 100 resources lying in a particular region or in a particular area, right? So I'll be having a bubble around it. It's called as virtual private cloud, right? This bubble gives me all the networking requirements that my system has, okay, or my resources have. So what does the definition has to say here? It says that Amazon VPC can configure AWS services resources in virtual sub network, right? That bubble that I just mentioned. So default VPC. Now when you talk about virtual private clouds, there are two types in it. One is your default and one is your non-default. So default, as the name suggests, is something that comes attached to your resources, right? So when I create a resource, it has to be under some bubble, right? Under some network for me to move my data, to actually communicate with other resources and stuff like that, right? Or even to ensure that I put it under certain security groups, I need to have a network around it, right? So whenever a resource is created, it falls under your default VPC, okay? You can also have a non-default VPC, something where you can actually go ahead and make modifications to suit your needs of the applications. So this is about your VPC, right? Let's see how it works actually. So this is a diagram of Amazon VPC and it's working. So when you say it's working, we are talking about how resources lie. Let's assume that we are talking about EC2 instances, right? We've discussed EC2 instances, what those are. So when you say an EC2 instance, basically what happens is we are referring to a resource that lies in a particular region. Let's assume your EC2 instance is residing in Mumbai again, right? And the other one, as discussed, is residing in some other region. So when you say VPC, what VPC does is it puts both of these instances under particular region, okay? So say for example, I have a VPC, a network, okay? In this network, I have two EC2 instances as you see on your screen. So both these instances are put in different regions as you can see. So VPC for EC2 one has a separate subnet. and the other EC2 has one more subnet. So when you say a subnet, we are talking about a subnetwork. So there's an intra network as well that is region based. So if I have a resource that lies in a particular region, it would be under a smaller bubble, okay, where all its necessary resources are there, okay, that concern that particular network. Similarly, if you have another instance in another region, it will be having a similar subnetwork, a similar VPC subnetwork, okay, that would be concerned for that other region. And now these two regions can be connected by router, right? One, they're connected over a router that is virtual in nature again. And both these regions lie under a bigger umbrella, a bigger network that's called as VPC for you. Okay. So we are having networks inside a network, basically. That is what I'm trying to convey here. And how do you communicate with each other? One, there are routers. Okay. And let's assume that you want to connect to external data, external sources. You have a gateway, internet gateway, that ensures your encrypted or your protected data moves smoothly in and out from your network to the other physical devices that are out there. So as you can see, there's internet, and through internet we are connecting to an internet gateway, and you have remote management and administration. Okay, so this was about VPC. We will get into the demo part and we'll understand what VPC is. Do not worry about that. But in a nutshell, it is a virtual network that cloud provides, right? And it provides further isolations by giving you sub-networks under it as well. Okay. And all these networks are connected through routers and internet gateways to ensure that our applications are secure and good enough for working. Then we have other services, right, with AWS that are concerned networking. That is your Amazon Route 53. So when you say Route 53, we are basically referring to a resource that provides domain naming system, which is also scalable in nature. So basically when you say a domain name system, right? So what we are referring to here is we are referring to a system or a resource that basically lets us convert our data, right, our human-like data into IP addresses that is understood by my computer. To give you one simple example, let's assume that I have a website, right? My website would be called by a particular humanly name. Let's assume that the website is for AWS tutorials, okay? So if I name it as www.awstutorials.com, so basically this is something that is understood by me as a human, but my computer will not understand this. That is www.awstutorials.com, right? So for them to actually access the data, they are more concerned about databases or resources that are connecting to each other. And a computer understands these resources, or your systems understand these resources by the IP addresses they have. So what Route 53 does is it understands that this particular domain name is associated with these IP addresses and diverts your traffic accordingly to those IP addresses. Okay, so this is what Route 53 does for you. Now that we know what the definition is, so when you talk about Route 53, again, the other services like AWS provides, it has to be available, right? Because when you talk about domain names, you want resources that are accessible always to you, right? Apart from that, these resources have to be reliable and flexible as well. So when you talk about Route 53, it is all of these, okay? So another service under networking domain is your Amazon Direct Connect, okay? So when you talk about Amazon Direct Connect, it lets you actually go ahead and establish connections between your cloud platform that you have, in this case AWS, and your on-premise infrastructure, right? So this is more of a private network that is established, and what it does is it gives you better bandwidth, faster data transfer, right? And more consistent internet-based network performance. So basically this is a secured line, okay? A secured virtual line that AWS lets you establish with your on-premise infrastructure. Now, when you talk about cloud, as I mentioned, it is not always that everything that you do will be on top of cloud, right? Some of your resources would still be residing on your on-premise infrastructure, right? It's not always possible that you move everything to cloud. Let's assume that you have an application that is completely on cloud, but there's a possibility you need to connect to something that is on-premise, not on cloud. So in that case, you need a dedicated network. That dedicated network in terms of AWS is your Amazon Direct Connect. Now, what are the features it offers? Those are visible on the screen. One, it gives you good network performance, right? The other one is it has lesser bandwidth cost, okay? Enhanced security. So now this is a particular VLAN through which you can actually ensure that it gives you more security. Again, private connectivity to Amazon VPC, ensuring more security, highly elastic in nature, and it can be operated through your Amazon Web Services Management Console. So whatever you do through Amazon Web Services Management Console, as we have seen, it is actually easy for you to work. You do not have to hard code anything, go into the backend and work on other things as well, right? So you have more of an interface that is click and drop, click and play kind of an interface when you talk about the console. And it supports easy management access using that console. And is highly compatible with different platforms as well. Okay. So these are some of the features that AWS Direct Connect has to offer to us. Okay. So let us just go ahead and get into the demo part and see what AWS VPC is. But let's quickly walk through the interface of VPC, see what VPC is, right? So when you click on VPC, right? There you go. I see if I launch an EC2 instance, it will actually go ahead and create a VPC that is needed for that instance. Okay, to give you an example, if I say launch, so this interface has changed again. This wasn't the interface when I checked a couple of weeks back. Okay, so the interface again has changed. This happens with AWS a lot. They change or they tinker their interfaces once in a while. So let's just go ahead and pick up one instance that is free tier eligible. Okay. Finally, it is loading. So, it got refreshed. Did not launch any instance for me. Let's just launch this one. Okay. So when I say next, so guys, when you see this, it creates a by default VPC for me, right? So when a VPC is created, it would come up with certain policies. Okay. Subnet, again, it says it's a by default subnet that I have. I can choose a region for it, right? Where I want my resource to lie, basically. Okay. So I can choose a region based on that, or I can create a new VPC as well, right? Create a new subnet as well, depending upon my requirements if I have any. And I can actually go ahead and update those. Subnet settings, it is enabled here, right? So all your networking concerns are taken care in this tab here. So for every resource that you create, there would be a VPC that would be associated with it, a network, a private cloud that would be associated with it. Okay. Now, if I go to VPCs, right, I have a VPC that is available. It might be connected to something. I can also say create one. I can add name to it, and then I can give in these details as well, right? The IP address range that I have, right? I can choose what block I want to use, right? And I can decide on Tennessee as well. Then when I say create, there are some other formalities that I need to fill in, and then my VPC would be up and ready to use. So based on the VPC that I have, I can actually go ahead and select one of these for the instances that I launch as well. Okay. And then when you click on or search for Direct Connect, so you can create a connection here, right? Decide whether you want a classical one or you want to use a wizard to get some of these things done quicker and faster. You have to give in details here. What is the location that you're looking for, port speed, what are you trying to connect to, and stuff like that. And accordingly, you'll establish a connection to actually go ahead and move your data here. Okay. And then you have your route 53, that is for your domain names. Yeah, so basically whether you talk about your DNS management, traffic management, availability monitoring, and domain registration. So guys, this is more concerned towards your website. So when you say domain registration, see, it's giving you options like .net, .com, .org, right? Because your website can have different extensions with it, right? You can also manage your domain name system, right? Your C tags, A tags that you do when you create a website, right? you have canonical names there. So it lets you control those as well. So when it says DNS management, it helps you setting up those processes for you. Okay. So this was about Route 53. Okay. Let's just go back and discuss one more important service that concerns networking, and we'll take a look at its demo in detail. Okay. So let's just quickly switch back to the presentation. Okay. So the next concept on our plate is CDN. That is your content delivery network. So when you say a content delivery network, we are referring to basically, you can think of it as a point that delivers content to multiple points. Okay, we'll talk about that in detail. Do not worry about it. So let's first understand this example. Okay. So let's assume that I have a server based in Mumbai. Now, Mumbai is a city in India. Okay. So guys, these are different cities that India has to offer to us, in case if there are people who are from different parts of the world and do not know what I'm referring to. So Mumbai is a city in India. You have other cities. Chennai is based in Tamil Nadu state. Bengaluru is based in Karnataka state. Mumbai and Pune are based in Maharashtra. And you have Ahmedabad that is based in Gujarat, India again. Okay. So let's assume that you want to travel to these pointers, right? So Chennai is the farthest. It will take like around 12 units of time to reach to Mumbai, right? Bengaluru will take lesser. It will take like 8. Ahmedabad is closer. It will take 6. And Mumbai is the closest, like 170 kilometers, if I'm not wrong. That is roughly 110 kilometers, roughly, or miles rather. Okay. So 110 miles roughly. So basically, when you talk about Pune, it is the closest and it would take lesser time. Let's assume that 2 units of time is what it takes to reach Mumbai, right? So basically, let's assume that if I want to connect with Mumbai, the farther I am, the more time it will take for me to connect to Mumbai, right? Same is with your data movement as well, right? Let's assume that I have a Mumbai server where I have a website that I'm using and my data is residing on this Mumbai server. Okay. So I try to access that data from Chennai. So Chennai will take the longest time. Why? Because it is farthest away from it. So it is understandable that there's going to be a latency between these two servers, right? So since there's latency, right, it will take more time to reach to Chennai comparatively to Pune, Ahmedabad and Bangalore. But then when you talk about highly available systems, right, you do not want waiting time for your customers or for your consumers, right? So in that case, how do you solve this problem? Now, this is where your content delivery network comes into picture. What content delivery network does is it helps you increase the speed, uptime and security of your resources. How? So what content delivery network does is it creates an edge location. So when we say an edge location, think of it as a point that connects these two locations. In this case, let's assume Chennai and Mumbai server. Okay. So when you talk about an edge location, it would be on this route, which is close to Chennai. Now what this does is when you talk about an edge location basically backs up your data. Okay. It makes a copy of your data, caches your data, not backs up, it creates a cache of your data. Okay. That is close to Chennai in this case. And whenever Chennai user throws in a request to that data set, it would be available there. So how it works is now it is not always possible to cache all the data that Mumbai server has, right? So when a Chennai server throws in a specific request for a particular set of data, in that case, if that data is not available at Chennai server, it would actually go ahead and look at the edge location that is close to it. Now, if in that edge location, if the data is not there, the request would be routed to the Mumbai server and a copy of it would be stored one in your edge location and moved to Chennai. So whenever a request is made to that data, we have a cache copy of that data to be delivered to the user at a faster pace going ahead. So that is what your content delivery network does. It ensures that your content gets delivered through the network to the user without having to worry about the latency part. So what it does is it gives you following benefits. One, there's an increase in speed, right? So when you say speed, yes, your data is getting transferred at a faster pace, right? Because there's an edge location that is present. There's a decrease in load that your central server might face. Now, in this case, if your data is getting cached, right, at 4 edge locations that are close to these cities, not all the requests will go to Mumbai server, right? Those would be fetched through the edge location that is close to them. And this in one way or the other reduces traffic on your Mumbai server, making it more available. Uptime. Obviously, if you have a greater speed and your server is also not getting loaded with work or with requests, your uptime is naturally going to increase. Since not all the final point is security. Now, since all the resources are not trying to connect to Mumbai server, they are dealing with the cache. So the security threats for a Mumbai server are also less. Why? Because lesser number of requests are coming to it from different servers, from different regions, right? So that is what your CDN is all about. Okay. Now, when you talk about AWS in particular, there's a service called as AWS Cloud Front. What AWS Cloud Front does is it actually lets you go ahead and perform these CDNs or create these CDNs for your AWS network or CloudFront distributions for your AWS network. As the name suggests, AWS CloudFront is a service that speeds up the distribution of your static and dynamic web content. It can handle files in formats like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and even images. So basically, as it says, it speeds up the process of distributing your data across different servers, different regions, right? So basically, it is a CDN service that AWS provides to you. What are the pointers it considers? One is your routing, the other one is your edge location, and the third one is your availability, right? So when you say routing, so basically what we are doing here is we want to move our data through the network and it has to be delivered to different regions, right? Different servers, different locations. So data routing becomes important. So when you talk about CloudFront, it routes your data as well. It controls your domain names as well so that it knows what IP addresses to connect to and how. Okay. Edge locations, when you talk about an edge location, again, edge location is nothing but your distribution or a location that is close to the area where you want to serve your data. Okay. Availability, when you talk about availability, ensuring that your resources are available 24/7 is what CloudFront lets you do. So these are some of its features. Let's not get into the details of it. It's not very important. But I believe you have a gist as to what CloudFront does and what CDNs are. Okay. So how does it work exactly? So I had explained this when I was talking about CDN. Let's talk about it from a CloudFront perspective, right? So basically, let's assume you are a user, right? Now you set forth a request for a resource that is again based in Mumbai server and you're based in Chennai. So the amount of time it will take through normal latency is a lot and it would be frustrating for you. But let's assume that you have AWS CloudFront with you. What it will do is there would be a CloudFront distribution that would be created, an edge location for you. So whatever request you send, it will go through S3 bucket and CloudFront where a copy of this data is maintained. Okay. And once it fetches that copy, it will make a copy of it at the edge location and it would be distributed to you as a copy that you requested for. And whatever requests you put forth going ahead, the requests get speed up because now there's a copy maintained at the edge location. So what are the applications of AWS CloudFront? So when you say applications, right, there are quite a few things that you can do with AWS CloudFront, or there are quite a few features that AWS CloudFront offers to you. One, it accelerates your web content delivery, and that is obvious, right? So when you talk about your web content, if it is moving through a network that ensures there's no latency or lesser latency, you are not spending a lot of time waiting for the resources. I mean, good examples of this are the streaming websites that we use, right? You always have data that is cached somewhere, and whenever you put forth a request for it, it gets available to you right away. Serve on demand or live streaming as well. So as I've just mentioned, I mean, it serves both for your static data that you want to move and also for your streaming data. So when you talk about streaming data, the streaming data is delivered to a particular edge location or your server in packets, right? So no sooner these packets are available, those start getting streamed or delivered to your location one after the other. Okay, so in the form of packets in this case. So that is what live streaming also is supported by your AWS Cloud Front and the CDN service it offers. Data encryption. Now there's an option of data security as well. You can encrypt your data that you want to move over the network. Okay, so yes, there's an option for data encryption as well here. Okay, and customize your edge locations as well to ensure that there's proper data maintenance there, security, and ease of transfer to the closest region that you want to transfer your data to. Okay, so this was about CloudFront features. Okay, let's just go back and take a look at the demo that CloudFront has to offer to us. Okay, so I've actually gone ahead and came back to my console. So let's just go ahead and create a CloudFront distribution to see how it works. Okay, so for your CloudFront distribution to work, we would be needing two important things. I think I have those with me already. There you go. So guys, there's a Great Learning logo that I have, and I have an index file. Let me delete this for now. I'll create a new one instead. Okay, so let's just say HTML, right? Okay, so I made a blunder out of there. I hate HTML, to be very frank. Hate as in I do not like using it. I know it's fairly easy, but not one of those things that I'm fond of. These tags make me confused a lot, or get me confused. So next one is your head tag, and inside your head tag, let's call it, say, okay, demo, right? And let's have a body tag as well. Let the body tag say successfully routed data. Okay, and let me just save it as index.html. So there you go, my HTML file is created. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and create a CloudFront distribution and try to access these two files there. Okay, let's just come here, and for that we'll need to create a bucket to start with. So we already have a bucket with us, right? Let's just go ahead and say delete, and then upload the files that concern us. So I say upload, I go to desktop and AWS demo, I select this file, I select this file, and I say open, and I say upload. So both my files are here with me. Demo 2 today is the name of the bucket. So guys, now we are going to go ahead and create a CloudFront distribution. For that, I'll have to search for AWS CloudFront. I open it. And I say create a distribution. Okay, so there are two options. One is that says create a distribution for static data, and the other one that says RTMP is for your streaming data basically. So let's create the first one, and let's use this bucket, right? So it will use it as my origin domain name. Okay, so it has created a domain name based on the bucket that I have. Okay, original path, I do not have to get into these things, do I? No. So origin ID, it is this bucket, right? So it will use this bucket as a server that I want to use. Are the other things that I need to make changes to? Restrict bucket access. I say yes. Choose an identity. I would say create one on your own. Okay. If I say do not restrict bucket access, anybody can access this bucket. I think this will create a problem for us, but let it be for now. And redirect my HTTP to HTTPS. Okay. Rest, I think we do not get into the details of. Let's just go ahead and say create. So this creation takes time, guys. It takes like a few minutes for your distribution to get created. CloudFront private content getting started, using CloudFront to serve private content. So basically it's giving me some information as to what all is happening here. So as mentioned, guys, the distribution will take time. If I go to distributions, so as you can see, guys, this thing is taking a lot of time, right, to load. So it might take like 5-6 minutes more. Once that happens, we should be able to basically go ahead and access a piece of data. So basically what it will do is, since I have my data that is rested in my bucket, right? So whenever I actually go ahead and type a particular domain name, right? So what happens is, let's assume that I have my data residing in my bucket. Now in this case, my bucket is that server point of connection, right? So you can see that there was a domain name that was created. So what it does is, when I look for that particular domain name and for a particular file, it would fetch that file for me from the bucket in first place, and then put it on the CloudFront distribution, so that going ahead, whenever I want to access it, I can access it quicker and faster. Okay, so you can see that our CloudFront application is up and running, right? So let's just go ahead and use a particular piece of domain name. Control C. Let's type it here. And let me say index.html. Okay, there's an error here. It says access denied. So let's just see what we can do. Okay. Let me go through the S3 bucket first. So inside this S3 bucket, guys, let's see. Block all public accesses. Don't do that. I say confirm. And then I open the bucket and I have certain files, right? Make public. Now my buckets are public as well, and the objects as well. So let's just try it out now if it works. Okay, it should. Demo successfully routed data. It will basically route the data to me through my distribution at a faster pace. Let's try it out for the PNG as well. There you go, right? The logo that we had put forth. And if I look for index.html, it does that instantly for me, right? Because it is getting distributed to me through a cache that I have, and that is located close to the region that I'm based in. Okay. So this is what CloudFront does. It ensures speedy caching of data and delivery to you that is closest to your place. Okay. So this was about some of the popular networking services that we have in hand. Let's now just go ahead and see what all can we talk about. But ensure one thing, that before you leave, you delete your distributions as well. Okay. So if I select this now, it would say delete. So delete your resources. Disable this one to start with, and once it is disabled, and once this is disabled, you can actually go ahead and delete it as well. So what exactly is HoneyCode? Well, when you talk about HoneyCode, it is a fully managed AWS service. It lets you develop powerful mobile and web applications without writing any code. Yes, you don't have to write code. You can write certain, basically you can put in certain filters or basically put in certain conditions that are similar to writing code. So that is why I've said that almost zero code in the title. The reason for that is you could be required to code a little if necessary. If not, you can have it as a plain usage as well, right? So that is what HoneyCode is. It is more of a worksheet access kind of a thing where you can create worksheets, workbooks, and on top of that you can build applications that you can share with others, and you can interact with those applications as well. And you do not need to code for this particular service, that is AWS HoneyCode. I'll give you a walkthrough as to how it works, right? And it is very true what you see here. You can build apps in minutes and you do not need code for that.
Alright guys, so it was really easy to go on to build that chatbot, right? Now what we're going to do is, as discussed in the agenda, we're going to take a look at AWS HoneyCode and Amplify and see how we can get started with building our own first mobile application using AWS.
The next one is your AWS Amplify. It is an end-to-end solution that enables mobile and front-end web developers to build and deploy secure, scalable, full-stack applications powered by AWS. So again, with Amplify, you can build web apps, you can build mobile apps. Now you would wonder, as in when you have HoneyCode, why do you need something like Amplify where you are gonna code? See, there are quite a few functionalities that you can add using Amplify, right? Whether you want to connect to a backend, right? Whether you want to build applications and migrate it for different platforms, you can do all these things. So you get more functionality here. When you talk about HoneyCode, it was released in May, June, July, somewhere during that time this year, and it still has quite a few functionalities that needs to be added to it. Say for example, now you can add Honeycomb APIs to basically connect with the backend, but that has started recently. So there are not a lot of options that you have with HoneyCode. But the best thing about HoneyCode is if you do not have coding knowledge, you can still work with it. So we're gonna go ahead and build an app using HoneyCode, and post that I'm gonna also tell you how you can actually go ahead and approach building applications process using AWS Amplify.
Alright guys, now that we checked out the theoretical aspect of things, it's vital that we have a hands-on experience with it. So let's get started with the demo of building our first mobile application using HoneyCode.
The question on our plate is, what can we do when you talk about HoneyCode? I search for HoneyCode here, it would take me to a new page. So guys, once you connect to HoneyCode, so this is where it will bring you. Don't do that, just look for this particular link, right? So this is the developer link that you have, and it's this, that is builder.honeycode.aws. So you would be redirected to this page. So guys, again, you would be required to sign up here. Once you do sign up, you can do quite a few things with this particular tool that you have, which is an AWS product again. So note one thing, all you have to do is put in your email ID and your password, and you would be logged into this thing. Another thing that you can do is you can download this thing on Play Store, so that you can actually go ahead and take a look at all the workbooks and applications that you create. So in Play Store, go ahead and look for AWS HoneyCode, and you should be able to see this app there. If you download it, you'll be able to see all the apps that you want to. Let's create a workbook, guys. This is a fairly simple thing. I'll show you how can you actually go ahead and set up an interface here. Again, guys, there are options for you to go ahead and create custom applications, right, which are true for web and for mobiles. And you can also go ahead and basically create everything from scratch. So I'm going to show you both the processes. So let's start by creating a workbook quickly. Since we are very less on time, I'm not going to add in too much functionalities here, and we are not going to spend too much time beautifying our app. I'm going to rather quickly show you how to get this done, and I'm sure you all can do it. Okay, let's call this workbook as demo workbook. Okay, and I'm gonna say create. So guys, if you've noticed, I've selected an option called as create from scratch here. Okay, so you can actually go ahead and use custom templates as well if you want to. That is also an option that you have. I've personally never tried creating custom templates, so when you do that, you get more functionality there. But since it is so easy, why create custom templates, right? You can do everything from scratch. So the first thing that I have is I have tables here. So I can put in my data in the table. Do not worry, I'll tell you why HoneyCode is important, what are its applications, but let's just go ahead and quickly build an application from scratch first. Okay. So let's just assume that I want to have an application where I'm managing my employee attendance. Okay. So let's just go ahead and try and do that. Okay. So again, this is something that thought came into mind right away. So I've never built an employee app before. I've mostly built other apps, but for now, let's just try and build one. There's no rocket science here. Let's rename this particular folder and let's call it employee attendance. We would first build the backend part of things, right? And once we are done with that, then we'll actually go ahead and see how the interface looks in the front end. Okay, so I'm going to hit the enter button, right? So the name has been changed now, and let's just give this column a certain name. Let's call it, say, name of the employee. Okay, what are the other things that we can add here? ID, right? And what is the other thing that we can add here? Attendance. Okay, so we are building a very basic app here. Okay, do not put in a lot of thought process. Let's give in certain names. We have Ram, we have Shamprati, right? We have Mudita, we have Chirag, we have Bhavya, and we have someone like Vishal. Okay, let this field have IDs, right? And let's just go ahead and add attendance here. Okay, so okay, so we have one table that is in place. We'll align everything later, but that's for the later part. Let's create another table here, right? And let's just go ahead and say, let's call this table as what should we call it? Let's call it, rename as ID. I do not want these. So this table is not adding a lot of value, but still let's have one, right? And I'm gonna add, I'm just gonna take a look at some of the data that we have in this table quickly. So we have 6 records here. Let it be 6. Let me add one more table now, and let's call this table status. That is for the attendance that we have. Okay, so let's call it attendance stat. Let's delete these. Let's delete this as well. So if I go to employee attendance, I have present and absent. There you go. So guys, the table is in place. We have all these 3 tables with all the records that we need. Now let's go ahead and create an interface for the app that we need. So we've created a workbook in which we've put in certain sets of details that we require. I'm gonna go ahead and open this workbook again, and I'm gonna come here and say, click on builder, add a new app. You can use an app wizard that again beautifies stuff for you, so you can try those things out. The aim is you understand how the basics work here, right? So for now, let's not get into the details of those things. Let's call it employee attendance to start with, right? So once you do that, you should be having an interface that you need to put in place. Let's just go ahead and add some other features, functionalities here, right? Now we know that we have these things in place. We can also go ahead and beautify these things a little. So you have an option of adding an object here. So this is how the template would look for you, more or less, right? So we can just go ahead and say add. When you say add, you're gonna go ahead and add a content box here. Let's call this content box as details, maybe daily details. And inside this, I'm going to go ahead and add a list here where we are going to go ahead and import all the data that we put in 3 tables that we've just created. So employee attendance is what I want to do here. And within a minute, you should see that this has been put in place. Let's see if we can beautify this a little. I'm going to select this part and I'm going to change color for this particular theme. Let's keep it a little formal. So I'm going to go ahead and use maybe this color, and in the interim, let me go ahead and change this piece of color. Let's make it white. There you go. We have our text in place. We have all the details that we need. Let's bold this text that we have, right, so that it looks a little better. And I'm gonna select this text as well. Unfortunately, I cannot format it. I do not know why that is the case. I'll have to look into it. But as you can see, we have a template in place, right? So what you can also do is you can actually go ahead and have a different table here in that table, or different list here, where you can add some functionality saying that if somebody is present, then show that person's attendance here. If somebody is absent, you can go ahead and show that person's attendance here. That is doable. Okay. So let's just skip that for now. Let's just go ahead and see how does this app look like, the one that we've created. So I'm going to view this app here. And so guys, when you create these applications and if you download the HoneyCode app from your Play Store in your phone, whatever changes you make here, those will be visible in your app that you have with you. So make sure you go ahead and take a look at that as well. Okay. So guys, you see the app is visible now, right, in the web domain right now. If you want to take a look at this app in your mobile, you can take a look at it and all this data would be visible there as well. Again, the formatting is not in place. You can edit that later, but that is not our purpose right now. Our main focus is how to go ahead and create an app, right? So again, if somebody is present, right? So what I want is I want this present or absent button to have a specific color. So can I go ahead and add a button here instead, right? Let's try and do that. So when you talk about somebody being present, let this content box, can I add a particular color to it? Right, I can. So let's add your text a particular color, making it white, right? And instead you can even have a button here if you want to. So you can add buttons here. When you add a button, if you click on this particular thing, it will have certain functionality. You can make it move around. So that is the other thing that you can do. Now, if I go back to the app again, you see there's an instant reflection here, right? So guys, when you ask about these kind of applications, you might have a question here, right? What is the use of this kind of an app? Now, if you add more functionality here, as I've mentioned, you can have another table here. Let me show you. Then probably that would make little more sense to you. Let's just select a column list. And in the column list, again, import this data, right? And as I've mentioned here, you can actually go ahead and represent the data where people are present. So if you can just go ahead and delete this for now and add a button here instead. So in this button, you can have another text like present, and you can probably add in some colors. Okay. So if you just come back here, okay, this is not reflecting here. You see it's reflecting now. Unfortunately, it is showing that everybody is present here. That is not true about this data though. What you can do is you can actually come here and select this functionality and probably add a source code here, right? So if you add a filter here saying that for the particular table and particular column, what is the name of this thing? Attendance equal to present. So if you do that, only the people who are present in your table, that data would be reflected here, and you can do that. So again, you might ask a question as in, what is the benefit of having an application like this, right? What all can you do with it? Okay, so let's go ahead and continue with the session that we are having on our plate, right? Let's just go ahead and talk about the stuff. So guys, this is how you can create an application. I stopped midway when I said that what is the use of these kind of applications. So when you add functionality here, what all can you do is you can actually go ahead and ensure that you can actually go ahead and add in more functionality. Like we could have even had an application here where you can actually go ahead and process attendance for people, right? What if we have an in-house tracker that we need, right? In a company, you have tools like Jira and all those that you use, which are very good. But again, their functionality is very structured and you have to follow the structure that is there. What if you need to have an in-house or in-team app that works differently for the team? You can create an attendance tracker there, right? You can create a sheet that meets your particular requirements, and you can probably share it in the form of apps where people can view that on their mobile phones, on their web apps, and whatever changes the admin or whoever has access to can make to it, those would be reflected for everyone and everyone can see those changes, right? So that is one benefit. You can also have basic setups. Let's assume that you want to start a business where you want to deliver groceries to people. Please forgive me, guys. There's a call that my mother's getting since I've tried all the mobile phones to connect to the internet. So that is the reason there are a couple of mobiles lying here and her phone is unfortunately not on silent. Let me just quickly make it or put it on silent. Yeah. So let's assume that you want to create an online grocery delivery app. You can do that, right? You can create a worksheet here, put in the products that you want, and you can have buttons there. So people can actually go ahead and put in all the information that they want. Now you might ask, can we connect it to a backend? The functionalities here are still limited, but that is pretty much doable. Okay. So this is how you actually go ahead and build an app. As I've already mentioned, you can go ahead and create some template apps as well. So if I just come back here, right? And if I just come back here and if I delete this workbook, all that I've created would go. Okay. I want to do that. The reason for that is I'll show you why. Let's say create a workbook now. And this time, let's say I want to pick something that is more of a template. So if I use a template, say team task tracker, create. So these are some templates that AWS also gives you, right? So let's just go ahead and see how it works. And there you go. There's a template in place for you. You can actually go ahead and create, right, an app for this. There's all the information here that you need. So you can actually go ahead and just come here and say, build an app. Let's try and use an app wizard. I've never done that before. So I'm doing it with you people for the first time. I'm just going to say next for now. Choose a table, it says, right? So what was the name of the table that we just created? Team tasks. Let's see if we can just go ahead and have a team tasks table here. So there was some table that I randomly picked up. I just want to see how does this wizard work for you, right? So after that, we are making an app for you and it is getting that done for you on its own, right? So for this M team, there's an app that is getting created. I'm not sure how that app is going to look. Let's just go ahead and see. So it shows my name there as well. That's nice. And if you try to share this app, which I cannot for now, I'm just going to say next to see how does this wizard work. And I say apply. So by default also you can go ahead and create a template. Let me just see how does the template look like. So I've just picked up a random table, a random data set, and I've just gone ahead and seen how it looks. This is how it looks. It's not very interactive. So this is a basic app that it has created. You can go ahead and create one more yourself, right? Come here and just say create an app. This is your team tasks app that was created by default. And you see all the functionality is here, right? So if you view it in the app form, you can see there would be some interaction that you can do with this app, which is again a template app. Okay. You see, these are the details about the work, whether it's in progress, is it high on priority and all those things, right? So it's created a daily update tracker. So you can add filters here as well. What are the filters? You can select an option. Newsletter is what you can look for, right? Assignee is Vishal Padghan. Again, guys, this is something that I'm doing just for the namesake. I'm just not aware about all the details. So there's no such thing in this record. So whatever data I've entered, it's not valid for assignee Vishal. So he's not worked on any of these kind of projects. So the task says there's nothing that we can display. You can actually go ahead and do quite a few things in AWS Amplify as well. Let's just come here and look for AWS Amplify, right? I'll just tell you what all can you do here. You see, in AWS Amplify, you can again develop web apps. Here, Amplify provides you frameworks for command line interface and library for creating applications. So if you come here, you can choose all these platforms for web applications. And for mobile, you can use your Android. Again, there are step-to-step guides here how you can go ahead and do that. If you start the free tutorial, you'd be actually going ahead and putting in all these requirements. You have to create an Android Studio project though. So it's a time-consuming process to start with because you'll need to install Node.js, Android Studio, and Android SDK. That is Android API level 29 basically, and also install AWS Amplify CLI. So once you install all these things, you can actually go ahead and create a project here as well. But again, this is something where you'd be needing coding. Say for example, if you come here, this is the Android Studio that you look, this is how it looks like. If you just click on new project, right? You can just come here and say, select a basic activity, click on next. You can go ahead and say create an application. All the details are here. I'm using Java platform. You can use Kotlin as well if you want to. That's up to you, right? What platform do you want to use? And just say finish. And if you click on finish, within few minutes your application should be your basic code should be up and running here. Now you might wonder, as in, once I have this code, this is something that is giving me an application in my it is giving me application in my Android Studio. What is AWS doing here? In that case, guys, what you people can do is you can actually go ahead and edit this code. How do you edit that code? You see, if you come here, there are certain instructions here. What they wanted to do is in your main activity file or in your XML files, just replace some of these steps that are mentioned here. You'll have to replace these certain pieces of code with the AWS Amplify code. And once you do that, and if you set it up using the framework terminal here that you have, you see you have a terminal here. If you set it up using the terminal, you can actually go ahead and install these applications. And once you build it, you can basically have it run on your mobile phones as well, and also on the cloud. So since they are based on AWS Cloud, now these applications is something that you can put in your Play Store as well. But again, this is a tedious task and a complicated process. So if you want to, you can definitely give it a try building these applications here from the scratch. Okay. So by now, I believe, guys, we've talked about quite a few pointers. I hope that you understood how to go ahead and build HoneyCode apps and what AWS Amplify is all about. So when you talk about WordPress, guys, think of WordPress as an open source tool or a platform where you can actually host your websites, right? You can put forth your articles and stuff like that. So when it initiated, that is what it was initiated for. Publishing written content and giving a platform to people where they can actually publish their written content. But as somebody just mentioned, CMS, right? So with time, it has evolved into providing quite a few services. It is now a CMS as well, right? Apart from that, what it also does is it also acts as LMS for quite a few organizations. LMS are nothing but your learning management systems. So basically, when you talk about these learning platforms, e-learning companies, just like Great Learning, when you talk about it, I'm not saying Great Learning is based on WordPress. I'm just giving you an example. Online companies like Great Learning and quite a few other companies, to be very frank, not Great Learning, they use WordPress platform to have their learning management systems. So when you do enroll for a particular course, right, you get that access to some data there, right? There are presentations, there's stuff where you can download it from, where you can take your tests. Those are your learning management systems. And even those can be hosted by using WordPress. So the applications have gotten into plenty of domains now. And WordPress is something that is used for quite a few things. I personally use WordPress for blogging a lot.
Alright guys, so I hope that quick introduction that we took with WordPress was clear for you all. Now we're going to take a look at the actual hands-on demo. We're going to be getting our hands dirty with Microsoft Azure, and we're going to be building a fantastic website, right? So let's get started.
So let's quickly get into the demo part and understand how you can create a website using WordPress, right? And Microsoft Azure. So for that, I'll have to quickly switch into my console, right? So for that, I'll get into the Azure portal. So guys, this is the free tier place that I was referring to. This is what you need access for when you start with. How would you like to recommend Azure portal to someone? I really like it. So I'm going to give it like 8. So guys, this is the free tier account that I have, and this is how the free tier account looks like. Okay, as you can see on the screen, with my Azure account, I have like 12,200 credits available. So what Microsoft Azure does is it tells you that, okay, take this money. When this is money, they do not give it to you physically, but they have that money added to your free tier account. So when you talk about Azure, they give you like 13,000 free credits. Okay, roughly 13,000 something in India. Rupees is what I'm talking about. In USDs, it is around $200, roughly $200. So you get these many credits, and you can use these resources. You can spend money on these resources from the credit that you have. You can exhaust these resources in 1 year's time. So you have access to these resources for a 1 complete year. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see how can we create a WordPress website. Okay, we'll talk about quite a few other pointers because in the interim, these resources take time to create. Okay, so let's quickly just go ahead and spawn a website, an instance first. Okay, so I'm gonna use this WordPress Bitnami. No result found. Okay, that is surprising. Let's just search for. Okay, yeah. So guys, WordPress certified by Bitnami. Okay, let's just go ahead and create a virtual machine. So when I say a virtual machine, guys, I would be launching a website, so it has to lie on some platform, right? Some instance, some virtual machine. So for that, we need to create a virtual machine, an infrastructure where my website would reside on. So what Microsoft Azure does is it creates a ready to use platform for you, okay, or an infrastructure for you, on top of which you can have your website up and running. So let us just go ahead and create that instance first. What should I call my resource? Okay, first they say create a resource group. So resource group is nothing but a group where all your resources lie in, guys. When you talk about an instance, all its resources would be in this group. So demo RG. Okay, I'm bad at naming conventions. Let's hope this is accepted. Yep. Virtual machine, let us call it website, or let's call it sample for today. Okay, guys, keep your naming conventions as constant as you can, as consistent as you can, because later it creates problem otherwise. Okay, where do I want to host it? Let's go to East US. No other infrastructure required. How do I want to sign in? I want to sign in with a password. Okay, so Azure user, add in a particular password, guys. Okay. Okay, I also need to have characters in it and numbers. 6. Okay, so I say review and create. Okay, so guys, what this will do is it will launch that virtual machine for me. Now this is the most time taking process here. It is showing me some error, something has gone wrong. Let's quickly see what has gone wrong. Okay, validation passed, but why is this mark here? Does it need more information on something? Let's see if we can create an instance. It should not give you this error, but for some reason it does. Okay, validation passed, it says now. Okay, let's see what is the problem. There would be a problem somewhere. That is why it says there's an error. Okay. Sample for today, IP has been entered, everything looks in place, networking looks in place. and all this data here to looks in place. Let's just go ahead and say review and create again. Okay, this is unexpected. Changing basic options may reset. Wordpress by Bitnami, the instance is correct. Okay, there you go. It has passed the validation. And let's just say create. So guys, this creation process will take longer. You can see the pricing here on the screen, right? It says per hour it will charge me rupees 4, that is Indian rupees 4 per hour, right? So that is like very less if you compare it with Indian costs, right? So I have 13,000 of credits here, so it would be minus from there in this case. And my deployment is on the way, guys. Again, guys, once we launch this website, right, I would be getting a particular IP address through which I can launch my website. So when you talk about launching a particular website, you always won't be entering your IP address, right? When you search something on Google, what you do, you look for keywords, right? And then you get certain results. So those are your domain names. We'll be learning about domain names as well. Do not worry about that. But for that, let our website be up and running. Now the deployment has succeeded, right? As you can see on the screen, let's quickly go ahead and see if our instance is up and running, right? There you go. I'm gonna copy this thing. I'll just go to incognito mode just to avoid some unnecessary issues if there are any. Normally security, if you are connected through a network, there would be security concerns here, right? This page isn't working. So this is what I was afraid of. Yeah, at times we get similar problems, guys. The reason for that is times when we launch these instances, what happens is occasionally what happens is basically there is some data that is cached, and when that data gets cached, you normally get such errors. Okay, so let me just try something else. This is my public IP. I should not be having problem launching this, but there is one. Okay, no worries, guys. We will quickly launch this instance again. There could be some issue with it. We'll get that sorted, but I do not want to waste you people's time here. Let's just quickly go to dashboard and clear all our resources that we have here. It's always wise to delete all these resources before we launch them again, relaunch them again. Meanwhile, we'll talk about some of the steps that we are going to implement again, so none of our time gets wasted here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get into Azure portal again and quickly launch this website. Okay, okay, let's just say create Wordpress by Bitnami. Create a new resource group. Let's call it second demo, or at least the second attempt that we are doing. And let's just say that the virtual machine be sample demo. Okay, it's available, and this should be fine. Let's just see if this works for us. And it appear key pair, no. Let's just quickly say and then I say review and create. So I'm hopeful this time we should be able to launch the website, guys. Meanwhile, our website gets launched. let me tell you what we are going to do. This time we have passed the validation successfully without any error. So I'm hopeful that we should be able to launch this website correctly. So meanwhile, guys, what I would also like to inform you people is when you talk about these websites, right? I just entered the IP address as you saw, right? There were some numbers there. So when you launch a website using these numbers, what happens here is basically your computers understand these numbers, right? Better. But as a human being, if I ask you that, oh, go register to or just open great learning website, right? You won't be typing 30485862, right? Instead, you'd want to have a proper name that you can call and use. So that is where domain names come into picture. So what you do here is basically you actually go ahead and assign a particular domain to your website. Okay. So when you say domain, that is more human or more speakable name. So for that, there are quite a few domain hosting websites out there that let you do that. Okay. Let us take a look at, or let us just go ahead and have a domain name for our website, because we do not want to use the IP address here that we have, right? Instead, we can use a domain name. Okay. So I'm going to go to Freenome here. Okay. So Freenome is a website, guys, that lets you create or have free domain names. Again, they will charge you for some premium names, but there are some free domain names that are available. I'm going to just go ahead and have or create a simple domain name, buy a simple domain name. Okay. Register a new domain. When I do that, it will give me option. What should we call it? Let's call it sample dem v21. Check availability. It is available, guys, with an extension of .pk. Let me buy that and say checkout here. Okay, now this is where I would be needing to actually go ahead and enter my DNS details, right? But we do not have the DNS details yet. For that, we'll have to wait for this deployment to get complete. Let's see whether the deployment is complete or not. Yes, it says the deployment is complete. Let me just go back. Let me close this. Why is it not letting me go to the resource? There's something seriously wrong with my WordPress today. Not WordPress, sorry, my Microsoft Azure. Okay, let's go to the dashboard. And this is the application that we've created. So we should be having all the data here. There you go. Let me copy this and let us try it again. If something is seriously wrong with my instances, I do not know why am I just not able to access these instances today. Let's see if there is any networking issue here. Now this looks in place, but for some reason it is just not receiving data here. Let me check into boot diagnostics. If everything is in place, we'll go ahead and check for the serial log. Okay, the log is generated correctly. Yeah, that's the problem. I just do not see any password here. I do not see anything related to Bitnami. Okay, there you go. Okay, Ravi is asking that is something that we have to do to add it to port 80. In this case, you do not need it, Ravi, because this is quite an open demo. We've just launched an instance and it actually releases a basic IP for you based on which you can actually go ahead and connect. So okay, this is not the resource group that we need to look into. There you go, guys. Finally, it has loaded. This thing had me all scared up. I apologize for that. There you see the WordPress website is up and running for us. I apologize for the delay, guys. So we have our WordPress that is ready, right? As you can see here. So when you talk about this WordPress, again, this is something that is a template website here. You can see it says hello world, right? Let's just come here. Let's just get into boot diagnostics, right? And here I'm going to get into the serial log thing. I'll tell you why I'm doing this, guys. Control F. So guys, when you look for a password, there's a password that is generated for you in these files. Okay, so we are looking for that particular password. Let's quickly search for that password. Okay, so guys, when you actually create this WordPress website, what we do is we actually go ahead and now when you see in this website, what you see here is basically what we have here is a template, right? But now this is just another plain WordPress template. But as a user, I would be wanting to edit this template as well, right? I mean, I do not just want to have it as a temporary website, right? For that, I would be needing to log in somewhere, right? So how do I do that? To log in or to have an admin access to this website, what I have to do is I have to get my boot diagnostic password. Okay. So how do I get the password? So it should be somewhere in the settings. Bitnami. Okay, there you go. Here's the password. So guys, to access this password or this website, as you can see, what I have to do is I have to actually sign into my admin account. For that, I'd be needing a password. So by default, what Azure does is it uses the name called as user. You can just go ahead and sign in here. Okay. So when you sign in, this is how your WordPress interface should look like. So guys, by default, what we've done is we've actually gone ahead and launched a VM. And by using the IP address, what I've done is I've just created a WordPress website, right? Launched a WordPress website. And this is where I can add in my articles and stuff like that. So let's say you say click on new. So you can actually go ahead and post something here. So maybe you can add a title, say delayed demo, just to symbolize the misery that we were in today. Okay. And guys, when you actually go ahead and have a WordPress, there are quite a few customizations that you do here as well. Okay. So you can make quite a few changes. So you can add those changes and save it to the draft as per your need. And you can even publish these videos. So since we do not have a domain name system, we are not going to get into the details of those things. Okay. Let's just go ahead and quickly go to the overview part. Let's just copy this IP address that we have and let me paste it. Not secure. Okay, wait. And just decide to type it and save it. Okay. So you can make all the changes that you want here. Now if I just go ahead and enter this, there you go, it has been updated, right? So you can make changes here as well to meet your needs depending upon the articles that you want to write or stuff that you want to write. You can have your own WordPress page. You can actually go ahead and publish quite a few things here. Unfortunately, since we are running a little slow on chat, okay, or since we are running a little slow on the demo part, let me just quickly go ahead and walk you through the domain name process. Okay, what we can do with it. So guys, we just bought a website, right? This is the domain name that I had copied. Let me copy it again. Let me come here. Okay, in the freenome part, let me enter my domain name details here. Okay, we continue and I purchase this domain name. Ask me to sign in again. This is a painful process. You are already signed in, it says. Let's see if the domain name that we purchased, we have it with us or not. My domains. No, I don't have it. So I'll have to again buy it, unfortunately. Register a new domain. Let's call it sample domain 321. I say okay, check out. And so guys, we have actually gone ahead and bought a domain name. Now next what we do is we actually go ahead and attach this domain name to our website. Okay, so the reason we do this is because I do not want to call it by my IP address. I want to call it by my domain name as well, right? So to do that, what you have to do is you have to since this has been bought, our order is in place. I'm gonna just go ahead here and look for DNS zones. Now DNS zone is something that lets me use this zone to connect to my website through the domain name that I've bought. So I say add, okay, and here I will go back to my subscriptions or to my domain names just to see if my domain name is there or not. This is my domain name, right? Let me just quickly copy this domain name. I'm gonna use this name constantly so that we do not have to again and again go ahead and do other things, right? So let's just quickly come here. Resource group. Let's just use the resource group that we had created, second domain one, right? And let's just go ahead and give it this name. Let me just quickly say East US and I say create. So guys, a DNS zone would be created here, and this DNS zone is something that would actually let me go ahead and have my domain name attached here. Once that is attached, I can attach it to the website and we can access that website using that domain name. This should not take long. So guys, when you create a domain name, right, there are two things that you need to know. One is your A record and the other one is your CNAME record. So CNAME record is something that is called as a canonical name. So it connects your canonical name to your website IP or to another canonical name. Okay, so for that we'll have to go to the resource first. Okay, I'm here already, and in this I'll have to go ahead and create that record. First one is A record, and time to load for this would be 300 seconds. For IP address, I will have to actually go back to my portal again, or I can just pick it up from here. My IP address. Let's just copy it and paste it here. And I say okay. I need to add one more record here, guys. Okay, and one more record set. This record set will www. No, this time we'll give in the domain name, guys, that we have, right? So copy this and paste it there. Okay, that is why. So this is where I enter in the alias. Not worry, I'll be explaining the whole process to you people if you've missed out on anything. CNAME, no, this is not ours, this is seconds, and I say, there you go. Okay, so the records have been created, guys. One final step and we should be able to access our website from here. So to do that, again, I'll come to my domain, I'll say manage my domain. Okay, in manage domain, I'll say manage free DNS. Okay, and here I'm gonna just go ahead and take a look at some of the records that we've entered. But why are these records entered wrongly? You have to delete this. We do not need this. Here we'll add one more record. This is the one where I'll say CNAME. This has to be www. and this has to be a 300. And my target here would be my domain name. And I say save changes. Records modified successfully. Okay, so guys, what has happened is, let me tell you one thing. We've accidentally attached another IP address to our sample domain name.tk, and that is why it has redirected us to this thing. So let me explain you what process we've done here to keep it simple. Basically, what we've done is I've actually gone ahead and created a WordPress website. But initially there were problems, so I had to actually go ahead and launch 2 WordPress websites here. That was sad, and I apologize for the delay. Later what we did was we actually did go ahead and buy a domain name. The reason we bought this domain name, guys, was because we actually wanted to refer to our website using a particular domain name, right? Not the IP address that we enter here. So instead of entering the IP address so that we can be able to enter a name, we actually bought a domain name and we registered that domain name connecting to our instance so that we can redirect to the website using the domain name. Okay. So as you can see, if I enter the IP address, I would still be taken to the page, and even if I enter the domain name, I would be taken to the website in general, right? So that is what it does. But since there's a problem, we launched 2 instances. I've not been able to redirect to this page. Instead, I was redirected here to a sample template to which I attach this record set for. So that is why we see this movement. So guys, we've actually gone ahead and created a sample website. Okay. How to know TTL to select, right? This is a general standard TTL that is given a bit to us. Okay. So it is somewhere in the range of like, it can be in hours as well, but you do not want that much time for it to load, right? So that is why, I mean, depending on the data that you're trying to move it to. Mostly when you say TTL 300, that is a standard time duration that you put in for these websites, and that is why I put in that. Okay.
So now that we're done with our first demo, guys, the next thing, as I told you in the agenda itself, we're going to be taking a look at machine learning. We're going to be understanding a bit about machine learning and moving to the demo part as well. So let's begin.
Okay, so machine learning, what exactly is machine learning, right? Because when you talk about machine learning, to keep it very simple, it is nothing but your ability of the machines to learn and to become smarter, right? I mean, to provide you smart solutions. That is what machine learning means, and it is as simple as that, right? To give you an example, how are we humans different from machines, right? We humans basically have our heads, our minds hardwired in such a way that we learn from what we do, right? That is, most of us do. We learn from our mistakes, we learn from what we see and stuff like that. What happens here is, when we are born in the childhood, right? We all are born as a clean slate. And we do not know what colors are, we do not know what languages are. It's something that is ingrained into us by preaching, and something that we listen to, right? And we get used to it. To give you an example, I come from Maharashtra. So I was born and brought up in a Maharashtrian family. So I speak Marathi at home. So my parents did not put in a different effort to teach me Marathi. It's just that they used to speak Marathi at home. I used to listen to it, and I started learning, right? I learned these things. And probably it was in school that I learned a square is a square, a circle is a circle, red is red, blue is blue. How? Because I saw it, I heard about it again and again, and that got ingrained in my brain. Machines are no different, right? I mean, when you talk about machines, you can actually pass on data to them. And when you pass this data to them again and again, right, your machines learn. This is what machine learning is. This is what artificial intelligence is. You teach your machines to behave in situations which they are not trained to do, right? But as you pass on data to them, they get trained, and then they start understanding how to react to particular triggers, how to react to in a particular situation. So that is what machine learning is in a nutshell. It is nothing but the ability of your machines to learn from the data you have from the past and then come up with decisions or help us crack the data down into decisions that we can take to impact our future movements or happenings, right? What you see on the screen, I'm sure you all know about it, what it is, right? It's this logo is familiar to many of you. I'm sure it's similar to a very popular company's logo. So I'm sure you all know what this is, right? It's similar to YouTube, right? I mean, this is how YouTube logo looks like. The reason we have this logo here is, right, I wanted to talk about an example that I've noticed, and I'm sure you people have also noticed, right? If you listen to particular songs on YouTube or listen to particular videos, what YouTube does is it suggests similar content to you people, right? The feature is called as collaborative filtering. That means based on the data that the machine, in this case YouTube's machine, receives from us, it understands that maybe someone like Vishal watches n kind of movies, n kind of series, n kind of songs, right? And then it basically starts suggesting me those things. Now, collaborative filtering is something that all these online streaming channels are using, and not just these streaming channels. Whether you talk about shopping websites, whether you talk about even your food websites or your apps, right? These days they have your data and they know that previously you've ordered from this particular place, so you might like food from here, so they'll suggest those kind of things, right? So, or throw in ads that kind of touch upon those things. This is called as collaborative filtering. It is based on laws of association. What that means is normally companies understand that people's behavior is like this based on the data they have, that people might like this, and they try to put forth those products in front of them, trying to tell them, okay, buy these set of products and your need would be satisfied here. So that is what collaborative filtering is in a nutshell. Okay, so that is an example of machine learning. It just hit my mind and I thought I should talk about that. Okay, so this is what machine learning is. We've talked about it at stretch, at length. Here are two major types of algorithms that machine learning supports, right? You have your supervised learning algorithm and your unsupervised learning algorithm. So when you talk about your supervised learning algorithm, right, this is where you know your end goal, right? So when I say an end goal, that means supervised learning algorithms are best implemented where you know what you're trying to achieve. Suppose I want to find out whether an X person would have a cancer or not based on the data that I have. So I know my final goal, right? I want to find out whether there's a cancer or not to a particular person. Similarly, what you see in the first images, I want to figure out whether in the given data set, if I pass in a particular value, is it apple or not, right? So I know what I'm trying to predict here. So when I have such kind of problems, those are called as your supervised learning algorithms. It can be your regression algorithm, right? Linear regression, logistic regression. It can be a classification algorithm as well, where you classify your data into certain groups. The other type of machine learning algorithm is your unsupervised learning algorithm. Now, what is an unsupervised learning machine learning algorithm? As you can see here too, my data is getting classified into groups, right? I have apples, I have what are those? I think peaches, and then I have bananas, right? But when you talk about unsupervised learning algorithm, you pass in a data to the algorithm and it compares this data with each other, understands, okay, these values, these points are closer to each other. So it clusters them into one group. This is what unsupervised learning algorithm is. Yes, I'm getting clusters at the end of the implementation, but when I start, I do not know what kind of clusters I'm going to get, right? It can be apples, it can be peaches, bananas, can be grapes, right? So what I've done is I've given an input of fruits here, and it has clustered those fruits into different types. So that is what unsupervised learning algorithm is. And then you have reinforcement learning as well, which is an iterative process where you take in certain set of data and then pass it to a machine, and based on feedback mechanism, you keep on training the same data till you get the best result out of it. So this is what these are how machine learning algorithms work. Okay, this can be a supervised, unsupervised, iterative learning algorithms, right? So there are plenty of subtypes as well, but that is not the point of discussion today. So let's skip that for now. Okay.
Alright guys, so I hope that introduction to machine learning was of a good use for you all. Now that we know what it is theoretically, let us quickly take a look at implementing machine learning with Microsoft Azure. You're not going to require any sort of in-depth knowledge with machine learning. It's going to be a quick walkthrough. It's going to be a quick hands-on to see how we can go on to implement solutions, right? Let's begin.
So guys, let's try and understand how machine learning can be implemented using Microsoft Azure. So when we talk about Microsoft Azure, it provides us with quite a few services. You have pre-trained models or API services. We'll take a look at all of these, do not worry, like the vision, the speech, the language, and search. So these are APIs where you can give in inputs and it would generate output for you. Some of them are based on machine learning, some of them are based on natural language processing and AI, right? So we'll try and understand them as much as we can. Okay, popular frameworks, you have your PyTorch, you have Keras, you have TensorFlow, right? And then you have productive services as well as your machine learning. You have your Azure Databricks. Now these are some of these services. So guys, try and understand them. Okay, so when you say Azure machine learning, this is where this is more of a platform as a service, right? Where basically you have a platform where you can actually put in your data, you can set up certain rules, and you don't have to sit and code. Your applications will start running there. Why? Because it's more of a platform for you. You do not have to sit and code here completely. Then you have some of your popular frameworks, like you have your PyTorch, TensorFlow, Keras, which again help you in doing machine learning and data science. Okay, and then you have your APIs where you don't have to do anything, just pass in data here and it would start giving in results for you. As simple as that. So that is what machine learning with Azure lets you do. Okay, let us now switch into the demo part. I'm going to sign into my Azure portal and show you some of these services. How do these services work and what all can you do with these services? Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to quickly log into my Azure portal. Okay, and there you go guys, this is how the Azure portal looks like. Okay, so when you talk about Microsoft Azure portal, this again is a free tier account that is made available to you by Microsoft Azure. So if you do not have this account, make sure you go ahead and create one. There are a lot of things that you can do with Microsoft Azure portal. Okay, in order to create this account, what do you need to do? Okay, so ensure first you look for Microsoft Azure portal. Once you do that, create a free tier account. For doing that, you'll have to enter your credit card details. That is unfortunate, but not worry, Microsoft Azure will not charge you. Okay, it is for the verification purpose that you are a legit user. And once you do create a free tier account, you can avail these services for 1 year. So how it provides services to you is, in India, it gives you like 13,000 credits. That means you have 13,000 virtual rupees that are there in your account, and you can continue using those 13,000 rupees for 1 complete year. That means you can exhaust all that money in 1 year's duration. Okay, if you are in USA, they basically provide you like 200 USD worth free credits, and using those credits you can run these services in the allotted amounts that they charge you for. Okay, so if you don't have a free tier account, okay guys, so let's see what can we do. Again, I'm not gonna go ahead and build a machine learning model here, not one of my expertise, but I'm going to actually go ahead and show you how the process works here, and then we'll get into the cognitive services that we have with us. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create or work with Machine Learning Studio. Okay, so you have this service here called as Machine Learning Studio Classic. Okay, you see, this is the service that offers a suite of offerings basically that are designed to enable customers to build, deploy, and share advanced analytics applications. So if you've had attended my previous session or one of my sessions in Azure, that is where I talked about a movie recommender system. How can we do that using Microsoft Azure? Okay, so visit one of those videos on our YouTube channel, you'll get access to that. Okay, let's just try and create a studio here. I'll explain the process to you, how it works. Okay, okay, it's asking me to sign in. I am signed in actually. So why is it asking me to sign in again? There you go. So this is how the machine learning studio looks like. Okay, and in this studio there are quite a few things that you can do. You can create your own experiments. You can even create your own projects if you want to. Okay, so you have the options here to create a project and all those things. If I click on new and I say create a new project, okay, let's call it sample proj, okay, for today's demo. And then you can say add assets, right? See, you can choose what are the data sets that you want to do, what are the experiments that you want to add. You can pick up notebooks that are there if you want to. If you click on experiments, okay, so if you go to sample projects and say add assets here, okay, there are certain experiments that we have by default. I cannot see all of them right now. Let me see if there are any databases. There you go. So we have data sets at least, right? So you can use these data sets and work on these as well, right? You can build your models using these data sets that you have at your plate. Movie ratings is one of those data sets. So if I move it here, see, I'll be having that particular data set with me. There you go. So inside that movie ratings data set, basically using this data set, what you can do is you can actually go ahead and build a machine learning model as well to recommend certain set of movies if you want to. So you can do all these things using this particular this particular exercise or service rather. And in this service you can actually go ahead and build models if you want to. Okay, but as I've mentioned, I'm not going to do that for now. Okay, I'm going to talk about the cognitive services that we have on our hand, and I'm going to show you how to work with Azure Cognitive Services. Okay, let's see what all do we have on our plates here. Yeah, so if you go to APIs, right, there are quite a few APIs that are there for you to use. Suppose if I click on the language part, you see there are these kind of services that are made available to you. The options are plenty, right? Whether you talk about decision making, language, speech, right, all of these are there. We'll see some of these one by one. Let's say we talk about text to speech. Okay, so if I click on this, let me give you an example here. Let's look for some random text. Okay, let's search for Azure only. Okay, and see what text do we get. This is what Wikipedia has to say, right? Let's just copy this piece of information from here. Okay, and let me just paste it here. And if I play it,
Microsoft Azure, commonly referred to as Azure, is a cloud computing service created by Microsoft for building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers.
so there you go. What it is doing is we can actually go ahead and see that it has converted my text into speech. Okay, so this again is an NLP API or application that I have with me. I have quite a few options here, right? I can actually go ahead and choose different kinds of speakers as well. You see, right now it was Indian English. I can try something else as well, right? Let's assume I'm taking Arabic and I say play now.
Microsoft Azure, commonly referred to as Azure, is a cloud computing service created by Microsoft for building, testing, deploying, and managing applications and services through data centers.
So I hope you people can hear it, whatever is happening here or whatever is the output from the input that we are passing into our machines, right? So I hope that you people are able to hear it, able to listen to whatever is happening here. Okay. So this is how text to speech works like. Okay. If I go to language, let's see what all we have here, right? Let's try out text analytics for now. Okay, let's see what it does. Okay, so if I scroll down again into the API, okay, you see, let's copy this piece of text again and let's try and see what output we get here. Okay, let's just roll this out and paste it here. Okay, so once that is done, right, what you can see here is it's giving you this information here. Languages, it is confident 100% that it is English. Key phrases, we Microsoft, I mean, it would pick up certain words, right? So this is where text analysis happens, guys. Okay, so they'll take in the text, whatever text that you've given to this machine. Okay, and basically it would break it down into syllables, break it down into grammatical sentences and stuff like that. Sentiment, right now it says document. Okay, let's just look for a bad review and see if the result changes a little. Okay, no, this is not the best place. So yeah, I just look for bad reviews. The reason I want a bad review is I want to see if the text behaves any differently. Okay. Okay, so this is something else. Ignore that. Do not worry. So I believe by now you've gotten a picture as in what we are trying to do here, what we are trying to achieve here, right? So that put forth some light on what we were looking at. So what I'm trying to make a point here is it is 100% neutral. Why? Because it is more or less a definition of what we are trying to tell you here. So if you look for certain reviews, if you put forth a bad book review or put forth anything, the sentiment would be negative here. What this API does is it tries and understand the sentiment as well. So it does sentiment analysis here. That means basically what it is doing here is it is picking up words like not, bad experience, stuff like that, right? And on that it is understanding that the sentiment of the writer is negative here. That is how it is analyzing the text here. Okay, it is one of the applications. You see, this is the JSON file it is using, right? And this is the piece of code that is helping us text analyze all the data that is there with us. What kind of key phrase it is, what kind of sentiment it is and stuff like that. You see, whether it's positive, negative and stuff like that. All the data is being processed here in this piece of code. See, there's a complete JSON file here. So this is how you do it. Okay, let's just go back and let's get into vision for now. Okay, so when you say vision, it does face detection as well. So it helps you understand emotions of people. Okay, let's try and do that as well. I think we'll have to upload an image here to understand this part of it. Okay, so let me just look for a particular image that is there with me. I'm sure there should be some image that I have with me. I'm gonna go to this PC. I'm gonna scroll down. So there should be one of my images here. I'm gonna just go ahead and pick this one. Okay. Okay. So when I say submit, let's see what information it gives me about the face. Okay. Yeah, there are some of the attributes here, right? Result detection. Okay, no, this is not giving us the best of results. See, there has to be more. Face verification is one. What face verification does is, okay, this one basically helps you compare two different faces. Now let's try this one out. Okay, let's select one of my images and let's try and select other images that I have. Okay. Let's submit this, and then let's submit this as well. Okay, the image is too large is what it is saying. Now let's just download 2 images. I'll tell you what images to download. Let's call it TM1. Okay, say save. Let's download this one as well. TM2. Now let us just go ahead and compare these 2 images. Okay, I say browse, and then I'm gonna go back to my downloads and I'm gonna search for TM1. You say open. I browse for another image and let's call it TM2 now. Okay, say open. Let's submit this. Okay, there are certain problems here. I've done these things using AWS as well. Let me quickly show you with AWS as well. How do these things work? So if we just come back here and scroll down to machine learning services, right? So you have these services here. You have your comprehend, which is for the text part that we discussed, and I think there's a service called as Amazon Recognition that AWS has, which lets us do this. Okay, so there's a face comparison thing where you can compare your faces. You see, you get all the information here, how similar these images are. So you can upload 2 images here as well. Let's try and see whether it works here. Say TM1, open, and then I say TM2 here. It says 99.9% they are safe, right? So the software is good. I mean, these APIs are good. The Azure thing is also similar. The only problem there was it had sizes that did not fit in there. That is why it was giving us all the errors that we had. Okay. Again, there too you have this option of celebrity recognition as well. Okay. Say for example, I put forth the pic here, the same one that we did, right? And it should tell you who that person is. Right, it is 100% confident that it is Tom Cruise, right? That is the image that we look for. So if you try out other images as well, even that would be given to you, right? There are other things as well here. You can do, to some extent, you can do sentiment analysis as well, right? You can understand what kind of emotion the person is giving. So when you do facial analysis, it will tell you how happy a person is, how angry it is. See, looks like a face, appears to be female, age range, and smiling, right? So if you take an angry image and put it here, it would give you information on that image as well. So you can do that by using Microsoft Azure as well. Do give it a try, right? Visit here, open these APIs and try how to do it. I'm sure that you'll get to do this, get to try and do these.
Okay guys, so I hope the second demo was fascinating as well. Now we're going to take a look at the third item on the agenda, which is going to be chatbots. As I told you, we're going to take an introduction to chatbots, understand how they work, the evolution of chatbots, and all of that. Once that is done, we can take a look at the hands-on session. But before we get to the hands-on, we need a bit of theoretical knowledge. Let's get started.
So guys, since we are talking about chatbots, let me quickly tell you how communication has evolved, how chatbots have evolved with time, right? Because that is the point of discussion today. So guys, let's try and understand what happened. I believe most of you are aware, the fact that you people are attending this session, you must be more or less of my age, lesser or little more as well. So probably you too might have experienced all these things that I have experienced. And that is what I'm going to talk about to start with. Now, guys, if I go back to my childhood days, right?
I remember my father writing letters. Okay, I was very small then. So my father used to take me to post office where we used to put in those letters, right? Add those stamps on top of it, which give a meaning to that letter, right? I mean, what purpose it is for, where do you need to deliver it? Based on that, you have that different stamps. So what we used to do was write letters to people, send it to them, right? Because mobile phones were not available, to be frank, and telephones were not very common then. I too did not have a telephone till I was in 6th standard, so that can tell you, right? So we used to write these letters, and then these letters used to take days, right? Postman would go and put that letter somewhere, right, to that the place to where it needs to be delivered, right? And it used to take few days. Then that person would reply, and then right, the communication would go on. But then we had telephones, right? When people started calling each other, now people could talk to each other through calls, right? And slowly we started moving to mobile phones. I remember I had my first mobile phone in 2008 actually. So, and there were limited options there. We could send text messages to people, right? Call them through those mobile phones, right? So that also evolved as we moved into like 2012, 13. I think we had WhatsApp that was being used prominently. So we could share images with people, we could share videos with people, and that was like a revolution, right? At least for me, it was. I mean, it was so cool. You could just share your pics, you could tell people what you could do, and all those things. So I've seen this transition with time, right? I mean, from writing letters to directly sending images to people, telling them as in, okay, what should be done, right? What can you do with it? Or what am I doing right now? I can tell all these things to people in mere minutes, mere seconds, right? So that is how chatting, or basically how communication has evolved, right? We do not have to wait for days. We do not have to wait for hours to get in touch with people. Same is here. I mean, I'm working from home. If something is wrong, somebody will directly call me and tell me, can we get this fixed and stuff like that, right? So this is what has changed. And even if we do not visit our relatives, people, we can still stay in touch with them without visiting them for like 6 months, 9 months. And that is possible because of the way in which media, communication, and technology has evolved. But then have we stopped at that? No, right? Now this way of communication is also being used in business. You can reach out to people through mobile phones. You can reach out to people on calls, right? And one more advanced approach towards is having bots or chatbots that can actually communicate with you. A very common example would be, since I'm based in India, I would be giving an example that concerns Indian people, right? Or Indian audiences, because I can more relate to it. But do not worry, people from other parts of the world will also be able to relate to this. So we have this food delivery app called as Zomato. So based on which we can place order for food, right? And the delivery guy reaches out to that restaurant, picks up my order and delivers it to me. In the interim, if something goes wrong, I can always chat with people, right? When you talk about Zomato, these are, what happens is initially when I put forth a message, I get an instant reply saying that select what is your problem. Then I select my problem, then I get deeper, and then they connect me to an actual agent, right? Somebody who can deal with me as a customer support agent, right? So meanwhile, before that customer agent support or support agent basically connects to me, I am conversing with a bot, right? This is nothing but a machine that has predefined set of replies that it can give to me. And I'm actually chatting with this bot. And unless and until I connect to an agent, I do not get a reply on these points, right? So when you talk about these chatbots, basically their job is to make business processes easy. So this is a new advancement when you talk about chatbots. As we move further, we'll be discussing chatbots. Do not worry about that. But this is how I feel communication has evolved with time. Okay. So let us go ahead and understand the term chatbots a little more, right? I gave you an example of Zomato app. Now there are quite a few other apps. To give you another example, if you try to read articles online, right? You visit a particular website. Now most of these articles are related to some learning institute, right? Some organization that is either having certification courses, some plans, something like that, right? So when I look for maybe an article, let's assume we are talking about cloud computing. So if I go around looking for an AWS article, So again, if I open a particular article, there would be an instant pop-up saying, as in, do you need any assistance? Can I guide you through some of the other articles? Can I guide you through some courses that we have, right? So what are these? These instant pop-ups are nothing but your chatbots, right? And the reason we use chatbots is they make our life easy, right? End of the day, as a human, all we want is less amount of work that we do. That is why we use machines, right? We use laptops because we do not have to sit and use pen and paper, which can be a tedious task, right? We have fans because we do not want to blow air for somebody manually, right? As simple as that. So all these machines, their aim is to make our life easy, right? Get rid of all the mundane activities that we do. And that is what chatbots are for. So guys, let's quickly take a look at the definition here, and I'll try and explain that definition a little more. Okay. And I apologize for the noise happening around, guys. This is a bright afternoon right now here, and there are quite a few people. I live in an open space that is close to main road. So that is why there's a lot of noise happening around. So I apologize for that. And there's also a construction that is happening. But I'll ensure that this session goes smoothly and without any streaming effects. So talking about chatbots, guys, these are nothing but your software basically that lets you simulate a conversation or a chat with a user using natural language. So did somebody ask me about natural language processing? So yes, the bot we are going to create will also use it to some extent, but we are not going to discuss that in detail. What it also does is it lets you, or it resides on a website, mobile phone, or applications, and basically it gives you manual replies or human-like replies to the questions that you have. And these bots are basically trained on certain pointers, or they have certain database or data that they're based on. And when you throw in a question to them, they actually look into that database, that data source, and try to fetch information out of it so that they can reply to you aptly, right? So there are your standard bots and there are your self-learning bots, right? So when you talk about a standard bot is nothing but a bot that I just mentioned, right? There would be a simple data set with me that I give it to this bot. It basically replies to me, or if I throw in a particular query, it would reply to me based on the data I fit to it, right? I mean, it would be having some standard set of questions that we fit to it, which there would be some standard set of replies. And if I put in that question or that keyword, this bot will reply to me with the answer that is stored with it, right? So say for example, the Zomato bot that I just mentioned, right? What it does is when I actually have a query, it will give me 3 to 4 options. And after that, it would ask me, do you want to connect to a customer agent? Because it is not trained that deeply to be self-learning or to be self-smart enough to give a solution to my problem. Now, this is where self-learning bot comes into picture. When you talk about a self-learning bot, they are mostly based on AI practices, right? These bots understand your requirements. And when I say understand, again, these are trained, continuously trained with data, more and more data, more and more data. So when a particular question comes in, at times they know what to reply and they could adapt to some of these replies. So this is what a self-learning bot is. Again, let's not get into the details of these pointers. There's a lot that can be talked about them. But since we are in a process of creating a chatbot today, I would want to keep this discussion as short as possible. So let us move ahead and try to understand the service that Microsoft Azure offers that lets us create these chatbots. Now that service is called as Azure Bot Service. Okay. So when you talk about Azure Bot Service, again, it is used to develop intelligent enterprise grade bots that help you enrich the customer experience while maintaining control over your data. Okay. So basically what this service does is it lets you create bots. It has quite a few templates, ready to use templates. You have to just put in some data and your template bot is ready. You do not have to sit and code for it. There's also a platform that is available. I mean, you can choose whether you want to use what kind of programming language to create this bot. There are certain options that are given to use for you to use, and you can use one of those options and create these bots, right? If you already have a bot with you, you can actually migrate that to Microsoft Azure to use it on top of Microsoft Azure. So when you talk about Azure Bot Service, it is this app that lets you create these web app bots. Now, what the text on the screen has to say, it says build any type of bot from Q&A bot to your own branded virtual assistant, right? To quickly connect to your users and give answers to the questions that they need, right? So that is what I mean. When you say a Q&A bot, this is where you'll put forth a question and your bot is supposed to reply with you an answer that is relevant to the question that the user has asked. So there are quite a few bots that you can create using Azure Bot Service. We are going to create a normal bot, give it some data, and then we're going to publish that bot. Once that is done, we will actually go ahead and connect it to a Facebook Messenger. So guys, I believe Azure Bot Service in general is clear to you people. And I believe all the pointers that I've talked about are also clear to you people.
We're going to be creating a complete end-to-end chatbot making use of Microsoft Azure. It's going to be a fantastic one. You guys should definitely be doing it side by side alongside me, right? So let's get started.
So guys, first pointer that I would like to put forth is when you create a chatbot, right? I mentioned the fact that it needs some data source. Okay. When I say a data source, some data based on which it would answer your question, right? My bot is not God gifted where it's going to just go ahead and answer whatever question I throw to it, right? It should have some data source which it can learn to, right? So the first thing that we are going to do is now we are going to create that knowledge base first, that data source first. Once we have that data source, we'll create a bot. Once a bot is ready, in the process, we'll also create an application on Facebook quickly. Okay. And once the application is ready, we are going to connect that application through a chatbot using Facebook Messenger. Okay. So this is in short the things that we are going to do now. I believe the agenda is clear to all of you. So guys, let us go ahead and see how do we create our knowledge base in first place, right? So guys, there's a link. It's called as qnamaker.ai, right? You can see it here on the screen. Okay, there you go. So it has opened finally. Guys, but I'm gonna just quickly sign out and sign in again. The reason I'm doing this is, again, if your Q&A maker does not know what account you are signed in from, it creates problems. So that is why I want to sign in. I faced quite a few problems day before yesterday when I was trying to create a chatbot. So this is my demo account, which I use for all the demo sessions that I do. Let me quickly sign into it. Okay, so guys, let us go ahead and create a chatbot. So here, when I click on create a knowledge base, it says you need a Q&A service first, right? So I'm creating this knowledge base for my Microsoft Azure bot. So I need a Q&A service that can handle this knowledge base that I'm trying to create. So how do I do that? I click on create Q&A service. Okay, so once I click on that, it will take me to Microsoft Azure. Okay, again, I'll have to sign up and it will throw in a code on my mobile phone. Once I enter that code, I should be logged into my Microsoft Azure account. So it would directly take me to this ML service which says Q&A service, Q&A maker, right? And there all I have to do is enter the details. So with Microsoft Azure, I get these many credits in Indian rupees when I sign up for a free tier account. So it is somewhere around 13,300 or 600 credits. I've used like 1,300 credits already. Okay, not already as it in my past. This session we haven't used any credits yet. So let us name our bot something. Let's call it Azure Demo Bot. Azure Demo Bot, and use a number, guys, because normally these names are taken. Subscription, it is free tier. Pricing tier, I want free again. And Azure Search pricing tier, again free. Okay. Okay, resource group, guys, I normally keep the resource group name same as my chatbot name. Now, what is a resource group? Resource group is nothing but, guys, when you create any resource on these cloud platforms like Azure and AWS, they let you have a resource group in which all the data similar to a particular resource is put in that group. So when you delete that resource, the group also gets lost with it, right? What this does is this lets you get rid of all the resources that are there in first place, and also you can track these resources using this particular group. So that is why we have this Azure Demo Bot resource group that we are creating.
again guys, the region, okay, be specific, use all the regions in one place or use one region throughout. The reason I'm doing that is, guys, I tried creating this bot day before yesterday, and due to these regions I faced a lot of problem. I would be using US West 2. So I'm gonna cross check if everything is in place here. US West 2 again, and finally US West 2. So guys, let's quickly verify this. It's free trial, new user demo, West US 2, West US 2, West US 2, and West US 2, and I say create. So guys, my chatbot would be created here. Not chatbot, I'm creating a Q&A service right now. So this is something that will handle our knowledge base. Before we do that, meanwhile, since it's gonna take a minute or two, let me quickly go ahead and move to Facebook, and let's create an app there, a page there, okay? So guys, I'm gonna log into my Facebook account, and I'm gonna just say create a page, okay? So let's create a template page. Let's say get started, and let me have a business page in place. Page name, let it be Azure Bot 321. Category, let's say education, since we are trying to use it for the demo sake, and I say continue. It says add a profile picture. Guys, get a profile picture added, because otherwise what happens is later on it asks you to add a picture or something. I've been through all that. I'm just gonna go ahead and add some random pic of mine. I normally need these pictures for the live session, the ones that you see on YouTube, right? Upload a cover photo as well. Let's upload the same thing. There you go. And guys, just like that, your page is created, okay? So guys, in this page, when you scroll down here and click on about, we'll be having a page ID here. This is something that we would be needing. Make sure that you have a text document open with you, because there's going to be a lot of sharing of information. So you might want to copy that information and move it around. So have a text document open, just like I have done here, okay? Now, my bot is ready and it has been deployed. Let me refresh this page first, and let me go back to my Q&A service. Guys, if you are confused, do not worry. I again would be repeating some of these pointers so that you feel connected. I hope that we all are moving smoothly and you all are following me. Okay, so let's pray that we do not face that problem that I faced the last time around. This thing accepts my free tier chatbot. For some reason, it just refused to accept my free tier chatbot the last time I created it. Because if that happens, then we'll have to go ahead with a bot that is without the knowledge base, something that I do not want to do. Okay, the refreshing thing takes time. There you go, guys. The problem is persistent. I constantly get this problem, something that is very irritating. So let's see whether this can be worked. If this does not work, guys, I'm gonna just go ahead and create a simple template bot, and we'll just connect it to our Facebook then. But if we can connect it through a knowledge base, what that would do is we can select a knowledge base here, as in we can decide what data to give to it. That is why I want this to work. But this is something that has been giving me a lot of trouble, as I've mentioned since yesterday, right? Since day before yesterday, to be frank. Can we integrate chatbot with any Azure hosted website? There's room to do that. Okay, no. So we are still persistent with this problem, right? So let me quickly just log out and sign in again. Let's see if it works. Because I've created a bot, it is just refusing to connect to that bot. That is the problem. You can see the bot is ready. But what this does is it is not letting me select my subscription part.
Why that is happening, I'm not aware about that. This is something that I've been facing since yesterday. So let's give it a one more try, see if we can get this part sorted. Meanwhile, let me just refresh this bot as well. I'm hopeful that once I refresh it, we can actually go ahead and create or connect it to this app. The fact that internet is working this slow, it is again probably slowing down our process in altogether. But do not worry, I'll get your problem solved and I'll ensure that you all go home with a happy and satisfied demo. Okay, so do not worry about that. Okay, let's hope that this time around we can connect to it. Default directory. Nope. For some reason it says no, we won't let you do that. So guys, let's do one thing. Let's quickly give it one more try. We can spend like 2 to 3 minutes for sure, I'm sure. So let's repeat these steps. If it still does not work, then we'll just create a sample bot and connect it to a Facebook thing. Okay, so let me try and delete all these resources, because at a time you are only allowed to use one free bot. Okay, just say yes here. So guys, again, the reason we are having a knowledge base is because we want our chatbot to have some data it can react to, right? If this does not work out for us, then we'll have to create an echo bot. Echo bot is something that when you type something, it just replies with the same comment, right? But if you have a knowledge based chatbot, it will reply to your questions based on the database that I have given to it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see if we can create a Q&A service again. This time I'm hopeful we would be able to connect. I'm gonna randomly name this bot, guys. Do not take these names very seriously. I'm bad at naming conventions. Pricing tier, it would be this again. Create, add this, say okay. Again, the regions part, let's just go ahead and have it in one region. The reason I'm choosing West US is it gave me success after trying a lot, so I'm still sticking to that US West 2. Okay, so US West 2, US West 2, US West 2, and one more time we need US West 2. So since it is US West 2 everywhere, it is free tier, free trial, new demo, and okay. So guys, this will take another 2 minutes. So meanwhile, let us do one thing. Let's not waste our time. Now, since we have a page, we also need a Facebook app on which we can host this page, through which we can communicate to our chatbot, right? So guys, for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into developers.facebook.com. Okay, so this is where you can create your own app. So meanwhile, our bot gets ready. Let us try and create an app. Okay, so my apps, if I click on my app, there should not be any app. I'm gonna create new here. So again, business integrations, say yes. Let's name it demo session app. Just me and people in the industry, and say create an ID. Are you a robot? No, I'm not. Crosswalks 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Let's say verify. There you go. And I say submit. So guys, my web app would be created. Okay, so meanwhile my bot is ready there, or meanwhile okay, it's still getting created, guys. This is how it gets created when you talk about Microsoft Azure. You see all the deployment process here, and you can see that it is getting deployed down here, right? So I'm gonna click on refresh. Guys, pray to God that we get this sorted. If not, we'll just go ahead and create a simple bot and connect it. Okay. Meanwhile, if you talk about this knowledge base, we can actually go ahead and put in data from anything. If I were to put data, let's say Azure FAQs is what I'll pick. Okay, I'll just copy this thing and let's see if it works here or not. Okay. Let's just refresh this once. If it does not work, then we are off to creating our chatbot using direct our web app bot service or Azure bot service. We are not going to spend our time doing this. We selected a tenant here. No, it's not working for me, guys. So I'm gonna just let go of this whole subscription thing. Let's just go ahead and move to Microsoft Azure. Okay, and let's just create a simple chatbot and connect that chatbot to our Facebook app, right? So how do we do that? For that, first we'll just go back to our dashboard. We'll get rid of all these resources that we've connected, and after that we'll create a chatbot using Azure Bot Service. So let me just go ahead and say delete. I say yes, and it's deleted. Should not take more than a minute. There you go. Everything is clear now, guys. So I go back to dashboard. Here I'll go into my resources. Say create a resource. I'll go to AI plus machine learning, and there should be web app bot. So let's say demo session bot 3 to 1 free tier resource group. Create a new one. Copy the name and paste it there. Say OK. There you go. Region. Again, I'm gonna stick to the region that is not working for me after having tried daily for it. West US 2. Rising tier. 10k messages. Even if it is premium, it should not be a problem. I have quite a few free credits that are there. Guys, I would be creating an echo bot here. Echo bot is something that does not need your knowledge base. It replies whatever you type in there, it replies with the same keyword back to you. But when you add a knowledge base that I just was trying to do that, it will take data from the knowledge base. Okay. So you have an option of choosing few things here. Let's go ahead and create this .NET bot. Let's not spend too much time here. If I click on it, you'll see that there are some options. You can have Q&A bots. You can have basic bot as well, right? So it lets you do this bot analysis and stuff as well. Okay. So let's just go ahead and create an echo bot right now. Okay. Region US West 2. Oh no. Okay, so most of it appears to be in place. SK Premium, US West is in one region. Okay. This is the only thing that we need to change now. Let's say US West 2 and let's say create. Okay, now I say create.
So it's validating, guys, and it will create a bot now. So guys, once the bot is ready, we should be able to connect it to Facebook. Bot name is demo321. Guys, remember the bot name because we are going to use this. It is demo321 is the handle name that we would be using. Since it's gonna take a couple of minutes, guys, for this bot to get created, let us go ahead and look into our application that we've created, right? I tried very hard to connect it to the knowledge base, but I could not. Let's try and do it differently. Meanwhile, let me see what are the questions. Yeah, Formoran now. Deepak, I'll answer that question to you once the bot is ready, okay? Pranesh also says you're really working hard to bring some changes in education system. Your contents are really helping a lot of struggling students. Thank you for that. Guys, if you have any questions, make sure your questions keep coming. I know last half a minute has been a little dull. Let's try to make it little more interesting. Let your opinions keep coming. We'll talk about quite a few pointers. Do not worry about that, okay? So can we get a course on use of ML and AI in geoinformatics? Satyam, I'll comment to that. There are quite a few courses that we have at Great Learning. Sorry for that. That basically work on machine learning and stuff. I'll guide you to that. Do not worry about that. Guys, there are other questions as well, but let's quickly take a look at the demo part now. So guys, what we've done is we've created a chatbot already, okay? I wanted to connect it to knowledge base, but I could not do that. So I've created a simple bot that might not reply to my query, but when it replies, it will reply to whatever I've said. That is what an echo bot is. Whatever you say, it echoes to that bot. It is a simpler application. So we are going to attach that bot to our Facebook app that we just created. So I created a page called as demo session, right? Sorry, Azure Bot 321 is the name of my page, which is here, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to move into this app that we just created. And in that, we are going to copy some data, guys. Now the process that we are going to do is we are going to connect this application and this page to our Azure chatbot, right? That we just created, or something that is getting created now, right, in the background. So meanwhile, let us get some data that we need to connect to our chatbot. Let's see what is that data, okay? Okay, so when you click on settings, you have two options. First, we go to basic. Guys, in this setting, I need two important things, okay? One is my application ID. Using this application ID, I can actually connect to the bot that I create. So I paste it here. And I keep it on hold. As I mentioned, make sure that you all have a text file open with you people, because guys, this text file is important. Okay, let's say submit, because we'll be doing a lot of copying and pasting things. So I need a text file for you people to be open if you're doing it with me parallelly. So I have my Facebook ID and I have my secret key. I need to go to advanced first. And in advanced, what I'm going to do is, see guys, I have to scroll down. Yeah, allow API access to app settings, right? Because I'm trying to connect to a particular chatbot, right? Which again is an application. So I need to ensure I do that. And is there anything else that we need to do here? No, we just say save changes, okay? So I went to the basic setting, I got the data, I went to advanced setting and I clicked on API settings on, right? See, my API settings are on here and I've saved it, okay? Now, next what we do is, guys, we actually need to go back to the dashboard. In the dashboard, I'm gonna scroll down. Now I want to set up my Facebook Messenger, okay? So I click on set up Facebook Messenger. So guys, there are quite a few steps here. Make sure you pay attention to the details that we are gonna do. Now I need to get an access token, okay? That means, see, what I do is I own a particular Facebook page. I need to have access to that page and to the chatbot that I'm creating. So I need to add my page here. So I'm going to say add or remove the page. So I'm going to just go to my Facebook account. When I click on add that page, it takes me to my Facebook. I say continue as Vishal. And this is the page that I have. That is the only page. So it is suggesting me. I say next. It says, it might not work properly if you turn off these things. So I'm not gonna turn off any of these things, right? It's on. So let's just say done. So guys, it will connect. I'm linked to my demo session app on Facebook, okay?
You can see the data is here and my page ID is here, guys. Okay. So now I say generate a token. I say I understand and I keep this token copied. This token is important, guys. Okay. Make sure you copy this token and keep it with you. So guys, my basic app setting is in place already. Now what do I have to do next? Okay. So I have to connect to my webhooks. What are webhooks? I'll tell you. But before that, since I have all this information, I have my Facebook details. Let us add those details to my bot, right? Because I'm integrating my bot with my Facebook. So to do that, I'll have to go to my, we don't need this Q&A maker now. We are just going to go ahead and switch into our chatbot. Okay. Go to the resource. You can pin it to the dashboard if you want to access it quickly. But let's just say go to the resource. Now in this resource, guys, there are quite a few things, right? I can test my chatbot as well. Let us quickly test it. It's not very intelligent since it is an echo bot. It will just echo back whatever I've said because we could not connect to the knowledge source. Let's just say hi. Hello and welcome. So echo says hi, right? So there's an echo. So I say support. It will also say support. Why? Because it is an echo bot. It echoes whatever you say, right? Okay, so guys, let's go back to the channels. When I click on channel, this is where I can connect it to my Facebook. So let's just say Facebook. Now guys, this is where I have to enter all the information that I just copied. First thing is I've just copied a access token. Let me copy it here. So this is done with. Now what I need is my Facebook app ID, right? So this is something that I copied it here. So guys, this Facebook app ID is available in the basic setting of your Facebook app. So make sure you copy it from there, keep it somewhere and paste it here. Okay. Again, I need my secret app key. Once I add these things, I know that this bot is something that I can connect to. Now the last thing that I need is page ID. Where is the page ID, guys? Do you remember where the page ID is? I had told you that we have a page ID, something that we'll be needing later. Do you remember where it is? If yes, let me know in the comment section quickly. Okay, so we go back to our demo page, right, on Facebook. And if I scroll down, you'll see the page ID here. Let's copy this page ID quickly and let us go back to our bot. There you go. I enter the page ID. Guys, now I entered my Facebook app ID, app secret key, page access token that we generated when we connected our Facebook page to the app, and the page ID from the Facebook page that I have. Now I need two important things that I would be using later. So I copy it from here. This is the thing, guys. This is your callback URL. I'll tell you what a callback URL is. Do not worry. So I do not need this now. I've pasted my callback URL. So guys, there are a lot of copying and pasting things. So you might wonder what is Vishal doing here. Do not worry. I'll answer all your questions one by one. We'll discuss these pointers as to why am I copying these things. So guys, what I have done now is I've copied all the Facebook details that I had, as in Facebook ID and stuff. So my chatbot knows that this is the page, this is the ID, this is the token using which I have to connect to the application and the application page on Facebook, right? So it will use that information. Now this callback information, right? Now for communicating between two applications, we need webhooks. So what are webhooks? Basically, they let you do the messaging part or the communication part between two devices. So for my Facebook page to communicate with this thing, now my app can communicate, my chatbot can communicate with my Facebook now because I've entered the Facebook details here, but my Facebook also needs to communicate back to the chatbot, right? For that, I would be needing callback details. So this is where my Facebook would be calling back. Hence, I've copied the URL and the verify token. Now I say save. So guys, our page is created. Now I have to go back to my app. In this app, there are quite a few things that I would be doing. First thing that we go to messenger settings. In the messenger settings, I scroll down. I say add callback URL here.
So this is where I have to enter the details. So I copy this, Control C. I enter it here. I again go back to the page. I copy this data. Say Control C. I paste it here and I say verify and save. So guys, now these are some final steps that we have to do. Okay, let's quickly get these out of way. And I say add subscriptions. Now this is the way I want to communicate. Okay, so postbacks, options, reads and deliveries. I say save. Okay. And these are few basic details. Do you want it to support NLP? Yes. I say on. I scroll down. Okay. And this is where default language is English. And these are few formalities, guys. This is not very important. Pages messaging. I'll say add all these submissions, guys. Okay. And you'll have to enter some data here. You read through it later. It's not very important. Details, agree, send and respond to messages, and say save. Select a page. What is the page? Azure Bot. Let's say save. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Close to getting it done. Do not worry. Why do you need app? Okay, I'm gonna copy this, guys, and paste it here. This is a sample question that it will throw in. I'm just gonna add same details everywhere. I do not want to spend too much time doing this. And the final one. 2 minutes and we will be having our bot connected to our Facebook thing. And now I say submit for review. I cannot submit it to review. Why is that? Could it be because of this page? Let's delete this. Do not need it. Okay, there are some formalities that I need to fulfill here. That is the reason. Let's see what are those formalities. So guys, I say there are these three informations that is missing here. One is it says add an icon. So let's just add the same icon that I added. Okay, the image is added. Choose a category. It is education, and I need one final thing that says policy URL sample.tv. This is not important, guys. You can enter anything here. Now that it is done, I should be having access to publishing this thing. Let me quickly refresh it and see if I can publish this thing now. Okay, everything in place. I say submit. I accept and I say submit. I say okay. There's some review that it needs because it says that it is an organization account. I'm gonna skip that. It's not very important because it is a demo page. Let's not get into the details. So guys, I've put this app into development now. That means it should be ready to use. Okay, so let us just go back here. Go back to our channels again. Right. So when I click on channels, okay, I need to refresh this thing. Yep, I click on Facebook. This is where I wanted to connect to, right? And it will direct me to my messenger. In my messenger, you can see that my Azure app is available to me. If I say hi, it would say hi and welcome, and it will reply back to me with an echo again, right? So it is replying me to here, right? So basically, guys, when everybody asked me as in what is the difference between connecting a knowledge base here? Guys, the difference here is when you connect a knowledge base, your bot replies to your questions based on the question that you've thrown. So I was going to add the Azure FAQs thing to my knowledge base. So if we were able to connect to that knowledge base, what it would have done is, if I throw in a question that relates to these topics, say for example, if I type support, so it will give me all the details that Azure support has to offer to me. But unfortunately, we could not do that, and we had to connect an EcoBot. So what an EcoBot does is it replies to whatever I type with the same reply. But with a knowledge base bot, if we were able to connect it, it would have replied. If I had said support, it would have given me support. If I had connected that FAQs thing, it would have given me Azure support details here. Okay, so that is what it does. And to give you or show you another thing, if I go back to my page here, right, you can see that I'm actually getting the notifications here that people are trying to communicate with me. There you go. So guys, since it has said, let me give you a simple example. This works manually as well. Let's see, I type hello, tell me about your page, right? So if I come back here, it has replied by echo. I can also reply something like this, maybe later. I'm doing this manually now. So I'll get a reply here saying maybe later. There you go. So guys, that is the only down part of this session, that we were not able to connect to this Q&A maker knowledge base. Had we done that, we would have gotten more apt replies to whatever we expect. Okay. Q&A service is a Azure service that lets you have a knowledge base connected to a chatbot. Now, what is a knowledge base? See guys, as I've already mentioned, a chatbot needs information based on which it is going to reply to you. If I have a Zomato app, I need to know about the restaurants or the common practices that Zomato follows, right? So I'll be feeding in a database to my chatbot. In this case, it is called as knowledge base. To create a knowledge base, I have to create an Azure service. I click on create Q&A, and we follow the steps that we did at the starting of the process or starting of this session, right? Unfortunately, since it was not accepting that session for some unforeseen reason, it works. Try it yourself. It definitely works. Once you create a resource, then you have to select all the details here, and then you can connect to your bot. Okay. If I say this, see, I still do not get an option. You'll get an option here of your legitimate subscription. If it is paid, it works more smoothly. And then you enter the URL to your knowledge base. Now, when I say URL, if I put in this URL here, okay, and if I paste it here, I'm sorry for that. If I just paste it here, right, and I say enable multi-turn extraction, that means each time I put in a question, it would reply to me multiple times. Okay, not multiple times, but for multiple queries, it will keep replying to me. So I can put forth my knowledge base link here. Okay, and once you do that, you say or choose the type of bot you want, whether it's friendly, professional, something like that, and then it gives you an option of creating a chatbot, something that we did going ahead, right? So this is what a knowledge base is, and this is what it lets you do. Okay.
So the first item on the agenda is introduction to GCP Global Infrastructure. So let's take a look at that.
When you talk about GCP or talk about any cloud platform, right, how it operates is, what it does is it strategically puts its data centers in different parts of the world. To give you an example, let's assume that you are based in maybe South Africa. Okay. So it would be wise if there's a data center in South Africa which is close to you, right? So people in South Africa can have access to those resources easily, right? What this means is you can keep your business close to you. And if your audience is in South Africa, in that case, these people, when they're accessing your data, the latency would be lesser for them. So that is why it is important to make sure that the data centers are located in different parts of the world. Now, the image that you see on the screen is not correct. This is a wrong image that we've put forth here. That was an accident that happened. So you may ignore that, but do not worry. We'll discuss these pointers in detail and I'll give you an idea so you won't miss out on anything. Okay. So do not refer that image that I just removed. Okay. So when you talk about GCP regions, so regions are nothing but these are strategic locations where GCP or Google Cloud Platform plans to put their resources, their data centers. Okay.
So when you put forth these data centers in different parts of the world, you are basically ensuring that your data is available across the globe, and people find it easier to use a platform. To give you another example, let's assume that there are 2 data centers maybe in America. Okay, so what people can do is they can actually go ahead and back up their data in different regions. This is where availability comes into picture. Now you might ask, what is availability, Vishal? So availability is nothing. It is the process where you ensure that your data is always available. To give you an example, let's assume that we have Netflix, right? Netflix resides on Amazon Web Services cloud platform. Now, Netflix is something that has gained momentum in recent times due to Corona, obviously. So all of us are using Netflix. We are streaming Netflix, and the data is always available. If you have internet, you can always watch movies from there. How does this streaming happen so smoothly? The point to note here is the data is always available. Why? Because it is backed up in different regions. So if one of the data centers goes down, you would always have a copy somewhere that is there, which you can just start switching to and start operating from there. So as a user, you won't be having any downtime, right? These platforms are highly available. They hardly go down like 20 minutes in a complete year's time, and that too won't be noticeable for you. If that happens, I'm telling you, it might not happen as well. Okay, so if it goes down, it might go down for like 20 minutes to the max throughout the year. So that is what tells you how available these resources are. So in case if there's a calamity as well, you can always back up your data. Let's assume that you are residing in a region which is maybe volcano prone, earthquake prone, right? And you're forced to put your data there for some reason. So you can always back up your data somewhere else. So somewhere around maybe 200 kilometers from there or some other place. Because these data centers are located at a strategic position. They are put forth at a distance like 60 kilometers or 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, so that if one of the region gets affected, the others would still be safe. Okay, so even if you are in a region that is prone to these natural calamities, if you back it up somewhere, if this region goes down, you can always switch to the other region. That is what availability means. I hope I've answered that point for you people. And disaster recovery has also been explained here. If there's a disaster, you have a backup somewhere, you can recover your data right away. So that is what regions are all about. Okay, and then the next point is your zones. So guys, understand one thing: the geographical region where you plan to put your data, it is called as a region. Suppose if GCP has region in N country, so or data center in N country, so the region where the data center lies is called as GCP region for strategical or logical regioning. Okay, so when you say a GCP region, it is nothing but a geographical location where the data center lies, and the place where the data center lies or the data center itself is called as an availability zone or a zone. That means let's assume that a particular region has 2 data centers. You would say that this particular region has 2 GCP zones. Now these zones are connected by low latency network. So if there are 2 regions in if there are 2 zones or availability zones or data centers in a particular region, let's assume that we have a region called as X. In that X region, we have 2 zones. Now these 2 zones inside the region are connected by low latency network, ensuring there is a fast transfer of data between these 2 zones. You can also connect to zones that are located in other regions by using something called as a local zone. Okay, so this is how the global infrastructure of GCP looks like. I'm sorry, you cannot see it on the screen because there was a wrong image there, but this is how it is. And the other important point that you need to note here is when you talk about GCP is it has like 61 zones across the globe, and it serves in 35 logical regions across the globe.
Alright guys, now that we have a basic understanding of the infrastructure, I think it's high time we go on to take a practical approach. So we're going to take a quick walkthrough to understand what the GCP user interface is like.
So let's just go ahead and take a look at the demo part, okay? And we'll see what we can do with Google Cloud Platform. See, let me first introduce you to the platform that Google has to offer to us, okay? So in Google, what you do is you first have to create a project. So let's assume that you want to set up certain resources here. you would have to put that under some umbrella. Okay, let's call it, say, project X. So when you create a project X, under that you can set up your instances, you can set up your resources and do quite a few other things. Okay, so that is one thing that we can do with it. Okay, and what are the things that are there on our plate? You see there's one project that is already there with me. We call it my first project. This was created by default when I signed up for this account yesterday. Okay, and there are other things here. The interface with AWS and Azure is little different. Let me show you that as well so that we can compare them face to face, right? AWS Management Console. Let me see how the management consoles for AWS looks like so that you can compare it, right? I mentioned the fact that AWS console or AWS is smoother to use. The reason I said that was because of the interface as well. You see the interface for AWS is way cleaner compared it with Azure and GCP. Okay, so let me quickly sign into it and let me show you how the interface looks like. Okay, now here with GCP, you see we have all this information on the dashboard, and if I have to look through the services, I have to come here. I can either pin these services to the dashboard for easy access, but in order to look at the services, I have to scroll down like this, right? I have to look for those particular tools and look what services are there on the plate. Amazon Web Services is easier, right? You just click on services and everything gets organized here. You can even decide how to group it, these services, how to put forth these services under one channel. Okay, you can even search for a particular service if you know its name. Say I search for S3, you see it gets shown here right away. And just like I showed that you have option of pinning it to dashboard here too you can pin your services. You click on it and say you pick up a particular service. Since we talked about S3, let me pin S3 only. Okay, I just pick it and drop it here, and there you go, my S3 service is pinned, right? I can use it from here. Let's assume that I want to unpin this service. I don't need it here. I just put it back, and there you go, it has been unpinned. So this is where the interface is smoother and easier to use, is what I feel when you talk about Amazon Web Services. But that could be a personal call because I've been using Amazon Web Services for a longer while. GCP, this is how it looks. Let's continue with the discussion part. I'm gonna actually go ahead and launch instances for you, and I'm gonna do it in GCP as well, and I'm gonna do it in AWS as well, just to show you how the instance launching process works in both the platforms. Okay, so to do that, here basically what you do is you click on services. If you do not have a project, you'll have to create one. And what is the service we are looking for? We are trying to launch a virtual machine or instance here. So that is your compute engine, and I'll say VM instances. Okay, I'll click on here, and if I say I want to launch an instance, I'd have to say create. Okay, so let's try and do it with Amazon Web Services as well parallelly. Here we have a service called as EC2. Okay, and in EC2 we basically say launch instance here. All the data would be here. You see, EC2 directly gives you an option of choosing what instance you want to launch. So let's say I want to launch a Windows server. This is free tier eligible. That means I won't be charged here. So I say select, and I can check for the configuration. What is the network I want to put under it? What is the storage I want to attach to it? Security groups, right? And if not, I can just say launch. You just have to create a key here to log into your instance. Call it, say, sample key. Okay, and I just download the key pair. You need the key pair, so always ensure you have your key pair up and ready for you, and say launch the instance. Okay, there you go. So instance is launched in AWS. Here it takes a little longer compared to it. You see, you say instance 1, what is the region you want, so you'll be filling in this data here as well. Okay, and then you'd say just go ahead and create my instance. You see, it would create my instance here as well. Once the instance is created, you see there are status checks happening here as well. The instance is getting created, right? Okay, I accidentally launched a Linux instance here. To connect to a Linux instance, we need key generator, something that we won't be able to do right now. I'll show you this instance here, the ones that is being launched here. So it should look similar if you launch a Windows instance here. Okay, all you have to do is wait for the status checks to happen, and once that happens, we can launch these instances. Okay, let me go back and show you something else. With
AWS, you have a service called as S3. Okay. When you talk about Google Cloud, you have something called as Google Storage with you. Okay, where is the storage part? Okay, I'm in Compute Engine, that is why I cannot see it. So here should be Google Storage somewhere that we can work with. Storage, I click Google Storage. There you go. And see, S3 is an object storage. Now Google Storage also lets you create buckets where you can store objects. So I say create a bucket. Again, the name for these kind of storages are always unique globally. You cannot use same name again. Okay, let's call it bucket 54321 and say continue. And then you say, you can select whether it should be multi-region accessible or only in one region. So I say one region and I say create. Okay, similarly with S3, you can actually go ahead and say create a bucket here. Okay, give a unique name. Let's call it bucket 54321 and I say create. Okay, the name already exists, so let's say 123. Okay, and just like that my bucket would be created. Okay, this is the bucket that I've just created. Here I can put forth my objects, upload my objects. I say upload a particular file. Let's try and do that. Let's upload any file that is there with us. Let's pick this image and put it here, and just like that my upload part is done. Okay, you see within a second my file would be uploaded here. You can add replication policies, versioning policies to these files. Same is with Google Cloud as well. Okay, now we've created a bucket here. I open the bucket. Okay, you don't have to, you can just upload a folder of file here. You say upload file and I select an image here. Okay, and there you go, just like that within a minute here to the file would be added. You see retentions, life cycles. I mean, you can add life cycle management policies. That means you can expire a particular object after a duration if you feel that you're not going to use it and you might forget it. Suppose you're using a particular file for like 15 days and after that you don't want to use it, but you are in a situation where you might forget. So after 15 days you can set a life cycle expiration policy where you can delete these files from here. So that is what life cycle means. You can set up a life cycle for the objects, for the files you store. Same is with AWS as well. You can do all these things here. We've launched an instance here, right? So let's just, or created one. So we just need to launch it. So I'm gonna show you how to do that as well. So let me download the remote desktop process file here. Okay. This is something that lets you connect to your instance. Okay, here. And okay, it will ask me for the password first. So for that I'll have to get the password. We had taken up our sample key file, right? So I'll have to choose that file, my sample key file. This is the one, right? And I decrypt it. So this is the password that lets me log into my console. Please note guys that when you talk about AWS, it gives you a key pair. A private key is given to you, public key is with AWS. When you combine them, you can log in. So I'm entering my private key here and I'm saying login. And just like that, my instance would be up and running. You see, it took us like a couple of minutes, and within a couple of minutes, even before we created a bucket and put some data there, we had a virtual machine on our disposal, a Windows virtual machine. And if we were to do this using something like VMware, I'm sure there would be a longer time duration that you would invest in doing that, isn't it? So this is how cloud solves quite a few problems. You can see in this instance as well, there are a lot of things that you can do. It just works like a Windows machine here on your system, which is a separate machine. You see, I can open it, I can close it, and there are other things that I want you to see. Okay, so for every machine that you create, there's some storage that comes attached with it. Okay, and that is the case in case of compute services as well. So since we are talking about VMs here, let me come here and go here. Okay, GCP takes longer to load for some reason. You see, it will give you all the details. Where is this located, right? What are the recommendations that are there? Okay, so you can start, stop, close these instances as you want. All of these instances come with a separate external IP, and they have a storage that comes attached to it, and you can even actually go ahead and add more storages to these instances. Okay.
Alright guys, so now that we took a look at the interface aspect of things, and now let us take a look at a small amount of theory in terms of Google Cloud Storage. This is very, very important for all of you all going ahead. So we're going to get started with some theory, and later we're going to take a look at the practical aspects of it.
Now let us go ahead and understand Google Cloud Storage, what it is and what all can we do with it. Okay. What is Google Cloud Storage? Now, there's not a lot of text here. The reason for that is I don't feel that we need to discuss this a lot. We've already understood what cloud storage is. And when we talk about Google Cloud Storage in specific or in particular, so we are talking about a similar storage, which is restful in nature, and basically it lets you manage a storage on top of Google Cloud. Okay, so Google Cloud has its own infrastructure, and you are talking about data again that which comes in different forms. It can be your file store, your object store, your multimedia data, your structured data, right? And basically you do a number of things with it, right? It can be your hot storage, it can be your cold storage, something that we'll discuss as we get into the demo part, the hot storage and cold storage part. Okay, so it can be that kind of a storage, right? So these kind of storages are all supported by a Google Cloud, and there are different services provisions that let you store this kind of data. If you talk about its features, right, one of the features is I think we have these features in the next slide. Let me see if there are some. Yeah, there are quite a few features here, and unfortunately the presentation work today done by me is not very good. I've made some mistakes. There was a mistake at the first slide as well, and there's a mistake here as well. I've written strongly consistent twice, so you might just go ahead and ignore the mishap that I've done. So these are some of the features, but apart from that there are other features as well. Like when you talk about it from a latency perspective, that is the delay in which you request a data and the time it reaches you, right? When you talk about Google Cloud Platform, it gives you data at a latency of less than 10 milliseconds. I'm sure none of us can even count 10 milliseconds, right? So that is the lesser amount of time it takes to actually go ahead and deliver the data to you. Apart from that, Google claims that its data is infinitely scalable. That means there's no upper limit to which you want to scale to, and they cannot support that. That is what it means literally. But again, I'm sure everything has a limit. But what they're trying to put forth is the amount of data this world has, they can handle any amount of data is what they're trying to say. So that is one of the features it offers, right? Again, what are the kind of storage services it offers? That we'll discuss at length as we move further. These are some of the features it offers. Single API for all storage classes. So when you talk about an interface, right? Application programming interface or protocol interfaces, these are something that let you communicate with your data, with your applications, right? So with a single API, you can communicate with different storage classes in hand. The next thing is it's highly durable. It says 11 nines, right? So that is 99 point what? 9 times 9? That is something like that. So it is that durable, that available as well. That means, to give you an example, let's assume that your data center is available 24/7. In a year, if this data center goes down, which happens rarely, but even if it does, to the max it will go down for like 20 minutes. So that is what 99.9 times durability means. Okay, so highly scalable, high performance. I've talked that Google claims that it can scale as high as you want, right? Performance, again, we've talked about the 10 millisecond thing. And strongly consistent. Now, what do you mean by strongly consistent? So when we say strongly consistent data, right? Let's take this to the database part side. So if you talk about a database, not every database is designed similarly. So when you look at it from a developer's perspective, when you try to put forth some amount of data on any particular resource, right, or on a particular database, now the schema for that database would be different from other databases, and this is highly likely to happen. Now in that case, when you try to move your data, when you try to transact data across different databases, a developer might face a lot of problems if the schemas are different. What Google Cloud Platform does is it gives you consistency when having these schemas in place, these databases in place, so that as a developer, your read writes, your transactions are highly consistent. Okay, so these are some of the features that Google Cloud Store offers. Let's just go ahead and understand what are the different storages or services that it offers. So guys, we'll divide this discussion in 2 pointers. One, we'll understand the different types of stores or storages it offers. And then we'll discuss the different types of databases it offers, because it is little critical when we talk about cloud storages to understand databases as well. Google Cloud Storage Services that are there on our plate, right? First one is your cloud storage, which lets you store data in the form of blobs, objects, and files. Not files, objects and blobs basically. Okay. If you're talking about file systems, you have a file store which stores data in form of file systems. Okay. So when you talk about cloud storage that we have on a screen, right? It lets you store data in the form of objects as well. It can be your images, right? It can be your videos and stuff like that, right? So we'll see how this works in the demo part. Then you have your persistent disks. Does anyone know the difference between what a persistent storage is and an ephemeral storage is? Please try answering this question without Googling it. That would be really nice. Okay. So just tell me what a persistent storage is to start with. We'll discuss this at stretch, how it is different when you talk about it from a cloud perspective. Okay. So let your answers come in meanwhile. Cloud storage for Firebase. So Firebase, again, this is a little tricky to understand to start with. Basically, we are talking about data that is getting stored. Okay. It can be your objects as well. And when you say a Firebase, there's a different layer of security that we add to our Firebase to ensure that our data is secure there. So that is what this particular service lets you do. Okay. Then you have your data transfer services. Now guys, when we talk about data, your data moves from one resource to the other. It can move from one class to the other as well. Or in many cases, it can move from one application to the other. And in worst case, from an on-premise resource to your cloud platform. You see, so your data can transfer from anywhere to anywhere. And this happens vice versa as well. Okay. So to transfer this data, we need certain set of services. So what data transfer services does is they let you transfer data, one over the network, and another one physically. Okay. So that is what your data transfer services let you do. So we've discussed these things in a nutshell. So when you talk about persistent data store, we are talking about that data store, okay, which again is something that we can actually go ahead and keep hold of even when the connecting device is not there. First of all, to understand this point, I'll have to make sense of what am I talking about the connecting device when I say a connecting device. Okay, so basically when you talk about virtual machines or instances or anything that we launch on our cloud platform that has a storage attached to it. Now for this storage to survive or this storage to operate, we always need this virtual machine. Just like in a laptop, right? We have hard drives. So even though your hard drive can hold like TBs of data, right? GBs of data, but in order to take a look at that data, you need some machine on which you can see that data, right? Say for example, if I have images in my hard drive, unless and until I connect it to a laptop, I cannot see those images, right? So I need my laptop functioning for that. So this kind of storage is something that is dependent on your virtual machines, on your systems to have an access to that data. Now, when you talk about this data source, maybe your hard drive or in this case, your disks. So there are two types of it. Okay. So this kind of storage falls under two brackets. One is your ephemeral storage, something that dies when your instance or system dies. And the other one is your persistent storage. You can create this separately and then attach it to your system. So in order to access this storage, you'll be needing a system. But even if the system is dead, the storage would be there somewhere. You can connect it to other system and access it, just like our hard drive. So this is what a persistent storage is all about. Let's now go ahead and talk about the databases part, right? So I believe the storage part is clear to you, what cloud storage is, what persistent storage is, how file stores work, how Google Cloud Storage for Firebase works, and what data transfer services are. Let's now go ahead and talk about some other pointers, right? Let's try and understand what Bigtable is, what Cloud SQL is, what Cloud Spanner is, what Cloud Data Store is. Now, as I've mentioned, these are your data stores, database stores to be frank. So this is where your structured data lies in. So when you talk about Bigtable, it handles data that is SQL in nature, that is structured in nature and NoSQL in nature. That is not only structured. That means it can be semi-structured as well. So since we are talking about big data evolution, big data world, we are dealing with data that may not always be very structured. It would be structured in some forms. You'll have your key value pairs and stuff like that, but it won't be very, very structured. So that is something we call it as semi-structured data. So when you talk about semi-structured data these days, the amount of data that we generate is mostly semi-structured because we are generating data in heaps and bounces. So that is where your big table, your cloud spanner comes into picture. Okay. And not cloud spanner, sorry, your cloud data store. So your big table and cloud data store basically lets you store your data, right? In SQL and NoSQL manner as well. Big table in specific is more useful when you talk about dealing with data, that is for analytics purposes. Whereas when you talk about cloud data store, it can let you store data that deals with applications, mobile applications and stuff like that. Okay. Now, apart from that, we have other storages that focus on your SQL kind of data, right? So you have a cloud SQL. This is mostly used to deal with your relational databases. Okay. So whatever relational database requirements that you have, that can be handled by your cloud SQL database. And then you have your cloud spanner, which basically lets you hold data again, which is SQL in nature, but it gives you more availability and more scalability when you compare it with your cloud SQL. So guys, this was about the theory part. Since we've lost some important minutes in the discussion, or sorry, in the power cut, right? So let's just go back and take a look at the demo. Let's see how cloud storage works on top of Google Cloud. Okay, so let's just go ahead and switch into the Google Cloud console.
Alright guys, so this is going to be the last demo. Here we're going to be taking a look at Google Cloud Services to a good amount of detail, right? So let's begin.
Okay, so guys, let's just go ahead and take a look at the demo part. And see what we can do with our cloud storage. Okay. For that, I'm gonna sign up into my console. I'm gonna just look for GCP to go ahead with. To be very honest with you guys, I use GCP lesser compared to the other platforms. I've been more adept in using AWS and Azure, or more familiar in using those because I've spent a lot of time working on those platforms. Google Cloud Platform is fairly new for me, but it is something that gives me a lot of pleasure when I work with Google Cloud Platform, because this is also called as the new baby of this cloud computing world, and there's so many things that you can do with it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see how storages work here, right? So if I scroll down, I'll be having my storage options with me. Okay, you see, you have a big table, you have a data store. In data store, you have options of entities, dashboards, indexes, and getting in all these things. You have your file store here, so you can store your data or your file systems here. Okay, in your file system here, sorry, not in Firestore. Okay, and then you have your storage. So if you click on storage, you'll see that okay, you have option of storing these kinds of data here. I've mentioned, right, when you talk about a cloud storage, you can store data in different forms, different ways. So that is what a cloud storage lets you do. So let's just go ahead and click on browser data, right? So you see there's a bucket that has been created already. I'm gonna delete this. Because it has been active for a fairly long time and I don't want to incur any charges here. So guys, this is a free tier account that I'm using. That means there are quite a few resources that are made available to me free of cost. So you would want to create a free tier account if you're interested in these things, and you can avail benefits of doing that. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the process of creating a bucket here. So guys, when you talk about a bucket, we are talking about a folder in which we can store our data, right? So this kind of a storage is called as bucket object kind of a storage. So whatever file we store, it is in the form of objects that we are storing here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create a bucket. Let's call it demo for today. Guys, note one thing, these names are unique. So if you like, just go ahead and write a name, say Vishal's bucket. There's a high probability that somebody's already taken that name.
because these names are unique globally. So be careful when you choose your names, okay? So, I mean, there's nothing about being careful. It's just that you won't be allowed to create a bucket if the name already exists, or a similar bucket with same name already exists, okay? Okay, tips: don't include sensitive information. That is fine. We are not doing that. Okay, what is the next step? Select the type of location that you want your data to be stored. Now guys, see, this is an important information. See, as you go down the ladder, you'll be charged more, okay, if you are using a paid account, okay? So when you create a bucket, do you want to store data in the same region? If you do that, you'll have low latency. Why? Because what your data transfer is happening, what your data is there in one bucket only. The thing is, here it is little less when you talk about security part. Why is that? Now, when you talk about it from a security perspective, right, we are talking about our data not being backed up. We have a copy of it in one region only. When you say dual region, basically it replicates your data in two regions, giving you more availability and low latency in some cases, okay? Multi-region, here your latency is less from one perspective. If you have your data backed up in different regions, and if somebody is trying to access that data from a region which is close to that particular backed up bucket, then the latency would be low. Why? Because that person would be able to access your data quickly and at a better pace, right? So that is what a multi-region does. Also, it gives you more availability. If one of the data center goes down, a backup is there in the other region, right? So you can do that as well. By default, it says multi-region, but let's have it for a single region only. We are not working on applications that need you to operate from different regions. US East 1, South Carolina is the data center, or the location of the data center where my data resides. So I say continue. Okay. What kind of storage do I want, guys? I told you about cold storage, hot storage, and different kinds of storages that we have on our plate, right? So what exactly is a cold storage, right? What can you do with a cold storage? Let's try and understand that to start with. So when you say a cold storage, right, basically we are talking about archival storage. Now what that is, I'll come to that in a minute, okay? So first let's try and understand how data is stored here in a normal storage. So this is a normal storage is more costly for you. Why? Because you put your data there and you can access your data from there right away. You put an image, you can go ahead and take that image out right away, okay? Now when you talk about the other storages you see here, then there's a nearline storage. Now these start falling under your archival storage. What is an archival storage or a cold storage? We are talking about that data where you put your data but you cannot access it right away. Retrieval time for that data is more. Now this data sources are cheaper. Now the reason the retrieval time here is more is because archival storages are meant for storing data that you might not access frequently. This is something that helps you do cost cutting. Now, when you talk about an organization, 50% maybe its data is something that is used every day, and there's other 50% that you use in like months or maybe in years. So why pay a lot of money for using that data? Instead, we can store that in a storage where we are getting charged lesser. And the reason we get charged lesser here is because if you put the data here or in that particular resource, you won't be able to access it right away. It will take time for you to access that data, and that is what your archival data is all about, or archival storage is all about. You see, in nearline, if you store your data, it cannot be accessed, or it can be accessed once a month, okay? If you talk about cold line, you can access this data in less than a quarter. And if you have data that you don't want to use for a year, you can put it in archival. It is the cheapest of all, where you can access this data once in a year, and for the data retrieval these resources charge you, okay? Now let's go ahead and say continue. How do you want to access your data? Whether it should be fine-grained or whether it should be uniform. It says that specific access to individual objects by using object level permission, in addition to your buckets, that is by using IAM, which is a way to access your data. Uniform, ensure that access to all the buckets by using bucket level permissions. So when you say fine-grained, you can define your access to an individual object, right? How do you want to access that object? Who all gets to access that object? When you talk about uniform, all the objects in the bucket are getting accessed in the same manner, okay? So you can have it uniform. That should not be a problem. Let's say continue. And the final bit is your retention policies. Whether you want to use a Google managed key, a customer managed key, or do you want to add any retention policies to ensure that you can retain this data after a duration. Okay, so let's just go ahead and say create. And just like that, guys, within a minute your bucket was created. I was explaining it, so it took a longer while, else you could have done it faster. Okay, so you see, guys, if I click on buckets, my bucket would be here. So if I open this bucket, I can upload files in this bucket. So let's say whether I want to upload a file, folder, do I want to create a new folder? So I can just pick up a folder and upload it. If I want, I can just upload a file, or I can create a new folder and then upload files in it. Let's say upload a file. Let's just upload this image. There you go. And see, within few seconds, you'll be having your file uploaded here. And all the information related to your file would be somewhere here, right? Is there any retention expiration date? So when you say retention or expiration date, do you want to retain that data? Or in some cases, what you can also do is, let's assume that you want to use this data only for maybe 10 days. So you can set up a retention policy like 15 days and say that after 15 days, just expire this data, just get rid of this data, because you are sure that you're not going to use it after that, right? Accordingly, you can set retention policies as well. Is the bucket public? No, it's not public right now, but I can change the accesses if I want to for my bucket. Okay, if I come here and I say, see, you can edit your metadata as well if you want to. Okay, this is a problem here. These are the things that has happened here. I've created a bucket with different policy. That is why I cannot. Else you get an option here, right, where you can actually go ahead and decide who gets to access what, who gets to delete what, and who gets to work on what. So just go ahead and create one more bucket if you require. Just stick to the basic policies that you have on your plate, and I'm sure that it should not be a problem for you. So let's just say create a bucket again. I'm gonna just call it demo bucket. Okay, so I'm gonna stick to all the basic policies that we have. Okay, and I'm then just gonna go ahead and say create my bucket. So if we create a new bucket and just upload a file here, not a folder, just upload a file. Within a minute, you'll be having a file here, right? You see edit permissions. You can decide who the user is, what the name is, and what kind of access do they have. Is it a reader access? Is it owner access? You can edit these things here depending upon your needs. You can add new users and you can add new rules for them as well, just like that. And then you can control all these accesses the way you want to. So I hope these pointers are making sense to you people, and you've understood what are pointers that I'm trying to put forth here. Okay.
I hope you enjoyed diving into the fascinating world of cloud computing with me. Throughout this video, we have journeyed from the foundational concepts like what cloud computing is and why it's so transformative, all the way to hands-on demos with some of the most powerful cloud platforms out there, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. We started by exploring why cloud computing has become such a crucial part of modern technology, revolutionizing the way businesses and individuals manage, store, and compute data. We have looked at the shift from traditional infrastructures to cloud environments and why cloud computing is the future, powering everything from small apps to massive global enterprises. From learning about the architecture, redundancy, and deployment models to understanding cloud APIs and services like EC2, S3, and machine learning on the cloud, you now have a solid foundation. We have even ventured into building websites, exploring machine learning, and creating chatbots all on the cloud. As you continue to learn, remember that cloud computing is an ever-evolving field. There is always new services, new features, and new opportunities to create and innovate. Whether you're aiming to become certified, build native apps, or explore AI and machine learning, there is so much more to discover. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing. Your feedback and questions are always welcome, so feel free to leave them in the comments below. Let's keep this learning journey going together. Thanks again for watching and happy cloud computing. See you in the next video.